pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers fly!
Flight outside FD off.
Yikes. You bet. Okay. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, y'all know the drill here. Let us know if you can see this picture coming live from Boca Chica, Texas. The NASA spaceflight crew is ready to do another live stream. This is round 3, I think. We need a bell to ring for this, for the SN7.1 press to failure attempt. We've got Starship out there, but y'all know the drill. Let me know, can you hear and see me right now? Or you shouldn't see me, but you should see the feed. Let me know that it's 5x5. We are fighting some haze out there tonight. There's quite a bit of haze down in Boca Chica, and the camera is looking through it as best we could. But Mary out there about 1.5 miles away from 7.1. That is the safe distance. So we do have about 1.5 miles of haze between us and the test article. Looks like everybody's good to go right now, and y'all can hear us. There should be a little bit of ambient audio in there as well every now and then, but let's go ahead and get this party started. As you can see, the top of the vehicle is already starting to vent. It's been venting for just a little bit of time already, so we wanted to get live sooner rather than later. I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. I'll be one of the random disembodied voices you hear talking over the view tonight. Of course, we have the live stream feed out there because Mary, Boca Chica gal, literally never sleeps. I don't know if she plugs into the wall or what it is that she does to recharge, but she was out all last night and then videotaping, taping. I don't think we use tape anymore. Memory carding, that doesn't sound the same. But filming, that's not right either. Recording all day long the various things that were happening out there at Boca Chica. A couple big things in the news there. But she is out once again running the live stream camera so that we can see what's happening with Starship SN7.1. So work every stream, start every stream here with some thanks to Mary. Spell it out, Mary. She is Boca Chica gal, and she is out there operating. I don't even know how many cameras she has at this point. I think she's up to 4 or 5 cameras. Who keeps count? I need a spreadsheet. But we have this fantastic live feed from Boca Chica because of her dedication, being out there every day. If there's something going on, it is not going to get past Mary, the legend. That's what I like to see in chat right there. Also on the line with me, I'm going to have a couple other commentators. Let me see what order we're signed in here. Chris B, NASA Spaceflight Actual. How are you doing, man? Are you with us?
Good evening, Daz. Yeah, I'm with you just about.
Just how's the time over there? What is it? It's super early in the morning for you? What time is it?
It's 4:30. We were kind of hoping this would be like a later test so that I could get up in a normal morning, but it's Starship testing, so it's always going to catch us out. But no, whatever. I just want to see the thing pop because we got so much coming up with the other vehicles that are being produced at the production site that we want to get this one out of the way now. So yeah, we're hoping for a good test tonight and soon.
Absolutely. I feel like Mary has a lever installed at her house down at Boca Chica, and she can pull this lever and it makes your bed stand up and it just gets you out of bed. So you can come and participate.
Feels like that.
Excellent. So Chris Bergen here is the managing editor, NASA Spaceflight Actual, the guy who started NASA Spaceflight however many years ago, hailing from the UK this morning to help us understand what is going on. Also with some commentary, we're going to be hearing from Jack Beyer. Y'all hear a lot from Jack Beyer. He was holding down the fort all night last night as well, doing some video editing stuff today, and then back again for some more live stream commentary. Jack, how you doing, buddy?
I exist. I know, I'm doing great. This is awesome. I'm super thankful we get to do this again. Hopefully we get to go all night. Am I right? Till 6 a.m. local. Woo!
I mean, that sounds...
No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. Hopefully this thing pops rapidly and we can... I just want to see it pop. That would be awesome. But really quickly,
Go ahead.
As you said, we don't use tape anymore. And I just wanted to really quickly, as someone who has had to log and transcode tape, oh boy, it is not fun because you have to do it in real time. Like you plug it into a tape deck that's plugged into the computer, and it sits there and takes the time that it took you to record to read. It's terrible. It is terrible. Thank goodness we have moved on to solid state storage with memory cards and whatnot. But that's my brief film related rant. I'll shut up and let you introduce everybody else.
Well, no, I was going to say real quick, my problem with the memory cards is that now I have like infinite space and I never delete anything. So I have so many videos and pictures, terabytes of storage that it's like, what am I ever going to do with this? I think I have
Well,
like a drive that has thousands of hours of old Twitch streams on it. Like, what am I going to do? I don't know.
yeah, data hoarding is a real thing. It's a real, like, it's an actual, I mean, in front of me right now, I have a 15 terabyte RAID that is full. I have a 20 terabyte hard drive that is rapidly becoming full. And I have, let's see, 3 8 terabyte externals that are kind of like a backup of all the really important things off of the other 2 things that I just mentioned. So, and then I use a online backup service. So a big chunk of that I send into the cloud, and that's backed up there. And then really, I mean, honestly, friends don't let friends not have backups. So you should have a backup offsite too, just in case something sets on fire. Because really, I mean, we all have family members that like balk about spending 99 cents for the cloud storage to back up their phones. It's like, everybody, please back up your items. Anyways, you got me talking about computer stuff. Here we go.
Speaking of computer stuff, also on the call here, we should have Michael Baylor. Michael, are you with us on audio right now?
Yes, I am. How's it going, everyone?
Oh, we're hanging in there. I'm hanging in there at least. Y'all held it down last night. I went to sleep, and y'all kept going for another couple hours there. My Twitch relay, because I was copying that over to Twitch, it just went unattended without me for hours.
Yeah,
it's the dangest thing.
I was wondering if that was the first time somebody else had ever streamed on your Twitch channel.
I've had other people on my Twitch channel where I'm not online, but not when I've been asleep before. Like my buddy EJ has done some streams, some virtual field trip stuff, and that sort of thing. But never have I gone to sleep while my channel was live, intentionally. So anyways, y'all, that's the NASA Spaceflight team here this evening. Boca Chica gal Mary out there with the camera. We've got Chris Bergen calling in from the UK. Jack Beyer over from California. Michael Baylor here from, you're in California as well right now, aren't you, Michael?
Yep.
Yep.
Thankfully, or else I would have done an all-nighter.
And then back here from the studio in Charlotte, I'm John Galloway. If you're watching over on the Twitch side, you may know me as Das. I know, leaks, it's weird to hear my actual name, but like I said, NASA doesn't issue press passes to people with made-up names. So, anyways, as a quick recap of what we're expecting this evening, we've got Starship SN7.1. It's a test article. It's basically just a tank, and their goal for this evening, like their goal for the last couple of evenings has been, is to put some cryogenic liquid in this, which just means really cold liquid. And it's liquid nitrogen, as our understanding, is what they're going to fill it up with. And they're going to put some liquid in it and pressurize it to see where the weak points are. Seeing where the weak points are may mean a couple different things for us. It may mean that we see a leak in some place that there's not normally supposed to be a leak. It may mean that there's some sort of catastrophic failure. The entire bottom may fall out of the thing. The top may go flying off. It all depends on the mode of failure for the leak. So we don't know exactly what's going to happen. We did have some very clear indications. SpaceX was putting something in the vehicle, and we had venting coming out of the top. You can see the left-hand side all the way up to LN2 loading. And look at this. Starting off the stream, Dr. David Brown, $100 super chat. Dr. Brown says, got a pay raise and paying it forward. Thanks again, Mary and NSF staff. I like it. NSF staff. I need like a jacket or like a name tag that says that.
Can we do members only jackets? Let's do members only jackets. Sorry, go. Please be thankful. I'll shut up.
Members only jackets. Dr. David Brown, thank you so much for the $100 paying it forward there. We completely and totally appreciate the support there. It's however people support, whether you're watching the stream or whether you're just liking and subscribing or whatever it is you do to participate, to be a part of the community. We appreciate it, but that $100 pays for data plans and equipments and our time and all the different things that have to happen in order for these streams to actually go down. So I called up AT&T and I asked them if they would accept appreciation for our data plans, our monthly data bill, and they hung up on me. Actually, they hang up on me every time, even if I'm asking for tech support. The line just drops. So anyways, Dr. David Brown, thank you so much for kicking off the stream this evening, live from Boca Chica, Texas, with the $100 super chat. That is sincerely appreciated. A couple other ones came sneaking through as well. Moldy Space Edition.
Break a bit for a minute.
Yeah,
Does We saw it stop venting for a while, which
Yep.
was obviously some kind of pressurization. It's now venting again, but in a different way. So I think they are progressing through. We're looking for the frosting next. So I just wanted to quickly mention that, because it's mentioned on the chat, that we are watching that very carefully. But right now, it's not frosting over as much as we would be looking for ahead of a potential burst test.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chris. When it starts to frost up, it'll be a little bit harder to see tonight with the haze is sort of washing it out just a little bit, but there's an entire top part of the tank that we should see start to get a little bit less shiny is what we normally look for. So thank you so much for that. And let's see. The thing we don't want to see that little stick that sticks off the top. We don't want to see that vent. Oh, let's turn the truck down a little bit. Sure, we'll get the mosquito sprayer a little bit later as well. But we don't want to see that little stick doing the very high velocity venting off the top of the thing. That's usually an indication that they started to depressurize. So we are watching this. It looks like it's got something in it right now. But yeah. So anyways, what else do we have to... What else was going on at Boca Chica today? There were like 2 big things that were happening. Is it spoilers to say that? I mean, have we told people yet?
I'll tell you what does. Today has been crazy. We were all looking forward to the next, the obviously next attempt of this tank test, but we didn't know. It's like Boca Chica most days. We don't really know what's going to happen. There's no schedule posted towards people like us. It's only internal people who work there. Then Mary said SN8 was rolling out of the mid bay. We're like, whoa, because that was the first time SN8 has been outside the mid bay. We've had SN5 and SN6 rolling about the place in the production site since their hops. But with SN8 rolling out, and we knew what that before, because obviously they'd put the aero surfaces on, and today they've been putting the fins on, the aft fins, which were going on the both sides of the SN8 tankage, and that is progressing forward. So this is why it's relevant to SN7.1. 7.1 has got to burst to get out of the way, because the next test is SN8's big jump. Obviously, there'll be a static fire first, and they'll test it on the launch side, but SN8 rolling out to the launch pad, that's going to be a real big step up from these 150-meter hops. But then later in the day, Mary goes and spots the only person who spotted it, the first person to spot it, the first section of the Super Heavy booster, the one that will fly as a prototype with 2 Raptors. That is a massive find, because there's a lot of steel rings down at the production site. There's a lot of barrels, there's a lot of parts, bits and pieces for all these different parts of Starships, up to SN11 at least, we know they're out there. And she spotted the label, and it really is a small label. She's done really well to spot this random 3-piece, 3-ring segment with a label on saying Super Heavy. Actually, the word of it is, and I will read it out because I tweeted it. 1 second. It's called the Com Barrel Assy Booster.
So I want to talk about this. I'm glad you're bringing it up. It's so Common Barrel Assembly. I'm guessing is what ASSY is, ASSY, as the abbreviation for assembly. I'm guessing. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, so Common Barrel Assembly Booster. So this is a couple things. First off, yay, Super Heavy. Super Heavy, you guys. Everybody, Super Heavy. It's happening. All the Elon gifs with the lasers, the Ron Paul or whatever. You get it. Seriously, though, this is exciting. Like, super insane turbo extra props. I don't even know what to say. I'm so excited. But props to Mary for catching that and getting a clean shot of the label so that we know what it is. It's not just speculation. But aside from the excitement on the Super Heavy side, it's Common Barrel Assembly Booster. Interesting. So are there commonalities between, clearly there are commonalities between Starship and Super Heavy, and perhaps this is the same barrel section, or a barrel section that would be applicable to Starship, and they're going to start calling those Common Barrel Assemblies, because sometimes they build them for Starship, sometimes they build them for Super Heavy. I don't know, I just thought that was interesting, and I wanted to point it out, that the name kind of led me at least to believe that, Common Barrel Assembly, because it's not, unless it's for the Common Dome, and I'm just the dum-dum. So anyways, I'll shut my mouth and you can continue updating.
Well, I can help a little bit there by linking in chat, which I'll do right now. There we go. There's a guy called Brendan. He's like Raphael. He does these diagrams which shows positions of where rings are. And of course, with Super Heavy, it looks ridiculous because it's such a tall booster. But have a look at that link, that Twitter link I've just posted in chat. And that shows you where he thinks the position of those 3 rings will go in this Super Heavy prototype. and that will give us some idea of what it means by common, because it's related to the common dome, we think. So that's
Okay,
what
common
we're
dome.
thinking. Yeah, that is what we're thinking. Again, Brendan's like us. We're all using educated speculation. There we go. It's actually in review now. That's clever.
Yeah, there you go. I got you. All you got to do is ask, Chris.
Hey, so there we go. So that's, first of all, for scale, that 3-ring. When you see the video, which we're working on right now from Mary, you'll see a truck go up, a forklift go past it, and it's kind of like the forklift's dwarfed by these 3 barrels. Now look at the 3 barrels in that diagram, and you get an idea of scale here for what will be the super heavy prototype. And this is what he wants to hop with 2 Raptors, which we got excited enough about the 150-meter hops of the SN5 and SN6, and rightly so, because they were amazing to watch. We got excited about Hopper. That was exciting enough, and it still is when you look back at the videos. This will be crazy. I think first of all, SN8's 60,000 feet launch and then landing will be something crazy. But this massive tall booster hopping on 2 Raptors, I think it'll look surreal. It really will. So I'm so excited about what's going on. And for today being 2 milestones with SN8's fins, and then with the first sighting, because Elon did say super heavy starting this week, and then for about 2 weeks we couldn't see anything. We all assumed there were bulkheads and things like that inside the big tents. And obviously we can't look inside the big tents. Although technically it's correct, it would have started production. But to see this outside, and I've seen the clips, the actual, it only goes in, it goes outside for a while and goes back in for a bit. So Mary's just, her perseverance of being there all day after being up all night as well to spot is just a massive win. So yeah, we keep saying it, but we say it for reasons, because it's actually completely true. So that's where we are with these vehicles. And I've just talked about 5 minutes there about 2 vehicles. There's so many Starships in the production. We think SN5 and SN6 are retired, but we don't know where they're going to end up as retired boosters. And then we've got SN9 in the mid-bay now on its own. We can imagine SN10 will start building up soon now, because SN8 is outside, so they can start stacking SN9 and SN10 together in the mid-bay. And SN11, we've seen parts of SN11. This is Boca Chica, SpaceX Boca Chica. It's ridiculous. It's crazy. And I'm loving it. I'm loving every minute of it. So yeah, that's where we are.
And again, it looks like we've got a little like the activity up at the top picking up, but this was all sort of what we saw last night as well. A lot of activity from the top of the tank. Also some vapors sort of cascading down from the bottom of the tank. We saw that last night as well. Yeah, so as long as we don't see the big high velocity vent on the top coming out very rapidly, we're still looking like we're progressing towards building up some pressure in this thing. So
last night we saw 2 very similar attempts. The first one, well, the 2 attempts basically were about an hour of this venting we're seeing now, and then towards maybe in the final 20 minutes of that hour or so, we saw some condensation build up on the tank itself, but we never saw like full frost of ice ever. And then after maybe an hour and a half or so, they vented the top tank and released all the pressure. So it's really hard to say if what we're seeing now is going to be any different. The venting tonight started at 10:08 p.m. Central Time. You can see the clock on the top left of your screen. So if we start to see some condensation on the vehicle, and that lasts for more than 20 minutes, that will start to be a good sign. And of course, we want to see frost. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty confident we will see frost with ice at some point if they're actually going to do a pressurized failure. We have not seen that step on last Thursday night or yesterday. So that's the main milestone we're waiting to finally progress to.
Yeah, if we get further along in the flow tonight than we have on the past 2 attempts, I don't know what I'll do. Maybe I'll do a cartwheel or something. I can't actually do one, but I'll be very excited. You understand my meaning.
Moldy Space Industries is back again with a super chat. $5. Let's pop this thing. Hashtag Thomas Fan Club.
Apparently, also followed up there with the hashtag and Mary Fan Club. Moldy Space tossing another $2 in. And then a Dougal coming through with $2.79 Canadian asking, are we going to see a Hail Mary? like a football pass at the end of the what's the reference
American
there?
football.
Yeah, American football. Yeah, I mean, this isn't Texas. If I say football, it's
Oh
I
yeah,
don't know what to tell you.
I can understand that. Yeah.
Are we gonna see a Hail Mary? Like, are they gonna do a last ditch attempt to pressurize this thing? I don't. It's a good question. What do y'all think has been happening the last couple nights? Do you think that they're testing it and wow, it held twice the pressure we thought it was going to? We just can't break this thing, or do you think we haven't actually seen the attempt to test it to failure yet because of other ground service equipment issues or just other things going on? What do you think is going on with these tests?
The lack of frost makes me think they've probably been having some sort of technical issue loading liquid nitrogen and then having to abort. But I don't know for sure. That's a hypothesis.
I think that's a pretty good hypothesis. What about you, Jack? What do you think's been going on? You've seen just about every minute of what's happened the last couple of attempts.
Honestly, I have no idea, so I'm going to say what Michael said. It's plausible, but really, it could be that it's super overbuilt and they're having trouble popping it with the amount of nitrogen that they plan to use. I'm not sure. I really don't know.
Yeah, that's one of the things with SpaceX not giving an official statement on what's going on. Chris, what do you think they're doing? Do you think this thing is just holding up to everything they can throw at it, or do you think we're still waiting for the big event here?
I think we're still waiting. I think they've got close a few times because they've done all the cryo testing before they started this actual day of burst testing. So I think they've probably had a few parameters off, saying, okay, we can't really push it to maximum just yet, and they're going to try again tonight, all being well. I'm still waiting, like the guy said, waiting for the frost over, if the humidity allows for that. I don't know what the humidity levels are right now, but apparently they've been quite low in the last few days. But I really do think if they wanted to destroy it, they could.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And honestly, they can't just fill it up with nitrogen and pop it and go, woo, all right, done. It's a test. It's a test article, and they're doing a specific test of with objectives that they want to reach. And you can't just do that willy-nilly. You need to have everything at the right temperature and have it within, I don't know, a variety of specific parameters of which we're not privy because we're the public, we're not SpaceX. But if anything is much like a rocket launch, if anything is not within parameters, they would abort the test in the same way you would abort a rocket launch if something wasn't exactly right. So because they're trying to get specific data from this test, they are definitely, going to take their time and pop it only when they know and they're confident that they're going to get the data that they're looking for. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, I agree. They're not doing this test for our entertainment, right? They're doing this test to get useful data for the Starship development program. So nobody's out there saying, Leroy Jenkins, just put some nitrogen in it, man, just blow the thing up. That's not what they're doing. They're actually following the process. They're working on the processes while they do this as well, how they actually fill it, letting it stabilize at different temperatures, all the different things that they have to do. This is all practice that they're doing in addition to getting the data for the future development, right? How they're going to actually make these things. So they're not out there just to pop this thing so that we can get a cool video and we can all say, dude, you see what happened? They are out there for an actual test. So it'll pop when they want it to pop, or it'll pop whenever they're ready to see it pop, I think.
And I will say, dude, did you see what happened?
That's just a given. That's what we're going to do one way or the other. Let's see here. We also had one coming through from Wheelie98. Wheelie, thank you for the super chat as well. 279 Canadian. And then, oh gosh, Andre is back. Andre tossing in a 20 of the R. What was the currency again? We looked that up yesterday. South African Rand or something, I think. Who is going to sing tonight? I can answer that for you, Andre. The answer to your question is no one. We appreciate the support there. We have issued a moratorium. We talked with the lawyers, and they just said we can't do it anymore, didn't they, Chris?
Well, they can't because I signed a 5-album contract after last night, so now I can't perform on this live stream because I'm under contract.
So there was like a talent scout watching last night.
Simon Cowell, he texted me saying, wow, that was amazing.
You're through to
the next round.
Britain's Got Talent or something.
Yeah.
You should do that Eurovision thing. I still don't
Oh yeah,
understand what that is.
that's you Americans have got to get into that. It's so great. It really is. It's both terrible but brilliant.
Oh, geez. And just a couple others. Andre, thank you again for the significant support. Andre was the superstar last night who did $500 to get Chris B to sing a song. And that happened. And then it stopped happening. It's perfect tense of the word. It is no longer happening. That event ended last night, and we're not expecting that to happen again here this evening. So, Andre, we appreciate you there. Another 20 from Andre sneaking in. They didn't try to pop it yet. They would have to hold and not blow with boiling NO2. So just issuing your opinion on what they are doing with the testing here. They didn't try to pop it yet. I think I agree with you. I don't think they've actually tried to pop this thing yet, or they've gotten to the point where they expected it to pressurize and pop. There's something else in the process.
Look, it's Zeus, I think, or something. What is that? No, it's not Zeus. It's Houston. On the left-hand side. Is that an artifact or drone? It's a drone? It's a boat. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it's a boat in the background. Good call.
On the right-hand side of the boat, you get the green nav light. So that is a boat.
100% right. Good job, DOS.
Hey.
Wow.
Or a really low and slow flying
came
plane.
Behind the launch stand. I just saw the very top, the white light. I didn't see the green light. So I was like, is that Zeus or something? But no, that's definitely a boat.
Yeah, there was something moving over there. And again, that boat is probably way out there. The telephoto compression on the long lens we use, that boat is not as close as it seems. But there was a big thing about the green light last night after I went to sleep. Apparently now the green light has become sentient and is moving around the launch pad.
It really is, Mr. Burns. No, it was actually the light closest to the legs there of pad A on the left side of the
on the left-hand side.
I think that was just a white balance thing or a camera frame rate thing, or I don't know, but just green light, no big deal.
Yeah, I went back and I looked through some of the chat to see if I missed any issues or anything like that, and I saw some people yelling about the green light's back, and I don't know what was going on. I was asleep at that time, so.
I mean, after 6 hours of watching what is essentially, last night we determined a can of beans without a label.
Yes.
You start to, I don't know, I guess chat was getting a little bit loopy. The green light means they're go for testing again. I have no idea.
Round about hour 6 or 7 of the live stream, you start to become creative is probably a good way to say it. Creative.
There you go. Yeah.
Hey, Troy Ryzek tossing in $5 as well. Troy saying 99 more of these until Jack sings again. What, 99 days? Yeah, I agree. 99 days until Jack sings again. What is today? Somebody's going to mark that on the calendar and they're going to call me on
years. It. Let's go with years. Or
99
decades.
Years. Nice. He'll be singing live from Nuremberg.
Jack sings again. No mention of me.
Shh, that's what you want, Chris. Don't bring it up. Just let it go.
No. I'm happy about that.
Here is another one. Love and support from India. You guys rock. Thank you so much. There, Manjanath BV, thank you so much for the support and the kind words. And then also Virtual Super Soldier, Texas Tank Poppers, tossing in $20 here this evening. We appreciate you. Also over on the Twitch side, Squish Chin with the tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. 26 months. Squish Chin said, "What's poppin', folks?" Hopefully this tank tonight. And then also Zathras 60 tier 1, 51 months. Yay for 4 years of SpaceX. Apparently somebody from SpaceX watching the stream over on the Twitch side. Thanks for the stellar Boca coverage. Zathras, you're welcome. We are Xanthras, actually. We're welcome. You're welcome. We're happy that we're able to bring this coverage out there. We do it because y'all keep showing up. So y'all keep showing up, and we'll keep making the coverage happen. But it wouldn't happen without Mary. Without Mary out there setting up the camera, knowing when there's something to see, getting everything ready to go, dealing with the care and feeding of the modems. Mary really is the reason we're able to do this. So once again, let's put some love in a chat for Mary, Boca Chica gal out there operating all the live stream gear. I should say putting up with the live stream gear is probably a more accurate way to talk about it.
So we are seeing some condensation forming right now on the right side of Starship, on the top right area before the bulkhead, just barely to the left of the bright white reflection from the floodlights, you're going to see a little bit of frost form, or not frost, but a little bit of condensation forming. And if you rewind on YouTube, you can see that pretty good. This is exactly what we saw happen last night, twice. So it's not necessarily a sign that we're going to get farther than last night yet, but we'll see where it goes from here. But definitely looks like some sort of liquid nitrogen is being pumped into the vehicle, because we are seeing that condensate, or the test article, not the vehicle. I keep messing that up, because we are seeing that condensation start to form.
I wrote frost first because it was the shorter thing to write at only 5 characters. Gave me room for an explanation point, but then I realized that it probably wasn't actually frost. It was probably the condensation, sort of like the frosty beverage where you have a cold glass or something like that, and you get the liquid condensing on the outside of the container. So I corrected my telestration there. My bad.
You corrected your telestration, and I corrected my use of the word vehicle.
Vehicle, that's right.
Not a vehicle.
Not. We should call it. It's an NAV. It's not a vehicle. SN7.1 NAV. So, anyways, folks, as we always try to remind you, we cannot give you a time frame on this. We cannot tell you, hey, well, at this time, SpaceX has said it's T-minus 32 minutes. That is not something that we get from SpaceX. It's not something that they publicly announce. It is obvious. Oh, look, there was just some sort of spurt coming out of the bottom of the vehicle, it looked like, or a big bunch of something sort of cascading out of the bottom. But we simply cannot tell you how long it's going to be before it pops or before they abort or anything like that. That's part of the charm of Texas tank watching. You never know what you're going to get, much like a box of stainless steel chocolates. I don't know where I'm going with that. Jack, help me out. Somebody.
Ow, my teeth. Ow, my teeth. The stainless steel chocolates. Why did I bite into them? Yeah, no, it's like fishing. That's what I always like to say. It's the same with when you're hunting jets or something out, you know, or what have you, or even rockets. Rockets are very similar to fishing because you never quite know what you're going to get. Sometimes there might be like a really super cool vapor cone as the thing ascends, and if you flinched for a moment or put your guard down and think, oh, it's already launched, you might miss it. So definitely part of the charm of the game of tank watching or tank popping or what have you. Stainless steel chocolates. I know, it was good. It was good. Don't second guess yourself, Das.
I mean, life is like a box of chocolates, except it's not, because it's stainless steel and it's filled with liquid nitrogen. I don't know about the stainless steel outer shell with the gooey liquid nitrogen center. I don't know what part of that would be delicious to chomp on in any sort of stretch of the imagination.
It's like a robot snack.
A robot snack, nice.
It's like Bender from Futurama. That's like what he would eat.
I like it.
Okay, so the last clip for the daily update video is finished uploading. So I'm going to jump off momentarily and get this video wrapped up and packaged up and stepped up and good to go. And so you guys take it away. I'll be back shortly.
All right, good deal. Thank you, Jack. Again, y'all, that's Jack Beyer with NASA Spaceflight. He has his hand in the daily video editing pile. If you enjoy those daily videos coming out of Boca Chica, Mary is out there getting the raw footage for them, and Jack or one of the other talented editors take that raw footage and spend hours and hours and hours every day putting it together so that you can get your daily Boca Chica video. Some people say that they watch it whenever they wake up in the morning and, oh, it's a NASA Spaceflight video. Cool. I mean, that would make sense because we normally publish them at like 3 a.m. But Jack and Mary and the rest of the crew, they are the reason that we are able to get those videos out to y'all every day. So Jack is off to perform one of his other many superpowers with the video editing here.
You can fully see that condensation now all the way around the tank.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm hoping for? I'm hoping there's 2 ways this could go. It could it'd be like a leak we had on one of the test tanks where they repaired it and then tested it again. But I'm hoping we'll get some big pop out of this, not just because of the visuals, but because that might point to them getting to such pressure, such a high bar rating that it literally just let go. And that will be really good data for them and really encouraging data for them if it does go to a very high bar before it actually lets go.
Yeah, I agree. It's the sort of thing. It's like if there's a rocket launch, you never want to see a catastrophic failure during an actual rocket mission, but this is a test. right?
Mm.
This is something they've literally said that they're intentionally testing it to failure. So, I mean, if they're testing it to failure anyways, it might as well be a pretty cool, spectacular failure for us to see, right?
Yeah, I just we think this is the final test tank, don't we? Because the next vehicles in line are all Starships. They're all Starships and super heavy, of course, now as well.
Oh, yeah.
I do think this is the final test. This is the final test, at least for the 304L, or at least what Elon describes as a bit like 304L. I don't think he likes calling it that by name. He likes saying it's the reference he can use for people to understand the difference between 301 and 304L. But of course, they will move on to their
Venting
own.
stop, sorry.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, let's watch.
We've seen this happen before. I don't think it's them pressurizing it. So if this goes how it did the last 2 nights, the venting stops for a bit, and then the very top vent starts going, and they depressurize it. Let's hope for a different series of events this time, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Michael, did we add a step to the checklist? Or is there something in there that
Yes.
says frost forming now?
Yes, I added that because we were on LN2 loading for way too long yesterday, so we've added another step with more detail. But I'm nearly positive we will see frost. We saw frost on all the previous tests with this test tank, other than the test to failure attempts. So the cryogenic proof test had full frost, and the 2 load testing tests had the entire tank covered in frost. So I think it's almost certainly that we will see that tonight. Again, there's no official information, so that could be wrong, but I do think it's definitely highly likely that there will be frost before they do the pressurized failure test, and that will happen like this when they shut off the venting, but presumably with more liquid nitrogen in the test tank.
Yeah, and how are we going to tell the difference? Like, when are we going to call it? Okay, that's not condensation anymore. That's frost. Are we looking for something specific,
There
or
should be like a full ring of solid ice. At least that's what it looked like on the previous tests with this vehicle, this test article. I don't know if the humidity is different tonight and it's kind of like different other factors, but on the 3 previous rounds of testing with this exact test article, there was a very definitive full icing of that upper test tank. Of course, the bottom half is just a skirt. There's no liquid nitrogen in that part, but the top portion of the test article should be fully frosted over when it's fully filled with liquid nitrogen.
Gotcha. So we were talking about this yesterday. We were talking about the difference between condensation and frost. And the condensation, like I said, was sort of the frosty beverage. You can't use the term frosty beverage because all of a sudden that confuses it. The condensation is when you have like a cold drink in a glass or something, and the outside isn't frozen. It's not like there's ice freezing to the outside, but the temperature differential pulls some of that water vapor out of the air, and the outside of it starts to sweat. It starts to get a little bit wet on the outside with the atmospheric vapor or the atmospheric condensation sort of condensing onto the side of the glass. But if the glass is cold enough, you don't just get the outside being a little moist, you actually have ice start to form. And my guess the last time was the difference between the condensation and the frost is when you get liquid nitrogen on the other side of that stainless steel. You have actual liquid nitrogen, which is negative some odd 100 degrees in whatever units you care to use. When it's actual liquid nitrogen touching the stainless steel, that's when the stainless steel gets cold enough to actually form frozen ice, like, as opposed to melted ice on the stainless steel. So that was sort of part of the conversation. And how much liquid nitrogen are they going to put in this thing? Are they going to fill it completely full of liquid nitrogen? Is it going to just be the bottom has some liquid nitrogen, the rest is going to be gaseous nitrogen? Chris, do you have any guesses on exactly how they test that? I mean, have we heard anything about how that goes?
No, we haven't. It's the shortest answer I'll ever give on a live stream.
No. That's just, I think that it makes sense, but it's just one of those things. We don't get any official word on exactly how they do these tests.
The thing I'll say is a lot of what we do is speculation, but it's educated speculation. I think we got a nice little vote of trust from Elon when he did say he was listening to one of our streams, and he basically said it was accurate. So that's a real testament to everyone who's putting towards this coverage, especially from starting with Mary, of course, every single time. And then we take what Mary provides us, and we all, as a community, it's not just a chat room on here. We've got a massive forum on NASA Spaceflight where a lot of discussion helps us investigate and take all the little bits and pieces of the puzzle and put it together and find out where things stand and how they do the processes. And it really does work out quite well that the community minds, the brain cells as such, are all come together and find out where we're going with this thing. So yeah, that's where we get a lot of our speculation, but it's also educated speculation. It's not just, random guessing.
Yeah, it's almost like we have our own neural link, the NASA Spaceflight neural link, where we all come together like this neural network of crowdsourced guesses as to what's going on. I don't know, the neural network of crowdsourced guesses. That sounds like a recipe for disaster, but luckily we're the only ones that have microphones.
There's an episode of Star Trek Voyager where they're on this ship, and it's basically all these different people, these different aliens, and they're all part of this like kind of brain trust thing. And I'm trying to remember the name of the episode because it'd be a perfect way of describing it.
Okay, sorry. The upper top vent is venting. This is unfortunately the exact same series of events we saw on the previous nights. It is, again, we don't know what the exact problem was during those tests, so it could be they were just verifying a fix. It could be the problem reoccurred. It could be that this is just part of the normal testing sequence and something else is going to happen later. We don't know. But it appears like we have seen the exact same series of events that we saw twice last night.
Yeah, of course, we're looking at those two almost completely horizontal streams of vapor that have appeared. That is that top vent I was talking about earlier, and given the velocity of the vapor coming out of that, we sort of say that looks like a high pressure vent when it's just a cloud sort of floating off the top. Like, that doesn't seem like a really pressurized vent. That's almost just like a bleed off or something. But when this happens, when you get the two horizontal high pressure high velocity vents, that looks like they're releasing a lot of pressure in a hurry. So does everybody have their snacks and their comfy chair to sit in?
Yeah.
We will see. I guess we don't know whether this is a normal part of the process either, but it seems to make sense that something is coming out of the tank. It seems to be coming out of the tank at a very high velocity or pressure, and it seems to be going for quite a while, which seems like they're releasing a lot of pressure. So if they were trying to hold that pressure in and actually find the weak spot, make this thing fail, it doesn't seem that would be happening for as long as it's been going on here. Shucks.
And again, the window lasts until 6 a.m., so just under 7 hours remaining in the window. So plenty of time to do the test tonight or into tomorrow morning, but plenty of time to make us fall asleep on the stream. So hopefully that does not happen.
So if this proceeds the way we've seen it go before, we would expect the condensation to start to disappear. This top vent, this top high velocity vent, that's going to start to sort of peter out here. It's going to get lower and lower velocity, and it's going to get to where it's just sort of spurting out the top. And we see that all the condensation go away, and then it's almost sort of back to square one, we would think. So I see some people talking about the focus. Tonight we've got 1.5 miles of some pretty bad haze between us and the site, and so the camera is just about in as much focus as it can be given the haze, all the humidity that's between us and that tank. But that is why we look like we're a little bit fuzzy there. It's because there's quite a bit of atmospheric haze tonight. It's not wavering like it does during the day, but just the volume of humidity in the air is still there.
Martin's asking, why do they test so late? So the road goes to a public beach. And when they close the road, they want to do it at a time of day that does not inconvenience the general public. Earlier this summer, they were doing testing during the day because the beach was closed anyway due to COVID, but the beach has been reopened to the public. So that is why they are back to mostly night testing. There still might be an occasional day test for a major event like a hop, but for the general testing, like we're saying tonight, that's going to be happening mostly at nighttime from here on out.
Yeah. And you sort of see it's not that super high pressure. You see how it's starting to form clouds instead of that hardcore stream. It looks like the pressure. It's almost like the makeup of that top vent. I wonder if you could look at that given some other variables and know what the internal pressure was, right? You know, the atmospheric pressure, you know, the contents of what's inside, the relative humidity and stuff, the size of the apertures, whatever. I wonder if you could use that to indicate the pressure inside the tank. I know just looking at it, when I see it forming a cloud like that instead of that welding torch looking sort of jet that was coming out of the top, that looks like it's coming out at a much lower pressure, doesn't it?
I gotta jump in.
Oh, hey, Jack. Okay, so
Well, you were saying you wonder if you could tell the flow rate based on looking at the gas come out of there.
yeah.
Didn't they do that for Deepwater Horizon? I think they did that for Deepwater Horizon. All to figure out what the flow rate was of the oil coming out of the oil spill there. But I could be mistaken. But that I just wanted to pop in and point that out. I think that's totally a thing. I think you're right. Anyways, bye.
Okay. Back to editing, Jack. That's not a Tank Watchers whip crack. That's the get back to editing whip crack. How's that sound? Oh, so again, y'all, maybe this was just a run-up test. Certainly, they do all sorts of conditioning and proofing and running through the process as well, getting experience in how we do these, how we do these things, as if I'm out there pressing buttons. Getting the experience in the processes and how SpaceX actually goes through filling the tank and depressurizing the tank, all that is useful experience. So just because it clearly, I'm going to say clearly is depressurizing here, that doesn't mean that that was their attempt. That might have just been a run-up to an actual attempt that's yet to come. But the pad remains clear, and I hope we don't see any cars drive that way. That would make me unhappy. So let's roll through some super chats again that came through while we were talking. Again, I know we don't always get the super chats in real time. A lot of the times we'll just we'll let them sort of queue up, and we've got some software that keeps track of them in the background for us. But we do try to get to them when we can. As the tank continues to depressurize, this is probably a good time. So, Lily Ride, we appreciate the $4.99. Thanks for the coverage again. When do you think we will see super heavy booster tests? Super heavy booster tests? Chris, what do you think? Super heavy booster tests? You think we're still tracking for October? I might have called on him when he stepped away. All right, I think we might have.
Hi, this is Chris Bergen for NASASpaceflight. I predict not October.
You predict not October for the booster? You have to have an accent and say something about Leeds.
Leeds is my favorite team.
All right. It looks like we may be having some severe technical difficulties with Chris B's football picks and his Discord.
I mean, speaking of Chris B's football picks, though, we just got a super chat from Space United, which is definitely Chris Berg. I can speak for him on this without joking. Space United is definitely one of Chris Bergen's favorite football teams. I think that is safe to say.
See, I almost wish we'll get him back on audio.
Yeah, I'll put it back into the queue so he can address that one.
So he can get back to it. Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Just 1 second here. I'm gonna keep going through the super chats. I was just looking for a couple other things. All right, Glenn Ade, thank you for the $5 as well. We appreciate you there. Colin Jerome tossing in 5 Australian. Somebody put a plug in the top vent so we can pop this thing. Nice, Colin. Just somebody saunter up to it and
look at that venting. Wow.
Yeah, look at that.
I don't think we've seen that before. I don't think we've seen that venting from the other vents.
Yeah.
After the top tank had been venting. That's interesting.
A lot of voluminous venting happening there. The foreground vent, the top vent is still going, but that's a big old cloud of stuff. Huh. I wonder if that means anything for our test here. We'll have to continue watching and see what the deal is.
I mean, maybe that's they've cycled it once, and that's part of their testing flow. Now that it's chilled down, they're going to start loading it rapidly. It definitely doesn't look like it popped or anything. It just looks like a very rapid vent from those rear vents there.
Yeah, it's got a dent in the top too. You see?
Well, maybe it did. Oh,
a new dent has appeared, so definitely depressurizing, if you ask me.
But out of those vents? Huh.
I don't know. So I wonder if the appearance of the dent coincides with the big volume of venting that we saw. I'd have to scroll back into the A/B test.
Yeah, interesting. And the condensation line is also going away.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So we'll continue to watch. We're not sure if the big volume of vents from the top means anything. We do normally see it vent. We normally see the vapors coming from the far side of the dome like that. I don't know that that's an indication that there was a failure on the backside or anything like that. But definitely depressurizing here as we continue to watch the testing of Starship 7.1. B101 UK asks, how do you cause a dent if it's pressurized internally? The weight of the tank sometimes causes those dents in the side as it settles down. And when you pressurize it, the dents pop out. They literally, it's almost like blowing on a water bottle or something. You take a plastic water bottle and you put a little dent in it and you blow in it and it pops out. So when you pressurize the inside of this tank, those dents that are formed by stacking the rings pop out sometimes. And then when they depressurize, sometimes the dents pop back in. So it's not that the pressure inside is causing the dent, it's the lack of pressure that's allowing the dent to sort of, I'm going to use the term, cave back in there. So definitely looking like it's depressurized. There's some activity from the lower bits of the tank farm.
And that is consistent with what we've seen on previous tests after they are close to finishing depressurizing.
While that continues to happen, I'm going to keep on running through some super chats here. Vinny Penzone, thank you. When it blows up, can we ask SpaceX to sell pieces to the public? I think we've done that a few times. I'm not sure we know the official fate of past SN stainless steel scraps. I've heard all sorts of ideas about them, but I don't know that we have any official word on what's going to happen. There's another one from Andre. In the next 7-hour live stream, we should play Pictionary with DOS. That would actually, we'll have to draw. Well, now we can't draw rocket-related things because people have come up with unclassy guesses as to what they are. Andre, appreciate the continued support there. Danielle Hickson, thanks for the coverage. Helps make my boring Wednesday Arvo more bearable. Does anybody know what an Arvo is? Is that a typo? I don't know if I should Google that. Well, appreciate you one way or the other, Danielle. Thank you very much for the 5 Australian. Eofuk Fulpuk, new membership. I completely did not pronounce that correctly, but we appreciate the membership there. Greg Hanshut, $10. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Greg, for the support there. We appreciate you. Here's one from Kelly Harold. I'm just getting all caught up with the super chats. SpaceX TV network were formed. Would your channel participate? That's interesting. We certainly have contact information on somebody you can talk about that with, Kelly. I mean, get in touch with me. I'm here on YouTube as K-Space Academy, or Twitter as well. Send me a DM or something. I'm interested in what you're chatting about there. It sounds interesting. I guess I'm going to put this one up here again, the Space United. The Space United with the $20, saying hopefully this can sponsor some snacks or Red Bulls so you guys can hold the rest of the night. Did we get Chris Bergen back on audio?
Yeah, I think so, if you can hear me now.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I've rebooted my Commodore 64 and I think it's working again now. But yeah, Space United, right? Everyone look at this link I'm going to post in the chat room now, and I want you all to vote for Space United FC, and I'll give you a reason while I post it. These are all space engineers. It used to be SpaceX United FC, and basically what they've done is they've combined their the engineers from Blue Origin, SpaceX, Relativity, and all those different Northrop Grumman into this team. So they're all very much team space, and you should all vote for them to get through to this final because they have got the best kit. I will say that straight away. If I wasn't into space, I'd still find out the best kit, especially compared to Falcon Soccer, whoever they are. Yeah, they're from Philadelphia. So I want everyone to vote for them now because they've got to get through to this. And it's just good exposure for a team that not only is the space engineers who are playing on this team, but also they do a lot of work in the community towards promoting spaceflight and space-related topics to all throughout the youth soccer industry and what have you. So I think you should all get involved in that and help them out on this vote and get them through to the final, because this is semi-final vote now, final four.
Yeah, I've actually got that tweet up here. I could put on the screen. There, it's going to appear. This lower league cut it's the Battle of the Kits, and apparently Space United at Space United FC has made it to the final four. What they're doing is they're having Twitter users vote on which jersey looks better, kit looks better, right? I guess how I get that right?
There's no competition on that one.
Yeah, I mean, on this hand, you've got this awesome space-related, like it looks like a rocket, the exhaust, and it's even got a little bit of mock diamond there at the top, and then you got this ball of cotton candy on the right-hand side. Hey, I think both jerseys are nice, but this is the jersey for the space fans right here. I just have to say. So click that link that Chris G put into chat. There's a little Twitter poll there. And if you go to the Twitter poll, you can actually vote. We did Team Pop and Team Hiss last night. Tonight, we just want everybody to be on Team Space United for the kit vote right there. I'll put that link in there one more time. I think it's the second tweet after. This is the link, isn't it? Yeah, here. This is the actual link for the actual poll.
Boop. That's the one, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. We got it. All right. So anyways, had to show that. Chris, I saw that, and I actually want to buy one of those as like a bike jersey.
Seriously, I tell you what, they really are good kits. They've got the home and away and the goalkeepers kits, and the keepers kit's a black one, and that does look like you fly on Falcon. You could fly it on Dragon. Seriously, it looks really good.
Yeah, it does. It's just I appreciate cool looking jerseys like that. So, yes. Let me get through some more super chats here. Appreciate you again, Space United. Thanks for that $20. And Sammy Daly, oh no. Never gonna blow you up. Never gonna crash you down. Never gonna fly around and impact you. I'm not singing it. I'll say it in a robot voice.
That was amazing, though. I'm so into that. That was awesome.
Sammy Daly, we appreciate the support there. Thank you so much for the lyrical message along with your super chat. Thank you very much. David Knight as well. Thank you, David. We've got Mark Healy was a membership, and then I believe that Mark Healy actually upgraded the membership as well. Yeah, to the Red Team. So Red Team memberships getting access to that early members-only clean feeds. Before we start the commented stream, we actually spool up a members-only feed. And if you are a member of the channel for Red Team and higher, you sort of get that behind the scenes while we're all setting up, waiting for stuff to happen. We figure Mary's got the camera out there. We're burning data on the modems. We might as well share it with the people who support us by being members of the channel. So the upgrade to Red Team there, Mark, gets you access to that. Next time we go live, you should see a post over in the members area where you can access the clean feed. Thank you for the support. Nathan Hartman as well. Nathan Hartman, good luck from Longmont, Colorado. Thanks for taking one for the team and during sleepless nights so we can see stuff blow up. We'll be here, Nathan. I feel a little bad because I slept some last night, but I'll allow it. James Lashbrook, there's one SN7.1 peacefully protesting. Thank you, James. We got Noel Wade, $5 for the Commodore 64 reference. C64 forever. I was going to say you should probably upgrade to the Compy 386 there, Chris.
Yeah, I tell you what, first computer I had was ZX81, and I upgraded to Commodore 64, and I thought, it's never going to get any better than this.
Oh my, I installed, I had a Macintosh LC2 that was a blazing 16 megahertz or something like that.
Oh no.
And I installed a riser card in it that doubled it to 32. It was the craziest thing, 80 megabyte hard drive. That was state of the art. Used to play Pathways into Darkness on that thing. It was the craziest computer.
I used to love the days where you want to play a game, you put a tape into a tape deck, and you basically go and have your tea, and while it loads, after about 30 minutes, you can play it.
Imagine like, oh, please insert disc 2. Please insert disc 2. And not installing it, like while you're playing the game, you would have to install like put in a different floppy disk.
Yeah, not those hard disks either. The weird, crazy, giant, actually floppy, like 5-inch ones.
I remember when the Commodore Amiga came out, and they were displaying it as a display model in the computer store, and they showed the bouncing ball on the screen, and I thought, what? And there's just people crowded around it, thinking it was like witchcraft.
And we had to push a mouse uphill both ways, and the keyboard stung your fingers as you typed.
Oh, these young people have got no idea what we went through.
I feel I have a 14-year-old daughter, right? And
Yeah.
she will never know having to clean the mouse out so that it mouse like evenly. All these laser mice and everything. Remember, you have to take the mouse apart and you
The
actually have to
rollerball.
scrape off
Yeah.
the bottom of it.
Well, you'd have one of those weird mouse ball cleaner balls, which was like a hairy mouse ball with like almost like a mouse ball covered in Velcro that you would put in the place of a real mouse ball and then rub that around inside the socket and then take it out, and then you would have a clean, like, oh my God. I may be only 32, but I do remember some things like that. I mean, I am thankful that I got to see the transition from kind of insanely archaic computers and the boom of the 90s and whatnot. But I do remember floppy disks and hard disks, and I do remember cleaning mice out. So a little bit. I do understand a little bit. I do remember having a dial-up modem as well, and not being able to use the internet if someone picked up the phone or ruining their connection or stuff like that. But oh, broadband, isn't it great?
Oh, broadband. Again, y'all, we've got Starship SN7.1. That is a test article out of Boca Chica, Texas. We saw what seemed to be a run-up to a potential test, but then we saw a depressurization of the vehicle. We saw a bunch of high-velocity venting coming from the top, and we also saw a dent form in the side. You can actually see the dent there near the top of the vehicle, the part that's shiny a little bit. It's shiny at a slightly different angle than the rest of it, let's put it that way. But we do not think they're done with the testing tonight. We think that that might have been some sort of run-up to another test that is probably coming on. So we're going to stand by. Hopefully no vehicles approach the pad. Hopefully we see that tank farm start to go active again. We get the frost cascading down from the vehicle. We get the venting from the top, and we go right back into another test down here at Boca Chica. But we can't tell you what time that's going to happen. We're going to be staying here watching it until something happens or they open the road again.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully that first part of the flow that we saw is just a cycling of the tank that is completely nominal, and we do not see cars head towards the pad, because that's no bueno. But even if we do see cars head to the pad, there's a whopping, 6.5 hours left of the test window. So, and like you just said, previous 2 attempts, we've seen that happen before. So we're going to sit and watch and wait, because what are we? We're Texas tank watchers.
Iron Catastrophe over here on my Twitch. How's it going, Iron? How are you doing? I'm saying, have you ever put a small amount of hot water into a milk jug, then put the top on, shake it, and run cold water on it? Like, it actually collapses the milk jug down. Has anybody ever done that science experiment? I think I have a long time ago. So I wonder if the popping or the denting has something to do with the rapid temperature change. I wonder, Jack or Chris, before the testing started, was that dent there in that position? Like earlier today or when we ended last night, was that dent there?
I'm just looking back on the stream itself. It's certainly less pronounced at the start of our webcast. The one which is just near the top, the dent there, is far less pronounced as it was starting to vent. And the second dent slightly further down, about 2/3 up the tank. That I can't see early in the stream. So that's definitely changed.
Yeah.
Is that the same area that they were inspecting on night 1 with all of that piping and whatnot that we were looking at the other night?
It reminds me so much of that area. I think it is a similar one that's returned, which is strange, isn't it? But that must be just part of the tankage, so that's where it must be the weak point.
I mean, there's definitely a lot going on right there with that 90-degree coming out of the side and that vent that is capped off on this. But I mean, we saw the insanely detailed shots of the SN9 thrust dome that Mary got the other day. And what was that, yesterday's date? Wow. They are just going breakneck speed there in Boca Chica. And props to Mary for catching so much of it, all of it. And really, so SN9 in that same area. On SN7.1, it's capped off, but on SN9, on the forward dome, you can actually see like a bona fide valve. So it's interesting. That portion of the test tank is definitely super complicated. I mean, maybe that's why it's fatiguing, or I don't want to say fatiguing, but maybe that's why its state appears to be changing as they cycle the tank here. And to the question that was asked, I haven't done that science experiment, but I do kind of I get what you're saying. I mean, often like it's a similar kind of situation where if you have like cold water in a bottle and well, I don't know. I get it. I haven't done the science experiment, but it makes sense.
Yeah, because there are changes in the physical properties of the material when you rapidly change the temperature, right? That's how steel works. How you quench steel and stuff to change its structure. So when you're able to rapidly change temperatures like that, I'm not saying that they're making steel here or anything like that. It's already stainless steel, but I do know that rapid temperature changes can affect physical properties like that. So again,
I
something
will say this: if that's the failure point, it'd be a perfect angle where Mary's pointed a camera towards it.
Yeah,
right?
that'd be nice. But oh yeah, what I was gonna say is if you have a closed bottle of liquid or something and you go to the top, like if you're hiking and you gain several thousand feet in elevation, and then you open it, often there'll be like a forceful hiss because the atmosphere where you were much lower is more dense. But I don't think that's probably a very good example for what we're seeing here in any way. But pressure changes inside tanks, inside sealed vessels. Yes, it's a thing that happens.
Yeah. Were you talking about the like if you're on a plane and you have your bottle of water and it's closed and the plane takes off and you reach down and it's all like bulged up because the cabin pressure is lower, right? So the inside of the bottle, that pressure stays the same, but the cabin pressure in the airplane actually goes lower as you get up above sea level. And so you see that sealed thing sort of popping out some. The pressures here are staying the same. They're changing what's inside the vessel, not the pressure outside the vessel. So it's all relative, though, right? What's the pressure inside? What's the pressure outside? And how does that affect the structure of the vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
Something like that.
Some of those things. Yeah. Now what you said, I'm just a big dumb guy here blabbing on these streams. I'm lucky you guys put up with me.
No, Jack, come on. None of the self-deprecation stuff in this stream, dude. You're fantastic on every one of these streams. It is always a pleasure to see your beautiful, bright, and smiling face in our live stream.
All right. I'll start singing again if you're not careful.
We love you, Jack.
You want me to pour it on a little thicker there?
No, I will hang up.
Everyone say thank you, Jack, in the chat.
Please, God, no. Please, no. What? We've got 13 minutes left on the daily video render, so that'll be going up soon.
Such thing. By the way, a little segue. The call to arms for Team Space to vote for Space United FC, they were literally about 2% behind Philadelphia Falcons, and they're now on 60%. So we've totally rigged that vote, but I don't care.
We just encouraged people to vote. All we did was we didn't tell them that they had to vote this. We just gave them the link and said, "Hey, here's a
we
vote."
did actually. We told them to vote for Space United.
Come on. They certainly could have voted for whoever they wanted to. We were just trying to make them aware of the possibility.
It's like the people dislike our videos. They could have just, well, I don't like you. I'm going to vote for Philadelphia.
We're gonna have a discussion in the back channel about admitting anything, okay? Like we don't admit anything. Anyways.
It's interesting that I could jinx this, but it is interesting that we have not seen cars go back to the pad yet. I think on the previous nights, I don't know if you agree, Jack, or Dawes, I think we've seen the cars return much quicker.
Yeah.
If we continue to not see cars return to the pad, that presumably would be a case that if something did, either it was a planned test they started off with, or whatever went wrong was a simple fix that they can do remotely. So I think the most likely case, if no cars return to the pad, is that was a planned proof test of some sort. And I've jinxed
Michael, be quiet.
Yeah, I mean, in response to what you were saying, I was going to say, well, I don't know if I would describe anything that happened last night as fast. And yeah, here we go. It sure enough, cars went back to the pad. I mean, that
was 5 cars. I think I counted correctly that time. I got that wrong last night.
Yeah, you're officially banned from everything, Michael.
No more making comments. The cars can hear you, and they know that it's we can go to the pad. Oh, okay. Michael said.
Yeah, that was 5 cars. So We're now waiting for 5 cars to return from the pad.
Yes. I wonder what they're going to go check.
It's pretty amazing. We've gone from like a Boca Chica testing where they couldn't stop the vehicles from popping when they didn't want to pop. Now they can't get this one to pop.
It's also pretty amazing that we started the stream at LN2 loading and we've gone backwards since then. I wonder what the total amount of hours that we streamed is going to be between our first SN7.1 pop attempt stream until when it actually pops. I think we're probably at like 14 hours at least right now, maybe more.
We need that Titanic meme. It's like 84 years later.
Hopefully, it's not more than 20. That's all.
There we go.
That's my wish. That's my wish. Hopefully, not more than 20.
Well, the previous 2 streams were combined 15 hours of streaming. And we've been going for an hour and 10 minutes so far.
Oh, jeez.
Over 16 hours waiting for a pop so far.
We weren't bothered about the crowd testing. We were just looking forward to the pop. So we were always looking to aim to webcast or live stream the actual pop, the burst test itself. And of course, now it won't burst.
Yeah, if you're wondering why we did not stream the more boring tests, well, here's your answer. We needed sleep before, well, we had a chance.
Yeah, right? So what do we think that means for our timeline here? I mean, in the past, when we've seen vehicles approach the pad, it's at least an hour before we see any tank farm activity again. And it could always happen faster, but I guess going on past experiences, that's probably a good estimation, you think?
Yeah, I would agree with that because they're going to go to the pad. They have to get to the vehicle or test tank and get to whatever they're trying to look at and check out, reset some kind of valve or something, who knows. We'll definitely see them get up on a lift again, maybe look at that same area again, or like a wiring harness, or who knows, but it'll be a bit for sure.
Yeah. So now is probably a good time to stand up and stretch your legs, get you a snack. It seems like it's going to be another long night of Texas tank washing.
Yeah, I'm currently jamming a hamburger in my face, and it feels amazing because it's like the first thing I've really eaten all day. I'm really bad at that. I need to get better at actually feeding myself because you know what, Das? Fun fact, human beings run on food. But the delay is really no big deal because we get to hang out here and chat with all of our friends and viewers and each other. Thanks to Mary. And also thanks to Mary, we have a daily update coming. In just 8 minutes, it'll be uploading, and I have super fast internet, so don't you even worry about that upload time. We're just fighting my broken computer's render, and don't you even worry about that. You know why, guys? Do you know why? Michael already knows why, but you guys don't. I'm so excited.
You got a PC?
Yeah, I ordered an HP TouchSmart 3540. I don't know. I think that's actually a printer. No,
you ordered a printer.
No, I have a new computer on the way. So my old busted will be replaced with a new hotness, and things will be faster, which is only a good thing. So very excited. Thank you to everybody for your support on my GoFundMe there. But yeah, so update's almost done. That's just that's your update on the update. 7.5 minutes to go.
Nice.
Yeah. The update on the update is the update is over. Okay, I'll stop.
Hey, really quickly over on the Twitch side, Loser, thank you so much for the 64 months. I have a longtime viewer whose actual full name is Losers Pwn Me. is their name, and I call them Loser. So every time for the last 64 months, they've resubbed to my channel. I say, hey, thanks, Loser. I'm not just being rude. That's their username. So Loser, appreciate the support over on the Twitch side. Thank you so much for being a part of the community for so long. I've been streaming for a long time over there on Twitch. So
hang on, Dad. You've got a member who calls himself. He's given himself the username Loser.
well, it's losers pwn me. Like losers
Okay.
own me. Yeah. There's more to it. That's a lot to say.
Yeah.
I've just abbreviated it to loser. You know.
Here
They're
comes
okay
the
with it.
lift.
Yeah.
And you can see people walking around there right now.
Oh, dearie me.
Yep.
5 minutes left. Woo! At least it's a countdown. It's got a short deadline, and we can look forward to it. And also, it's certain, because after 5 minutes, my computer's gonna go do, and that means the render is done, and it's
Does it really
actually
do that?
for sure.
Does it really?
Yeah.
Does it really make that noise?
It doesn't make the do.
Aw.
It's kind of similar. It's pretty similar. I don't know if anybody. The software I'm using is the Adobe suite, and I use Media Encoder. So Media Encoder makes a specific sound when it completes. Hang on, I'll turn my sensitivity up.
Let's hear it.
Oh,
Yeah.
what am I doing? I'll turn my sensitivity up, and I'll turn my. All right, can you hear that?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so you'll hear the sound. I'll probably go deaf in the process, but here we go. 4.5 minutes now. This is what we do after hour. I mean, what is this, hour 2? Lord help us.
Yeah, we're just getting started here this evening. It looks like we've been live for actually, Jack, we've been live for an hour and 23 minutes.
I think the
Hour
cumulative hours are starting to wear on me a little bit. in a good way.
What's everyone's least favorite Starship test article?
2. Wait, no. The one before 2, like the boppers or whatever. Just because I don't even like that name. That bothers me. Bopper. It's not meh. But
I mean,
there's like some.
My answer is the one we're looking at right now, just because how much sleep I'm about to get.
Burn. That's fair.
Otherwise, I'd have controversially said it, Mark 1, because the amount of times people were saying, that'll never fly, it's full of dints. And it did. I mean, look at the Starships now in comparison. And it looked nothing like the renders, and that's what a lot of people were looking at, renders. And then they saw the Mark 1, they thought it was some kind of like, prank from Elon. So yeah, I've got no real love. Although I feel sorry for Mark 1's fairing being sat there watching next to all the new fairings.
Yeah, I mean, Mark 1's a good answer. I mean, it was not fun. Pop.
I'm working
Danny
in
in our chat. Danny
Yeah.
in chat saying Mark 1 had a very photogenic ending. No. It's
Sorry,
like it's like if you fail, but points for style or whatever.
points for
Oh, there's a good
style.
question from Michael S. who asked why was it called Bopper? We named it that way
You
because
named it that.
yeah, we're taking a version of Hopper and Baby. So it's a baby hopper. So we called it a
Baby
Bopper. And I know one of the SpaceXs we know he didn't like that at all. He didn't think it was funny. So like, you got no sense of humor.
I mean,
Alright.
I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. Never mind.
You're
I
gonna
was about to criticize a certain rocket company for their naming conventions, but I think I've done that too much, so I'm just not gonna do it.
I'm intrigued now.
Yeah, let's get a $501 chat to get Michael to criticize.
$501 super chat to find out what Michael's referring to.
U.S.
We'll do-
dollars. And we're
Well,
and
I
of
think
course
I
we're
think for
completely kidding.
$500, I will do it, no problem.
Yeah, Andre, stay away from your PayPal.
It's not going to be an interesting rant. I'm just not going to go on about it again. So, you will be disappointed if you donate $500 for that. If you donate $500 to help us buy more equipment, you might not be disappointed.
No, Andrew, it's not a challenge.
The more equipment thing, for real.
Andrew's a secret millionaire, and he's just basically on here for a laugh, and then fair enough. You do a
Hey,
show,
really-
secret millionaire.
Really quickly over on the Twitch side, paleontologizing. Paleontologizing. So Chris, I'm actually part of like a network of educational streams where it's just a group of informal people that do various educational things, and you may guess correctly that paleontologizing does paleontology related streams over on Twitch. And they popped through, looks like they were done, and they stopped over with some people to see what we were doing. We don't have any dinosaur bones on the stream here, but we do have the bones of some. Wow, we heard that, Jack.
Render's done.
What?
The render's
Video?
done.
What?
Somebody text Jack. Let him read what the question is there. I think he's deaf now.
But no, you do. I've watched a lot of your videos, like Intrepid stuff. So I know about the educational part and what have you. But I have got a friend who is absolutely fascinated by dinosaurs.
Yeah?
He literally never shuts up about them. He's into paleontology and what have you. So yeah, I think they'd get on quite well.
I almost did a dinosaur bone hunting stream. I had somebody in New Mexico who wanted to take us out to like bone beds and teach us how to look for dinosaur bones, but I couldn't fit it in. I was out there for Spaceport America for the student rocket launch competition, the Spaceport America Cup, and I just could not fit into the schedule like a half day to go over to the dinosaur bone beds and look for dinosaur bones. But I would be I'm completely down with that. That sounds like a lot of fun.
But yeah,
It's definitely super fun. I haven't done it too much, but it's one of those like weird Florida activities you can get into. And since I grew up there, it's like Florida's a giant bar on a chunk of limestone jutting out into the ocean, right? So all that limestone, there's a bunch of fossils in there, and you can go out to. A lot of times it's a phosphate mine that just has an area sectioned off, and they let like field trips and stuff go and dig around, and found a couple different like shark's teeth, and I think maybe even like an alligator tooth at one point, and a bunch of dugong bones or something like that. And as a little kid, that was like one of the coolest field trips I ever took in school. It was just like, what? And then I think my dad and I went on like a science center organized trip later on. And definitely, if you get the chance, maybe even if you end up stranded in Florida for whatever kind of reason, maybe like a launch delay or something, definitely I would watch that. Do it. I support you.
Oh yeah, it'd be a ton of fun. Just anything like that where you can get out in the field. You know, one of the coolest streams we've done that was also rocket related, but I did like a POV live stream picking up remote cameras at Wallops. And I was running around with Brady and John Krause and everybody that set the remote cameras. And I hopped on the bus and I had the camera like strapped to my shoulder. And I literally ran around with them as they were picking up the cameras right after the launch. And just seeing, it's almost like opening presents. Like when you run up to the camera
Yes.
and you're like, oh, look, what did I get? And they're scrolling through it and we're like looking at it with the camera. And, oh, wow. And everybody's like yelling how cool the pictures are. It's really cool to be able to share those types of experiences out in the field that you normally don't see.
Yeah, that is such a great thing to stream too, because, and of course I'm biased as a photographer, so I can't. I'm biased by a source, but seriously, so much planning, so much deliberation and sweat and tears, and money goes into doing remote photography on the part of everybody that does it. And it is a labor of love, and we do it because we love doing it, and we wouldn't be doing it otherwise. But and no matter how much experience you have, and no matter how many times you've set up at the exact same launch pad for the exact same rocket, there's always unknown unknowns, and maybe a quick rain shower comes through and gets your lens wet, like circumvents the covering that you had set up for it, or the bag or whatever. There's always something that can go wrong. So when the moment of truth, when you get to the launch pad, you take the covering off your camera and you look at the screen and you rapidly scrub through all the photos. You're like junk, gold. That is one of the best feelings that I could possibly think of. I mean, it's super hard work, super, a lot of work paying off. I imagine, they say that working in construction is a satisfying job because you get to see the fruits of your labor directly in front of you. Photography often way where you take the photos or you make the photos and you can see the fruits of your labor right there, but it can also be a time of extreme sadness. I mean, oh man, I mean, I'm sure you have had your trials and tribulations doing this, just like we all have. And I've definitely been driving away from launch pads, just utterly shattered because a certain shot didn't pan out or what have. I mean, the very first West Coast return to launch site landing at Vandenberg here, I had a camera pointing at the launch pad or at the landing pad, hoping to get the booster coming in for a landing, and that's just like not a shot that I got. For whatever reason, I must have jostled the camera or pointed it wrong or whatever. But the camera fired, but no joy. So sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. And so that's a really cool stream. It was my long-winded explanation of why I think that's a really, really, really. Can we get that linked up in chat if anyone has it handy? Because yeah, that's a moment that is fun to share with people who might not otherwise consider all of the work and intense thought and planning goes into remote photography. And props to Brady and John Krause and everybody that does it, because holy cow, it's no joke.
It looks like the lift is going up into the aft of the test tank, so they've found something amiss in the aft.
I wish we knew what was going on. Like, just to hear a snippet of, oh yeah, we're inspecting this line. Like, I wish there was a launch net or something, but with the testing stuff, not something they provide.
Can we get one of those like road signs, that they put up that says like right lane closed 2 miles or whatever, and just set it up on the side of the road so it'll be in frame, and then just broadcast various messages to it, like testing continues or something. I don't know. That way we pretend that we know what's going. I don't know. You're getting really harebrained over here. Sorry, I apologize. 7 minutes left on the upload. I'm gonna start working on this, so I'm gonna step away for a moment and get the description and thumbnail and all that in place. But I mean, while we wait, at the very least, we can maybe talk about this daily video once it's up.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's no such thing as a bad daily video from Mary. They're all brilliant, but this one's going to be a real special one because it's got 2 major events in it, with the fins being spotted and Super Heavy being spotted. So it's not just that as well. I saw some. There's more roofing of the high bay as well. It's
a thrust dome.
Yeah, exactly.
Sleeve, which previously a thrust dome getting sleeved would be like the meat and potatoes of an entire daily video, and in this one, it's almost like it's not an afterthought. It's in there. But it's like, there's so much. I was saying to Michael even before we were going live, this particular daily update video is, I think, the craziest one, the best one we've done, just from a standpoint of, maybe the most, maybe most historic. Well, I don't know what you want to call it, but seriously, this video is, it's insane how much is in it. So I'm going to get to work on that. I'll be right back.
The question here actually aimed for me, and I'm not surprised why it's aimed for me when I read it out, and I'm just going to look for it. Daniel McCool asked me, what is my favorite space shuttle and why is it Enterprise? It's not, but yeah, Daniel is, and he puts in brackets, from the human behind the OV101 Enterprise Twitter account. So there's obviously some favoritism there towards the one orbiting didn't actually orbit anything. So there we go. No, my favorite shuttle is Atlantis. I think a lot of people, their favorite shuttle is the first one they've either seen in a video or seen live in person at Kennedy Space Center. Mine's Atlantis. It'd be interesting to see. I'm not convinced we'll have a mass amount of shuttle fans in this chat room, but if you have got a favorite shuttle, do post into chat and we'll see. We can do a rough tally of which one wins.
Yeah, I'm definitely Team Atlantis on this. Team Atlantis for sure.
Atlantis
is the cool one.
Atlantis is the best displayed artifact like that in existence, I think.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing: there might be some competition from Endeavour if the California Science Museum gets their act together and actually completes that display with a full external tank, solid rocket boosters, and then placed erect on a launch pad inside the exhibition. That will look amazing.
The
I'm so
stacked,
excited.
vertically displayed shuttle, it would be crazy to see.
But I will say, I almost will be like, as cool as that's going to be, I'll be a little bit bummed out because, as I know it, and as it's been for years now, it's just kind of sitting in a hangar, and you can go walk up to it, walk around it. I mean, it's marvelous how close you get to parts of it. It's really really cool. So even how as it's played now, it's super super nifty. I mean, the shuttles, as much guff as I give them, I do love each and every one of them, and I do love the shuttle program. But yeah, I'll continue to talk smack about the shuttles day in and day out. But I love them, but I hate them. But I love them, so I'll shut up.
The cool thing about
The thing is-
Endeavour in the hangar there, have you looked at the stands that it's on? They actually had special anti-earthquake stands installed so that it's in California, right? And if the Earth actually shakes because of an earthquake, the pedestals that the space shuttle sits on are special anti-earthquake pedestals so that an earthquake wouldn't damage the shuttle. It's the coolest thing to look at these like floating bearing pedestals that it's sitting on. I thought that was cool when I went. It's like, oh, that space shuttle went to space, but look at this pedestal it's on.
The things about the retired shuttles, I thought the retirement events were brilliantly done. They gave them an honourable send off, and I thought the difference between how Enterprise, and you'll notice that Enterprise was given to Intrepid on the display there, and they had a storm go over New York, and basically didn't obviously protect it well enough because there was some damage. And the way they've respected and looked after Atlantis, Discovery, and Endeavour. Fair enough. I mean, they're the flight shuttles, and you'd expect them to be looked after properly. But the send off for Endeavour, the cross country tour, the way that they flew in on the SCA over California, over San Francisco, Golden Gate Bridge, over the Hollywood sign. Oh my word! I remember that. I still remember everything about that farewell tour. That last trip before the land at LAX was just brilliantly done, and they had over 1 million people apparently were turned out to watch the flyovers.
God,
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, uh-oh.
Did you miss it, Jack?
Sounds like Jack was busy.
Oh,
yeah. I didn't always get to have the luxury of prioritizing stuff as much as I do now, and there are reasons why I prioritize it as much as I do now. And I do not have any photos of the space shuttle flying around the Los Angeles area where I lived at the time, nor do I have any photos of the street, nor do I have any photos of the external booster or cool time lapses or anything like that. So definitely got to get what you can, take your punches and get what you can. So you can't win them all, but I'm happy now that I really get to prioritize what I love to do so much. It's awesome because holy cow, thank you everybody for your support, because I think at that time I was probably a PA, and it's not even like the job was important or led to anything meaningful. It was just a job that I was hoping somebody at that company would give me a chance to do some work in the editing room or work in producing. But so definitely anyways, I said I don't want to talk about it.
And then you talked about it for 5 minutes.
no, because
Shut up.
I'm just reminded about you gave me. I won't give it away too much because it's personal, but you gave me a rough idea where you live, and they did fly over that area. Literally flew over it.
Yeah, I know.
Oh.
I know. Trust me, I know. It hurts. But anyway, there's other things I've missed too. That you literally at a certain point when you're doing this with rockets too, you have to come to a state of zen where you can't catch everything. I still have no photographs of an F-117 flying around, even though they're still flying around mysteriously and creepily in the California desert, like it's their playground. It is.
Yeah.
So you can't win them all. You just got to be okay with it and be happy with what you got. Happy with your lot and trying.
Yeah. Just a quick recap for people. Earlier, we saw some sort of pressurization going on with the vehicle. They vented that out. We saw a high velocity venting happening from the top. All the condensation went away. The dents reappeared in the side. So it seems like the vehicle was completely unpressurized there. We saw 5 cars go to the pad. So right now the pad is not clear. They're actually workers on a scissor lift underneath SN7.1 there, looking at something up underneath the skirt. And we are hoping that they will clear the pad shortly and get us back on the road to some tank farm activity so we can see if they'll get this test all the way through. But they're not done for the night, and I saw quite a few people asking, well, why do they test at night? They are going to continue pushing forward, it looks like here, but they've got this at night. Their window goes all the way until 6 a.m. so that during the day, the public road can be open. It's my understanding that Cameron County, they used to have the beach closed because of COVID, so no one could go to the beach anyways, and they wanted to reopen that beach given their situation with the lockdown and stuff there. And so as long as the beach was closed, no big deal for SpaceX to close the road. Nobody could go to the beach anyways, so they weren't really blocking any public access to anything. But now that I believe I think the storm might have had the beach closed a little bit longer, but now that they've been wanting to reopen that public beach, if SpaceX tests during the day, it blocks the only public road accessing Boca Chica Beach. So it's my understanding they moved these tests to the night so that the beach could be open. They're not blocking access to that public resource, and SpaceX still gets the time to do their tests. I don't think that they need light or anything like that from the sun in order to provide. I don't think that there's really a big deal to SN7.1 whether or not it's bright outside.
No, 7.1 is not like Birdman.
Nice.
And just because we've got time, I'm going to bring up another shuttle thing, because Cal1948 says he watched Challenger live. So sad. And that actually is something I can bring up because it's a reason why it's one of the reasons we've got a site, is because this certain person talking right now, when he was a young kid doing a paper round, got back to a paper shop. I've said this on NSF Live, one of the first NSF Lives when we were doing an overview of how the site started. I was doing a paper round and I got back to the newsagents at the end of it on my bike. And there was 2 large men outside the shop. And I can picture it in my mind's eye now. We're saying the shuttle had exploded. The space shuttle exploded. 3 words, or 4 words, I should say. And weirdly, that kind of resonated with me. Even though I didn't really know what the shuttle was, I wasn't interested into it in anything like that. You know, more than anyone else would be passing. And it just resonated with me. And I went home and my mum had the news channel on. It was BBC 2, I think. They were showing it live. They were showing a downrange. I'd got back at the time. They were showing a downrange debris coming back where they saw a parachute and they thought it was one of the crew parachuting back. And, of course, it was one of the booster parachutes, which is from the destroyed booster, which had been done by range safety. And I don't know why. I can't remember why it resonated so much, but it did. And the next day, this is before the internet, that's how old I am, I went to the library and got about 3 books on Space Shuttle. And I just remember just being fascinated by it all. I think the thing that resonated with me most was the replays of the disaster that showed the launch. And it was one of those blue sky launches, crystal mornings. And it just looked so amazing.
It was such a beautiful day. I mean, I wasn't alive at the time, but looking at the videos, yeah, it really... it was such a beautiful day.
Yeah.
And that's what got me into spaceflight, and that's where this all ended up, ironically. And now we're covering tanks in the middle of the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning, wondering when this is going to blow up.
I mean,
that's a horrible segue, isn't it, really? Because of what happened with Challenger, but I didn't realize I was saying it, but it's amazing how we've gone full kind of circle to where we're now doing a test where we're purposely destroying something for a better purpose. I mean, I remember people saying, like, including you, Jack, you were saying you hate shuttle as well as you love it. And I think that's the right thing to say. I love shuttle, but I completely understand their faults. They had a multitude of problems. And that's part of their charm for me. The fact that they fought back from Columbia to launch all those missions, those return to flight missions. And we know the people who work with shuttle were like, you know, every single time they were hoping for an extension. They were hoping that the shuttle program would end. And the last one was finish strong. That was the motto, was finish strong. They wanted to go out with the best mission they possibly could, and it was the cleanest mission as far as TPS debris and what have you. They succeeded in honoring Columbia's crew by finishing the ISS, by getting everything done, and being able to retire the fleet. And I know a lot of people involved do not miss the challenges involved with shuttle. They are thankful the program ended without another disaster. So you can love shuttle and you can understand their faults. So it's not people say that. Yeah,
I don't even blame shuttle itself. I think more. I mean, there's we could wax on about this for hours. Definitely, there's more at play than just the flawed or a flawed design of the vehicles themselves. There was a little bit of a design by committee, I think. The Air Force posing some burdensome requirements on the thing with the cross range and whatnot, and launching from Vandenberg with the orbit once around, crazy, never even was used. But I mean, what an accomplishment! I wish it had been more of a test program, and we had a follow-on program, Shuttle 2.0, or like X-33 hadn't been canceled, or any number of ways that it played out differently. Shuttle's legacy, I mean, in my mind at least, but who cares what I think? But in my mind at least, could have been basically with the exact same deck of cards, much better. Just because it wasn't saddled with the burden of supporting our entire space program practically by itself. And I know there was other rockets at the time, like Delta II and Delta Heavy and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I love shuttle. I just wanted to be clear because I do talk a lot of smack about the shuttle. I do love it. I mean, come on, it's a space plane. I love planes. Who would think that I don't like a thing that goes to space and also flies?
And we can make it related to you as well, Jack, because of the whole Challenger situation. That's what cancelled Vandenberg. There could have been launching Discovery from Vandenberg Air Force Base, West Coast, polar launches. And that's when when Challenger exploded, the Air Force pulled out, and that's when it killed the idea of launching from the West Coast.
Yeah, to this day, every time I get the honor and the privilege of setting up remote cameras at SLC-6 there, which is the pad that shuttle would have launched from Vandenberg. I mean, it's crazy. You can still see the places where the slide wire baskets, emergency egress baskets, would have slid down, and where the wire was like anchored into the berm and the bunker that they would have fled into. I mean, there's things like that, like the lock sphere and the hydrogen sphere. There's like shuttle remnants all around Slick 6, and it's just such a cool place. I do wish the shuttle had launched out of it. That would have been a neat thing to see. But even aside from Challenger, and I don't know how true this is, but I've seen some people say that, and I forget where exactly I read this, but that shuttle might not have even been able to launch out of Vandenberg just by itself. Without Challenger having canceled. That with the way that the surrounding hillside and mountains were, and the what is it, the acoustics of the SRBs, that it would have basically just roasted and completely torn the launch pad apart when it launched. But I don't know. Surely they've done what they can to mitigate that. I don't know what the precise.
Sorry, Jack. The issue was the hillsides was the actual shock waves from the boosters would have reflected off the hillside and hit the stack, and they would have had serious TPS loss. So that's what the fear was. I remember that distinctly. That is a true story. There was a fear of that. I don't know if they'd actually worked it out that it wasn't a problem, but it certainly was a consideration and a concern.
All right, I think we've put people through enough of our shuttle talk. Let's do some. I'll do some super chats here because we've been way behind in our super chats. I really apologize, everybody. Let's see, Chris. I don't know if you want to check out the YouTube video. It's uploaded. I don't know. Maybe pop a description on there if you feel like it.
Right. You do super chats. I'll do a description.
Okay, and I've got timestamps in work which we can add here shortly. So cool. Let's see. Brandon Fleming, 44 minutes ago, dude. $2. Thank you so much. Say, hey, just wanted to say you guys are great. Well, I just wanted to say you're great, Brandon. What am I doing? Oh, I'm fired. No, but seriously, thank you, Brandon, for the $2. And Coding Fun, thank you for the $5. They say, having to clean mouse balls will never be the same. Yep. And then Andrea Carmel, They say, my marriage won't survive another 6 a.m. bedtime. Well, thank you for the super chats, the repeated super chats, Andre, but not thank you for making it sing. Robert Hobbs, oh, Bob Hobb, popping. What's up, Bob Hobb? Minutes ago, $49.99. Look at that. That is a huge, huge amount of money. $49. I mean, they say, get off my lawn. If you've never done punch cards, you are all baby. Okay, well, I've never done punch cards, but I have logged. So come on, at least give me a little bit of credit. I've dealt with tape, some kind of analog thing. Are punch cards analog, Das, Michael? Yes. All right, cool. So, I'm probably called on 2 people who said they were off stream. My bad. Let's see. But thank you so much, Bob Hobb. Hopefully you don't mind me calling you Bob Hobb. I don't think you do, but just in case, Robert Hobbs. His name is Robert Hobbs. That's a Fight Club reference for you there. Thank you, dude, for the repeated, nonstop, insane level of support. Seriously, that mean. Oh, what did Michael say? We're probably coming up on like 15, 16 hours, something like that, plus of 1080p, 60 frames a second on just this test tank campaign alone. So definitely thank you for the super chats. It really makes a difference in allowing us to be able to do what we do. And I mean, definitely, we appreciate it. Just know we appreciate you. Babinski, what's up, dude? $5 super chat. They say I'm too old. Stay up to 3 a.m. 3 nights in a row. We'll go to bed now. Hope for good news in the morning. Here's a few bucks for the coffee fund. Well, hopefully you're already asleep. And that reminds me, I should get some coffee going. Alan, thank you for $5 Australian. They say space and Amiga talk in one place. Never expected that. Woot! Heck yeah. We are here to be your space nerds of choice. So I'm glad that you're popping in and you like it enough to support it. Thank you so much for the $5. Dakota Sloan, Jack Buyer Fan Club, $2. I don't know how I feel about that. I honestly, it makes me feel uncomfortable. Don't do it, fam. Philip Moyer, $5. Thank you so much. Flying with fountain pens but thank you, Dakota. Sorry, but thank you, Dakota, for the super chat. I don't mean to be a jerk. I don't take praise well. Philip Moyer, $5. Thank you so much for the support. Flying with fountain pens in your pocket is equally fun. Oh, because the fountain pen will blort all the ink into your pocket because the pressure differential. Oh, look at that. That's fun. I'm glad that never happened to me. I would be super bummed, especially if I was classy enough to be the type of guy that owned or wore a suit. Just kidding. I do. Brittany Spalding, thank you for the $2. They say 3 nights in a row, girlfriend just gave me the eye roll. Is that 3 nights in a row, like we have been doing this 3 nights in a row, comma, because 3 nights in a row, girlfriend gave you the eye roll? Or is it 3 nights in a row, you have gotten an eye roll because you're doing this? I mean, if this is the 3rd eye roll in a night, man, I don't know. That's, you might be pushing it. No, I'm kidding. Thank you for the $2 Australian. And hopefully the girlfriend will understand what's up. I mean, it's for science, right? Just say it's for science. Let's see. Andre Carmel, I'm trying to run through these as fast as I can while also expressing thanks just so that we can talk about other things and answer your questions here. Speaking of, if you guys have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and that helps us see them a little bit better, and we will add those questions to our queue, and we will get to them when I'm done flapping my gums here. So Andre Carmel, again with some more support. Thanks, dude, saying, what is the latest on rumors of Falcon 9 launches out of Vandy? Well, there is a Falcon 9 launch coming up. What is that, Sentinel 6? Coming up, I think, in early November, and I am super excited to shoot a launch from Vandenberg for the first time that is not a kill missile, because we've had several ICBM tests, which is a normal thing for Vandenberg, but as much as I like shooting those, I really prefer to shoot rockets on commercial payloads, so definitely excited for that Sentinel 6 launch, and hopefully several more coming up soon, but who knows. I definitely hope Vandy becomes more active, and it's not just SpaceX out of Vandy. Don't forget, there's also ULA, and I think we're getting another Delta Heavy here soon-ish. I mean, relatively compared to our 2-year dry spell, and hopefully we get. I think we have no more Atlases. I think there'll be Vulcan pretty soon, but not the first Vulcan. But pretty soon. I think they've been switching over the Atlas pad to Vulcan for a while now. So that'll be really cool. I'm looking forward to Vulcan. It's going to be a cool. I mean, Methalox engines. There's just something about that blue flame. I'm into it. Let's see, Durgle with the $20 super chat. Wow, Durgle, thank you so much for the $20. They say, amazing dedication from everybody. Great work. Just an idea for those of us who have to keep the volume down while we study. Have the border flash briefly or something noticeable when the test status. That's a good idea. Yeah, not a bad idea at all. Thank you, Durgle. Michael, consider that, or perhaps next time you're doing a rundown of your overlays or doing some graphic design or whatever you call what you do, development on the overlays for the channel or for the streams. That might be something cool. I've seen stuff like that on hearing impaired or what have you type equipment where it'll flash instead of, playing a sound or something like that to alert somebody, hey, you have something going on. So definitely something to consider. Thank you so much, Durgle, for the $20. I'll poke Michael about that again.
I'm here. I'm listening. Thank you for the suggestion.
And then Sith solo streams. We got some new memberships here. I'm trying to jump over and see which member is what level.
This solo went Padrat and then upgraded to Capcom.
Awesome, Capcom. Thank you so much, Sith Solo.
And then...
Is that like Han? Is it like evil Han Solo?
And then Matthew was also... Yeah, go for it.
Go for it. You.
Okay, Matthew was also Capcom, and Angel or Angel, I'm not sure which one, was a Padrat. So thank you all for the memberships. And then that's the same person, the Sith Solo with a super chat. Elon will hire troopers to guard Starship. Perhaps right now they have the local sheriff department is what is helping out to maintain security at the launch site.
Just in case Jack's not seen it, I'm ready for the video. So
I'm rushing out the timestamps.
Yeah.
I will keep going with the super chats while we wait for that. John Miles, perhaps you can help. One of the last shuttle flights took a northerly track, heard the sonic booms just west of Kansas City. That is my favorite. Chris, do you have any idea which shuttle that was?
Did he say Kansas City?
They heard the sonic boom just west of Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how. I mean, that'd been a while. I mean, the re-entry track post return to flight would not have been over that area. There were certainly shuttle returns with sonic booms. The sonic booms there. That's the thing. I can't imagine how he would have heard sonic booms there.
Yeah,
that's intrigued me. There's just no way it could. There's people in chat agreeing. There's just no way, because I know that before return to flight, before Columbia was lost, they did do some returns over the mainland, which would have passed over, but there wouldn't be sonic booms at that time because it'd been literally like Mark 10, Mark 15 even. So yeah, I wonder what he heard there. It wouldn't be sonic booms though.
I'm trying to see if there was a space shuttle flight that did take a different trajectory.
We would talk about West Coast landing, won't we? But they don't go. They come over the Pacific and then land. So even during hack, there wouldn't have been that. I'm looking at a map and I'm thinking, no way, Missouri. Yeah, the people in chat pointing about the ones which came back over the mainland USA, they were returned to Kennedy Space Center. But the problem of going over that area of the country would have been going way too fast for anything like sonic booms. Yeah, descending nerd. The thing is, the sonic boom part though. They would have flown over that area on descending nerd, but not.
I think it was STS-131. They may not have heard the sonic boom,
Yeah,
but I
they're
believe
flying
that
over it.
that had a flyover of Missouri. And then Hunter, Space Shuttle Atlantis for the win. Matthew McCarthy, you guys are awesome. Keep up the hard work. Thank you for the support, Matthew. CJ Fly One. We meet again. Thanks, guys. F9 soon. I guess you're talking about Falcon 9, maybe. I'm not quite sure. And then Damien, thank you for the membership. That was a Padrat membership. Thank you, Damien.
Yeah, as far as memberships go, it's really appreciated because we are actually quite a new channel if you think about it. We're about what, year and a half old. We only started doing this because of Mary, and our videos were being uploaded on our servers on NASASpaceflight, and they were costing a lot of money to us. It's just adding to our bandwidth, which is incredible as it is already with the forum and what have you. But we thought, we'll put them on YouTube, and we had no idea. We knew we'd do well, but we had no idea we'd get to 136,000 subscribers now. And I know from the chat, when we look at the chat, the replies, I should say, into the daily videos, a heck of a lot of people are not subscribed yet. They're just normal persons. We see the symbol next to people who are subscribed to the channel and the ones who aren't. And it's a lot of people who are not yet subscribed. So if you are tempted to do the free thing of literally just subscribing to the channel, and you're only going to get real rocket videos from us and mostly Boca Chica, then I'd seriously request you do subscribe to the channel because it does help. I mean, it helps us grow. Everything helps us grow. People are putting money into it. That is really appreciated beyond words that I can put into words at 6 o'clock in the morning, at least. It's everything helps. Even liking the videos, it all just helps a little bit. It's all positive. It's all forward momentum. So we do appreciate it, and we do recommend you do help out by doing that. Why, if you can't afford anything, subscribe, like the videos. It just your little bit towards it, because we've got a lot of people who watch these videos, and everyone can do their little bit.
And speaking of support, Ace is back at it again with the data plan tip. Thank you for the $25. That will definitely help cover our data, so we appreciate that. And
Data
then,
plan, Lisa needs braces. Data plan, Lisa needs braces.
And then XCL Nav with $5 as well. Thank you. Still seeing that lift going up and down below SN7.1. This is exactly what we saw happen last night. And how long do you think it was, Jack? Like 2 hours between when they returned to the pad until they cleared again?
Yeah, I don't know. I could go look, but I'm jamming out these times. But 2 hours sounds about right. And
Yeah,
I'm
2 or 3 hours
moments
maybe.
away from these being done. Yeah.
Do your job.
Oh,
Sorry.
man.
But yes, we saw 5. If you're just joining, we saw 5 vehicles return to the pad after a brief pressurization test, possibly of some sort. But we never really got much frost at all, so still waiting to finally get that pressurized to failure test to happen. And the next indication we're looking for is going to be those 5 vehicles leaving the pad once again. I'm just watching what happens if that lift right now, that scissor lift just went down again. So hopefully they're going to take it away rather than just put more people and more equipment on it and go back up. And someone was asking earlier for us to reintroduce ourselves. I am Michael Baylor. That's the voice you are hearing right now. We also have Chris Bergen. Chris, do you want to say something quickly?
Yeah, I never heard of him. He's not interesting.
Yep. And then we have Joss and Jack also, but they are busy right now, so I won't make them talk. But
Super busy, super busy.
yep, super busy. That was Joss. So that's the team we have on comms right now. We also, of course, have Mary out in the field, bringing us this very crisp footage from Boca Chica, Texas. So super appreciate Mary's hard work out there. And unfortunately, that lift is going back up, I think.
Ah, jeez. Hey, just really quickly, I saw a couple questions about the structure of the tank or what they're testing. I'm going to draw on the screen really quickly so people can understand what we're looking at. What are you laughing
I
at,
swear,
Jack?
as soon as he said, "Hey, real quick," I was like, "Oh, I bet he's on."
He's gonna draw something again. So check this out, right? There's my mouse. Good. The test tank that they're looking at isn't this entire stack, right? Of course, this is what we're looking at. This is Starship SN7.1, right? And it's mostly empty space. If you look at it, it's got this right here. You can see the dome on the top like that. And then it's got an interior dome like this. But that right there is the only part of this that's actually a tank. That is what we're talking about when they're pressurizing it, whenever they're putting the liquid nitrogen in. That is the tank that they're testing. All this down here, this is just a big hollow skirt. There's actually nothing under there. And then there's some test structure. This is actually just some girders that kind of hold it into place, et cetera, et cetera. But the only thing that they're testing is this tank up at the top, and everything down at the bottom 60% of this thing is just empty space. So when we see that lift go up into there, the scissor lift is actually raising the people up so they can work like this. It's a little bit too small to actually draw a person in there. And they're looking at something under there. Is it on the side? Is it something like that? It does look like they're going up into the middle of the skirt. We don't think they're on the far side of the vehicle, right, y'all?
Yeah, I think it's hard to say for sure from this perspective, but I think that's likely.
Yeah.
And that skirt, if you're wondering why there is a big skirt, on an actual Starship, that skirt is where they would house the Raptor engine and landing legs. So that's the purpose of the skirt, and they just have that on this test tank because they want it to interface with the thrust puck, which takes all that thrust from the Raptor as part of this test. They want it to be as accurate of a test tank as possible.
Yeah, I can't really fit 3 of them in there, but I drew 2 Raptors up inside the skirt. And then, of course, this is just the test. Normally, there would be the big LOX tank on the bottom, but the actual Starships and super heavy boosters they'll just go off the top of the screen. I can't even draw them to this scale. They'll be so big. So that's what we're looking at in terms of structure and stuff right now. There are no engines under it right now. It is just the tank, and they're just testing that one tank there at the top with the cryo pressure test. So I know a lot of people look at this and are like, "Oh, is the entire thing full? Are there 2 tanks there? Are there engines on it, et cetera, et cetera?" And I thought it might be a good time to hop back in and just sort of cover that one more time. Plus, I get to draw.
New video time. It's out now. Mary's daily video with the Super Heavy and the SN8 fins is now out and online, and I am pressing the there we go. There's a link for it in chat. Well worth a watch.
Nice.
This is a banner update. Is that a thing people say? I don't know. Seriously though, oh wow, I'm so excited that we finally get to see parts of Super Heavy. And even though it's just ring stacks like we've seen already, we know because of the label that Mary got images of that it is for Super Heavy. Like they're building it. It's actually happening. So that alone is really cool. But on top of that, there's a thrust domes or aft bulkhead or whatever you want to call it getting sleeved. And that's cool. But on top of that, there's SN8 getting its flaps or fins or whatever you want to call them. But that is super cool. And I really like seeing SN8 get wheeled out of the mid bay ahead of that flap installation. That was super cool to see. So definitely check that video out. I mean, we're hanging out now, just waiting for for something to happen. I mean, the pad's not even clear, so go check that video out. Good time. Yeah, super definitely excited. Turbo, mega, extra. I don't even have words. I'm so excited for Super Heavy. Like, I know it's big, but it's so much bigger than Starship. I mean, it's going to be madness. Absolutely madness to see that thing fly. Let me bring up the panel real quick here and see if we can do some questions, see if we have any super chats to do. Now that I'm done editing, I can devote my full attention to you lovely people here on the stream. We do have a queue of super chats. Here we go. Andrea Carmel. We got two from you. We've got Pictionary, but does DOS know how to play? You can't tell what you're drawing. And also asking what's next on the equipment list. Well, we've got some things in work. I don't know that we're ready to talk about them yet, but definitely keep your eyes peeled. And thank you so much for the support. I don't know. Does anybody want to say more than that? I'm definitely not. I'm way above my pay grade here.
Oh no, we're always working on improving the streams. That's for sure. So
There you go.
yeah, no, we don't have anything specific. We have some ideas. Whenever we have a specific idea, it's sort of inspired by some of the super generous viewers who've been hanging out here. We are coming up with a way that we could do some funding for some special projects. But those things we haven't decided exactly what we're going to do yet, and we'll certainly let you know as soon as we do.
Bingo.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And Ron Smith with $4.99 saying, "Stay frosty, my friends." You stay frosty, Ron Smith. Thank you for this support. And then let's see. Adrian Bedard, thank you for the new membership. Let me see if I can see what membership level you are at. Capcom. Wow. Thank you so much for the Capcom membership. Pop into Discord, say hey, and enjoy all your other perks. Thank you so much for the new membership there, bud. And Themo. Oh, the Mosh Pit God. I almost did Thermo again. The Mosh Pit God. Hey, I'm learning with the brain thinking. $5 super chat. Thank you. Saying, will we getting an NSF stream of New Shepard? Oh man, don't tempt me. Dude, I am seriously like looking at the time it would take me to drive to Van Horn from LA. And I'm like, well, okay, so if I only stopped for absolutely necessary things like gas and food, and I just drove the entire way, and okay, when is the last possible time I could possibly leave? But I don't know. I don't think we're going to be streaming this New Shepard launch, but I'm super tempted. Maybe. I doubt it, but maybe. But
How
definitely
many
in
miles
the...
is it, Jack?
Huh?
How many miles is it?
Okay, hang on. Let me... Real time, I'll bring this up. Let's see. To Van Horn, Texas. It is a 12-hour and 44-minute drive. It is 920 miles.
Nope.
I would do it. I would absolutely do it. I'm not even kidding. The main thing stopping me from doing it at this point is there's one main thing, and that is my truck is at the mechanic. If he calls me up tomorrow morning and is like, "Hey, it's ready, come pick it up," I might go. But we'll see what happens. I've seriously thought about renting a rental car or asking my girlfriend to borrow her car because she's awesome and understanding and completely amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't decided. Which means it's probably not happening. But thank you for the suggestion, as I now have waffled around that for like 20 minutes. The Mosh Pit God, definitely, if not this one, sometime in the future. Because on my last trip to Boca Chica, I scouted out Van Horn and I drove around there and I checked out their launch pad. I got some photos of it, got eyes on it, so I have ideas. I know where I would go if I was going to go to shoot a New Shepard launch, and I can't wait to get the opportunity because that'll be nifty. And then let's see, NC Schneids. Thank you for the $4.99. They say, is this tank the size of the LOX tank on an actual Starship or smaller? It's much smaller. Thank you for the support there, bud. Then Dog, thank you so much for the $4.99. They say, what do you think about generating locks on site from solar power? From Battery Day comment. Oh man, I wasn't able to watch Battery Day. I've been editing. But were any of you guys able to watch Battery Day, or do you have any thoughts about generating locks on site from solar power?
I mean, I didn't get a chance to watch either. I was busy with other stuff. Yeah.
All I know is that's what was said, is that they were running something about they're running a cable to produce locks on site from solar power. So when I was just there for SN6, they were doing utility work along Highway 4, and I guess putting in new power lines. And I forget where I heard, but there was talk about how they really were not able to get enough power on site just for the activities that they were already doing. So definitely makes sense that they would run new utility lines out there. And there's an abundance of wind power in Texas. I mean, when you're driving out to Boca, you drive past so many wind turbines. And I mean, as you all know, it's windy in that area of Texas. So yeah, I think he said wind power, not solar, but I'm not sure.
I got a thing to show on that real quick, Jack. Let me see if I can bring this up. So this is actually the weather radar here from the NSF Weather Center. And every time we bring up the radar, right in this area, let's draw on it. Right in this area, there is always a, whoa, I can't draw on that? Oh, wow, that's cool. Right in this area, there's always a radar signature that appears. If you zoom in, that is actually that low angle base reflectivity bouncing off of a wind farm north of Brownsville. And it's always there. If you zoom in, you can look at the satellite photo. I can't bring it up on this very easily, but this reflection right here is actually the reflection of a massive wind array that's just there at Brownsville. So I wonder, was Elon talking about running a power line over from the infrastructure around Brownsville and buying wind power from somebody to generate power there? I don't know that they would be installing a massive wind array there, but maybe he was talking about purchasing wind power from, because there's a ton of wind farms down there, that's for sure.
Yeah, I never knew that, and I think we discovered it on one of these streams.
Yeah.
That was a super nifty thing that we just kind of stumbled across. Do you remember Stumble Upon, that old website?
Oh yeah. That's old school, dude.
All right, let's see. And then, good question, Dog. And then William Toll saying, do you guys prefer the look of the Dragon capsule or the payload on the Falcon 9? I will say that the Dragon capsule on Falcon 9 it almost looks stubby. I don't mean to, you know what I mean? I'm not talking, like, I'm not saying it's bad or wrong or I don't like it. It just compared, and I think that's just a function of we've seen Falcon 9 launch so many times with the fairing. That's the most common configuration, right? The capsule configuration is less common, but hopefully going forward, it becomes more common and it becomes more normal. I mean, sort of reminds me of Falcon 9 Block 5. When Block 5 was first a thing, I didn't really like the black inner stage, and I was kind of like, ew, I don't like it. And then now, pretty much as soon as I got used to it, I look at the all-white Falcon 9s, and I'm just like, ew, why doesn't it have the black inner stage? So hopefully as the capsules become, launched more and Dragon launches happen more, that will become more of a preferred look, shall we say. Yeah. I like them both, though.
I gotta say the payload fairing is a nice clean look up on the top. Like, you get a little bit of fairing art maybe, and you get the nice clean lines of the fairing, and it all looks all nice and aerodynamic and everything. And the Dragon capsule is awesome, but it looks a little, I don't know, chunky. Like you said, it looks a little stubby is maybe the right way to say it. I would have to go with the fairing. I like the fairings.
And then let's see what else we got here. Well, that's all of our super chats. And once again, thank you everybody so much for all of your support. Like, holy cow, thank you. It's because of your support that we're able to do this. So keep on showing up. We'll keep doing it, just like Das says.
That's right, Jack. As a very brief status update, the pad is not clear right now. We saw some sort of run-up happen earlier. We saw a lot of venting. We saw a lot of pressurization, dents popping out, condensation, but they depressurized the tank. We did not see anything that looked like a failure to us. The crews are back out there on the pad. That scissor lift is up under the skirt in the middle of the test article there, and we do not have an ETA as to when they will be back to pressurizing this thing, but hopefully we see the scissor lift go down. We see the scissor lift drive away. We see 5 vehicles leave the pad because we counted 5 going that way. I didn't miss any coming back, did I? There's still 5 out there?
Yeah, I believe there's still 5.
Okay, so we see 5 vehicles come away from the pad. We see the tank farm get active again, and we see another test run up here, but do not have an ETA on exactly when that might happen.
Dave Caldan saying, did the master cylinder blow its top? Is that a... I don't know. Do a lot of cars have master cylinders? I know mine does. That might be a Land Rover joke.
Yeah, no, that's a brake master cylinder. Most cars have brake master cylinders. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Never mind then.
Yeah. You're in bad shape if the brake master cylinder blows its top, though.
I mean, blows its top. Yeah, I've had a leaking master cylinder from driving down dirt roads way too fast with no Under Armour. And hitting a big rock and it going clank and then going, oh, I wonder what that was. And then being like, oh, I wonder why my brakes aren't great. And then, oh, I wonder why my brake light's on. Yeah, you learn lessons when you off-road a whole lot. Let's see. Joseph Angeline saying, could be looking for the source of those sparks we saw. So did we see sparks coming from under it? Is that what that was?
No, they were up on the side of it. They were most of the way up the side.
I mean, tonight, not 2 nights or 2 tests ago, right? Are we talking about tonight?
Did we see sparks tonight?
Okay, sorry. I feel like we're doing a who's on first. No, okay. Earlier tonight, on tonight's stream, there was some sort of like, I don't know if it was a burst of condensation or what from underneath the thing, and you noted it while I was working, and I didn't really see what was going on.
I saw it. It was basically just, it was quite distinctive and large venting from the aft, but it wasn't.
Okay. Sorry, I was just curious what exactly that was, and if the person. So this person was probably talking about the sparks from the test 2 nights or 2. I keep saying 2 nights. Sorry, 2 tests ago. What was that, like Friday night or something like that? And yeah, we're not quite sure what that was. I think some kind of wiring harness but good question. And people saying master cylinder was a Felix the Cat joke. Okay.
Yeah, apparently so.
Darn it. I should get that, but
he looks like a brake master cylinder, actually. Huh. Master cylinder, master of the moon. Okay.
All right.
There you go.
I'm sad I didn't get a cartoon reference, but there you go. I can't win them all.
I did not get that one either. Yeah, that's from 1960. That's got about 19 years on me. So
it's got like 28 years on me.
I'm gonna see if I can't find the clip of that spark that happened. I know somebody clipped it over on my Twitch channel, so let me see if I can find that.
Sorry, the lift is pulling away.
Oh, good, and people are walking away.
At least A-Lift is driving away.
Excellent. That is what we want to see.
Oh, it's okay. It's a what's it? One of those things called? It's not a lift. It's carrying the scissor lift is what's happening. But it's
the telehandler.
Telehandler. Thank you, Jack. That's what it is.
The only reason I know what it is because I called it a forklift once in a daily video, and I had a million comments like, "That's a telehandler," which honestly I appreciate because now I know what like each and every piece of equipment is called, and I didn't at one point, and it's nice that I do now because I don't have to question myself quite as much.
Yeah, I remember when we first started labels. Every single video, every single label, we all have to like discuss what it should say. Now Jack just knows for the most part what to do.
Although on that topic, we should come to a consensus on what we're calling the movable aerodynamic surfaces. Are we calling them fins? Are we calling them flaps? Are we calling them wings? Are we calling them floops?
Aero surfaces.
Aero surfaces.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. That was the idea I threw out there. I don't know if that's the right one.
What
I've-
Elon called them? I think that's where I was going. Whatever.
Yeah.
Elon
What
called-
did Elon say? I forget. I have to check.
And then, of course, there's the Elon-erons that people love to throw
Yeah.
around.
Elon-erons, nice.
I was reading the NSF forum the other day, and I forget exactly where I was reading it, but somebody was saying that they're not fins because they're not generating lift. They're flaps. So I've gone with flaps, but I don't know if that's correct. I don't know if that's quote unquote like preferred or like the blessed term according to what SpaceX would use. But yeah, we should come to a consensus on what we want to call them now that we're going to be seeing them more.
Yeah.
Elon has used flaps and fins interchangeably.
Yeah. And fins,
All right.
fins on a rocket don't normally generate lift either. That doesn't seem like a correct interpretation to me. So
You one thing we've covered it. We've covered the bases, Jack, with the description, because in the description I've called them fin, and in the actual thumbnail it's got flaps. So we are covered.
There we go.
we're covering everything. And I did bring this up really quickly. I'll bring this on the screen just really quickly. So this is a replay from a couple nights ago. You can see that it was a little bit darker. We didn't have as much haze in the picture, but watch right near the center of the tank. You can actually see right there some sparks occurring up at the top. So that's what we're talking about right there. You can see just a little bit of sparks up there. Can y'all see that, or is it too small? I know I'm picturing it, but just right up at the top of the tank, little sparks. Y'all can see it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll link that up in case y'all want to see it a little bit closer up. But that is the sparks up near the top of the tank.
Isn't it? How on earth could that be causing sparks?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Yeah.
So
It's like
there is a link.
It's like the Sonic Booms over Kansas. How?
Yeah.
How?
It looked like some sort of, because we think there was an electrical cable that was going up the side. We don't know if it was like a power cable or a control cable or what, but we thought maybe that cable had in the wind loosened up or got the insulation scraped off by something sharp and then shorted out a little bit. But again, not exactly sure what was causing that spark. It's the only time we saw it. It wasn't a recurring thing, I guess.
I mean, good.
Yeah, right.
I don't know how great that was. I mean, it's not definitely not something I want to see is sparks around any of these test vehicles or test tanks or whatever.
That's one way to blow it up, though, isn't it?
Just put some sparks on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, just spark it a bit. See for the light.
So now I think we're just waiting for the cars to depart the pod.
Yep.
Yeah, that could be happening any moment now, based on them walking away from the launch or the test stand.
AMD saying they should be called air stoppy surfaces, and you know what? That's eloquent and perfect. They're air stoppy surfaces from now on.
Air stoppy surfaces, nice.
Wiggly, air stoppy, make no go fasty flaps. Yeah, I'll stop. Oh, okay, gotta go.
Jack got silence and laughter. I keep going back to the videos that people have done, not SpaceX, but literally just community people have done it, and Elon's commented on the videos themselves, showing that SN8 test flight. It's going to be surreal. I wonder how they're going to broadcast it, because I'm hoping SpaceX live broadcast the Hopper test, but didn't live broadcast the SN5 and SN6 hops.
Yep.
Now, I'm assuming they will have some plan to at least broadcast the SN8 test, because I don't know how the camera situation will work for a test flight to that height, but I'm thinking onboard cameras at least.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
I mean, Elon, I mean, we know Elon's been around the stream on occasion. He was probably like, nah, NASASpaceflight's got it covered. He'll not have to worry about it. They're doing fine for the hops. We'll save our cameras for the big hop.
Well, that was the crazy thing about SM5 is he retweeted the Twitter clip I took of Mary's live stream. What? Oh, there you go, cars. Every time I start talking for too long, something happens, so that's quite good. Here we go then. Let's pop this
1,
thing this time.
2, 3, 4. We need one more unless one went to the pad while I was gone. But I think that's all of them. So I'm gonna move it to pad clear.
5.
Yep.
Texas car watching.
Was that the 5th one there? The last one?
Yeah. I carried 5. Although I'm half asleep, so I don't know.
The last one with those HIDs doesn't actually look like a vehicle you normally see at a work site. So I'm going to guess that was a Tesla. It looks like we got 5 in, 5 out. The official car counting. Yeah, Texas car counting.
I'm going to finish this story anyway because it was hilarious what happened. But
yeah, go ahead.
We were live broadcasting, obviously, the test and the hop, and I've got my Bandicam, which I love, where I can literally screen record the clips and tweet them out. I tweeted out Elon RT'd that tweet with the clip of the hop, and then President Trump RT'd Elon's retweet of that tweet. So I get a notification on my phone saying President Donald J. Trump has retweeted your tweet. I'm like, what? Someone with a crazy kind of like burner account who's got some like verified account with the name on it. No, it wasn't. No, oh my word! And I've got open DMs because obviously as journalism,
oh wow,
DMs. So it went crazy. It went absolutely crazy.
So that's a good sign, y'all. The 5 cars leaving the pad. We've moved back up to pad clear. Hopefully we just see the tank farm spool up, and hopefully we get back into pressurizing this thing again to see if SpaceX can pop it. We shall see, but that is what we were waiting. We were waiting for those vehicles to leave the pad. So I'm hoping. Don't jinx it, though.
There's a question for Michael here. From the test, because I missed the recycle part. How long does it normally take them to get from pad clear in this situation where the cars have left to actually refueling it?
The second attempt yesterday, after they had returned to the pad, we started seeing condensation from the nitrogen lines within it was like literally the cars went off the frame, and within 30 seconds they were spooling up.
Okay, right.
But they were racing against the end of the window in that case. So I think it could be a bit longer now. But yeah, last night it was super quick for the second attempt.
Good. Well, we're not talking about another hour or so.
No.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, the green light is on, so they're go for testing. I think the green light's been on the entire time.
Said Jay Duck in chat saying, "Warning: car counting is illegal in Las Vegas. You will be banned for life from casino."
Car counting. Finally, math is useful for something.
And then
Wait, what?
Wicked Juice saying, "Why isn't this sponsored by Pringles?"
Because they haven't called us yet. Jeez.
I'm amazed we've not got a sponsorship deal with United Rentals by now.
United Rentals. Why would they sponsor us? We'll show them for free.
Yeah, we should get something from it. They'll for all the advertisement we're giving them.
Chris, why buy the cow?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's going to be United Rentals logos all over every one of our videos, no matter what we do. So.
The green light did definitely. Okay, I might be team green light. I mean, it did just turn on.
Team green light. I don't know. We'll have to get like a close-up view of what is on that light during the daytime and see what it is. I mean, it also looks like there's a basketball scoreboard down there next to that one. You see the 2 lights on the light pole. It looks like way off in the distance. It's like a basketball scoreboard.
Yeah, the team on the right is definitely winning.
Yeah. If only we could zoom in. It's the countdown timer. Jeez, they added it there for us. The buzzer.
Yeah.
It's the creepy green light on the test facility there. Let's speed run some super chats really quickly and see if we can't get them in before they start a little bit of venting here. Mark W. Budd asked, do we know the source of liquid oxygen at Boca Chica? At KSC, do they make it on site? So 2 questions there. At Boca Chica, they truck it in. And at KSC, I believe they truck it in as well.
They do.
Yeah.
It was 30 tankers for shuttle. 30
Wow.
tankers.
30 tankers of liquid oxygen?
Yep.
No kidding. So both places, they are trucking it in, or they are trucking in currently. I mean, trucking it in is the right answer there. Here is one, $20 from Jamie Miller saying, my sister gave birth 2 hours ago. Well, congratulations,
Wow.
Jamie. Baby doing fine. Your first time uncle. There you go. And Elon might give us some fireworks. Thanks for the great work. Hopefully no fireworks tonight, Jamie. The liquid nitrogen test, we do not hope for any flames. Maybe there'll be a big pop. It's like a gender reveal inside 7.1 here. It's like, and pff, it's a liquid nitrogen.
And
Anyways.
now the wildfire has started.
Yeah, right. Wait, what are you?
I didn't even know what they were until you showed me a video of it. I was like, what?
Yeah, wait. The wildfire. You're referring to the actual gender reveal thing, right? That's like
the one I saw, the spooky dolls.
The one I posted in our back channel.
I was looking at the screen. I was like, wait, a fire on the screen? What are you talking about? But
I was making a comment about the gender reveal. The gender reveal that started a wildfire in California. That was my reference.
Gotcha. Okay, I gotcha.
Go ahead.
I was just going on with super chats here. Vaguely sober says exclamation point. Breaks in parentheses with $1.99. Does anybody get the breaks? How long ago was that? 10 minutes or so? Breaks?
It was probably the
master cylinder
flap, the aerosurface discussion.
The aerosurface discussion. There you go. The breaks. All right, Vaguely Sober. We appreciate the support there. This is the thing about getting these done in a timely manner, getting back to the context of what some of the sayings are. Graham Stockville, how are Raptors lit? Do Raptors use... Go ahead.
Spark igniter. Or torch igniter. Which is different than Falcon 9's Merlin engines, which uses T-tab.
So Falcon 9 lights the Merlins with T-tab, which is like mixing 2 things together, right?
Two things together that automatically ignite when they come in contact. So that gives them the fire. Versus the torch igniter, it's sort of like a lighter you'd use for lighting a candle or something. Not exactly, but that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, is it a methane torch? Do you know?
Yes,
what...
it's Methalox, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, how do they light the torch?
A much smaller Methalox torch, and then its torches. Its torches all the way down.
Nice, its torches all the way down. At some point, there has to be some source of ignition, but the torch is how they actually ignite the Raptors there. Thank you, Graham, for the question there. Here's another one from Mark. Bud, do we know the source of... Oh, wait. I think it's the same one in here. I don't know if I accidentally did it twice or if you actually sent $5 twice, but we appreciate you either way, Mark. We got that one answered. They truck it in to both KSC and Boca Chica. And then last but not least, Bench Straight 999 says, I want beans all over the place, y'all. I want to see this thing pop, and I want beans to just go everywhere.
That would honestly be hilarious if an employee just left a can of beans inside of it just so that it would splort a little bit. That would be hilarious.
You know, when we mentioned the experiment where you crushed the milk jug earlier, I was trying to figure out if there's something I could do in my backyard to simulate a test of failure. Like I'm thinking like dry ice in a tin can or something. I don't know. There's got to be something I can do, but then I don't really want to make a dry ice bomb in my backyard. So
yeah, you're asking for trouble there. In fact, that might even be illegal in most states.
we could live stream it though. We could say it's.
I'd be down.
Yeah,
it's educational.
I'll have to. I'll have to see if it's legal or not to have an enclosed container that's a test of failure of like, I mean, it's a can of beans.
Mentos and Coke. How about Mentos and Coke? Mr. Drummer, one of our members, suggesting. Right? Mentos and Coke is about as harmless as it gets. Come on.
NASASpaceflight.com does not recommend doing this on your own. You're not liable. You're not liable if you try to do this and hurt yourself. Do not do it.
Don't
We're
try to
not
set up.
recommending experiments.
But yeah, one of my favorite YouTube channels is Explosions in Fire, and he also has another channel, Explosions in Ire, and it's just a chemist, an Australian chemist, and he does different reactions. And a lot of the time, it's that kind of situation where I'm like, can you do this? Can he do that? How does he do that? How's yeah? It's, so yeah, tread lightly for sure.
Speaking of backyard experiments, at one point I asked United Launch Alliance for a piece of the Delta Heavy insulation so I could set it on fire on a live stream.
That's awesome.
They
Did they
didn't
say
give
yes?
it to me. No, they didn't
Oh.
give it to me. Well, no, so seriously, I wanted to come up with an experiment that we could use to show the difference in launching from Vandenberg and launching from the Cape with the Delta 4 Flame Festival. Because Delta 4, right, they chill down the engines by flowing hydrogen through them, and they get this big hydrogen cloud that accumulates around the vehicle. And when they launch, the Rofies actually ignite the hydrogen fireball. So Delta 4 Heavy goes off the pad in this massive fireball. But if you look at Delta 4s that launch from Vandenberg and you look at Delta 4s that launch from Cape Canaveral, the amount of charring on the sides of them is consistently different. And so we were talking about how can we try to figure out why the Vandy Delta 4s get charred differently than the Cape Delta 4s. Probably something to do with humidity forming on the sides of it and the humidity sort of protecting it a little bit. But I wanted to do a science experiment. I could have probably done it with a piece of styrofoam, but I wanted a piece of Delta 4 heavy insulation. So, anyways, I like science experiments. What?
Did you ask ULA or did you ask Tori on Twitter?
Oh, I should have asked Tori.
If you ask Tori on Twitter, he'll give you anything.
He'll refer me to comms. He'll
Yeah.
say communications. Help this guy out here. Ship him this and some socks.
Let's get some beans spraying. Come on.
Yeah, right. Let's get some bean spraying.
Some nitrogen beans. Did you already do a Vaguely Sober here? Said Mythbusters did the final season. Did the pressure thing, yeah, with the tank. Thank you so much for the super chat there. Yeah, I think we were talking about that last night, right? They did the tank car vacuum pressurization thing. That must have been what they're talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
And then Gecko with a $5 super chat, saying the green light looks like just one of those metal halide lamps failing. The tank is icing up now. Is it icing up? I don't think it's icing up.
I think it's just the top ring looks slightly different.
Yeah.
But that's been consistent throughout the night.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think you're right about the metal halide, Gecko.
Yeah. When it starts to get some condensation on it, it's pretty obvious that it's condensing. That sort of scuffing at the top or whatever that is, that's a thing. But the pad is clear right now, so hopefully they're progressing forward.
And then John Miles. Let's see. Reply to someone in New England. Discovery's 200,000 feet, but I wouldn't be surprised if you heard a sonic boom where you were. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't. I saw.
Yeah,
that
I mean, it's
quite.
Well, we were talking earlier. Someone was asking what shuttle flight they might have heard a sonic boom from, and they said they were in like, what was it, like
Kansas City or something?
Kansas City, yeah, something like that. And yeah, so this might be in relation to that. It might have been a mission that Discovery flew. So thank you for that, John Miles. Digifix says, if it blows, I'll composite flying beans over the vid. Oh, that'd be great. Please do, Digifix. That'll be hilarious. Make sure you @ me on that one.
And those aren't fireflies flying around the camera. Those are just bugs that are getting lit up by lights. I don't believe those are fireflies there. They're lit bugs.
Man, I'm after reading about putting Mentos in soda pop, now all I want is a soda pop. Oh man. Small problems, right?
And again, y'all, I'm going to say one more thing. We don't even know what we'll see if it does fail. So it is quite possible that they could pressurize this thing up and it fails in a way that we can't even see. It could just be a loss of pressure or a leak that they are able to cleanly depressurize the vehicle and there's not some sort of big catastrophic failure. The reason we're watching this and the reason that we've spent somewhere north of 14 hours, actually we're probably over 16 hours if you count today's stream, watching SN7.1 testing is because there's a possibility that it could catastrophically fail. So we are knowing, we know that SpaceX is testing this thing until it fails. That's the intention of the test. It may very well fail in a catastrophic manner where an entire weld starts to rip and the seam blows out and the entire thing crumples or pops up into the air, or the top may come off. All those things are possible, but it's also possible that we may watch this tank for 20 hours and then it fails and there's like a little leak just coming out of one little seam, and then they depressurize it and it's, oh, okay, good. Yeah, we normally don't see it vent from there. That must be it leaking. I just want to make that clear. I don't want people to think that we're leading them on about some big spectacle that's for sure going to happen, and they just have to get around to it. So we'll see.
I'm hoping it'll fail so much, so dramatically that they'll hear it in Kansas.
The sonic booms from 7.1 popping were heard all the way in Kansas City.
Yeah, I'm shaking my head at that still.
John Lowry in chat saying hello from a member of the team that worked on the restoration video back in 2014.
Oh,
yeah, that's one of those
kidding.
things.
Yeah,
where like I've that's like what basically one of those things that put NSF on my radar, because you always hear, oh, check NSF, or oh, I heard about this on NSF, and that's one of those moments where NSF got to shine. So, what's up, John Lowry? Thank you for the $5 super chat and the support and the help on that team back then.
That was amazing.
Yeah, I remember we brought that up before, weren't we? Didn't we? Whenever we saw that the restoration video that Elon had mentioned in that interview, right?
Yeah. I'm going to bring up the video link into chat, which shows you the effort and also Elon thanking NSF's team for doing it.
Excellent.
But that was amazing. That because he put it out there on Twitter saying, "Look, here's the raw stuff, or go at it, what have you." And then the people who are on that thread on the NSF forum, I made it a pinned thread because that should stay pinned for years and years to come. The people who turned up, and it's also current community people as well, who were just amazing computer programming people who just were going through these corrupted data and just restoring it pixel by pixel. It blew my mind. It really did.
Yeah, that's kind of the internet's finest stuff, right? Where it enables the mass distribution of activity for a good cause so that everybody has a cool video in the end. And people from a broad spectrum of expertise can come together and work together as a team to do something cool. That's really, really neat. So I don't know. I really appreciate that. That's part of NSF's legacy. How crazy it was. At one point, we were all. The speculation wasn't, is the tank going to pop? What bar is the tank going to pop at? The speculation was, do you think they can actually land a booster? I mean, how far have we come? Come so far.
Well, I've mentioned the story that at the time Elon first mentioned.
It's starting. There we go.
Yep, there's the venting.
See, that's when I talk.
He said something.
Yep. Brilliant. No, that's good news. But yeah, I'll quickly get this out of the way. When Elon first presented reusability and his plans at the press club meeting years and years and years ago, I had that very well-established space employee who was quite open. I can't mention the company. I don't want to mention the company for obvious reasons. He said there is no way he'll make this work viably because he'll be launching such little up mass because of the amount of fuel needed to get the booster back. It's a stunt. I think the word he used was it's a stunt. So wow, he proved him wrong.
Which company was that again?
No, I'm not going to mention. Not less than $501 coming.
And then
Here we go again.
I mean, to this day, I hear and see people on various corners of the internet and whatnot saying like, oh, Falcon 9 reusability isn't viable economically because they have to use 30% of their fuel. And it's like, no, they don't. 30%? What are you? Huh? It's not even close.
What you know that like for the reusability, it's almost what are they up to now? It's like 40% hit or something. I gotta look up the most recent number with the Block 5s, but it is a massive hit to land that booster. I mean, that number's not that far off.
I'll tell you what's most impressive for me is the fact that when they first presented it, they expected X percentage of them to fail. And they were expecting a lot of the ADS landings to fail. You know, like 20%, 25%.
Yep.
They're blowing that out of the water. Pun intended.
Yeah, you're right that if that number 30% is close to correct, but they've also correspondingly increased the capability of Falcon 9 over time.
Yeah.
So that if they were taking a large hit out of its capability before, I mean, 30% isn't nothing, but that's why they have expendable missions. But
yeah, they're definitely taking a massive hit out of it. Originally, when everybody was first talking it up, you had to launch 3 reusable Falcon 9s to get the mass of throwing 1 Falcon 9 away. And that's how Falcon Heavy sort of comes about, right? It's like, oh, well, we can launch the same up mass with as an expendable Falcon 9, but we won't expend anything. We just have to nail all 3 landings, right? So it is a huge hit. That's just the way that physics work. It's not really anything to argue about because it does take a lot of the payload capability away. And the trick is, do you need the payload capability? If you're going into, I call them like boutique orbits, it's like a custom orbit. It's not, we're going to launch 500 satellites, right? And all these different customers are all going to the exact same orbit. That works for Starlinks, but it's not the way that normal satellite operations work, right? And so it doesn't make sense to have this big, massive thing that can launch so many satellites out of the gate. It makes sense to say, okay, we can launch this amount of mass into this specific orbit. Customer, good for you. There you go. And then here's another launch for this. And each time you're getting the booster back, as opposed to the raw up mass just doesn't really matter in that case. So yes, it is a hit, but the design of the vehicle makes it so that the important thing is getting the booster back. It's not that, oh, well, we had to take a 20% hit or something like that. And that's what I'm really curious how Starship's going to be used. Starship has this massive payload capability to orbit, right? What are they going to use it for? What are they going to launch with it?
Yeah.
We don't have any missions right now that need that much mass. So I'm really curious to see what actually happens with the Star. There's stuff we can use it for. There is definitely things that we can use it for. I want to see the first actual customer who says, I need 50 Starship launches because I'm going to build an orbital factory or, whatever it is. I don't know what the answer is.
Well, I think they could. I've seen Neopork do his renders with 4 lots of Starlink launches, like 4 times 60.
Yep.
In one go with the chomper version of Starship. I think that would be something that would be quite viable for SpaceX to look at for the early flights, at least. But I know for external customers, I can't think. There's massive telescopes being bantered around on the internet, but do we know they exist?
Yeah, I Starship is going to launch stuff. Don't get me wrong. I want to see Starship launch stuff. I'm just really curious to see what it actually launches. I hope it opens up accessibility for somebody to start building bigger space stations or orbital production facilities or whatever. The stuff that you would never build by launching it. Oh, look, it's a reusable Falcon 9. Let's launch this 200 times,
It's especially a bummer too with Bigelow kind of closing their doors. I mean, it would be really cool to see one of those like BA 220s or Olympus modules or whatever they call them, like the very largest ones. I don't know. Oh man. But I do wonder, there's sort of like a catch-22 with rockets, right? Where it's like, if you build it, then companies will make payloads for it. But until you do, they won't. And then once you've built it, you then have to kind of weather the period of time where there's that lag in between you having built the thing and demonstrated its capability, and then all of the companies going, how can we use this capability? Let's design a satellite bus that's big and designed for, something as large as Super Heavy, because nothing like that exists right now. So even when Starship and Super Heavy come online, I mean, I suspect it'll mostly be Starlink at first, right? Because SpaceX will be the only customer primed
so.
to use that sort of capacity right out of the gate. So it's a really good synergy and you know, sort of SpaceX working with itself to be its own customer for the early Starship launches with Starlink, if that's how it indeed does play out. But
Yeah.
I really do. I hope that we get to see, like you guys are talking about, commercial customers, like Das is talking about. It'd be really cool to see someone say, "Oh, we are ready. We have designed a 9-meter diameter factory module. You know, standardized factory modules, and there's 1 through 12, and so we're going to book 12 launches, and those factory modules are going to dock, and they're going to hang out near the moon, and they're going to process bling into blah." And that would be really cool. So I hope that happens.
I'm just going to link Jack's video of Bigelow. I just want to quickly get that in because that tour video you did of Bigelow's modules is amazing. It just shows the size of the things. I hope someone comes and saves them because they are really great.
Yeah,
check it out. I'll link the video there.
It's almost like they were a little bit ahead of their time almost with those what is the 330 is the big dog? They have that thing that's sort of expanded in that hangar, and then the Corvette parked down in front of it. Y'all know the picture I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think that one's the 2200, right? Or something like that.
There you go. I forgot the designation on it.
I think also known as Olympus. But yeah, that's the one at the very end of the video where Robert Bigelow says, "Go on up," or something like that. And I just say, "Okay." And I just ran right past it because I wanted to be the first one up there and to see what it was like and get cool photos up at the top there. But that tour, it will forever be a very special moment for me because Bigelow frequently, up until then and just in general, didn't really do a lot of public events or really talk quite a lot. So it was really nice to have them sort of lift the veil and let us check out the facilities. And it was just not every company is that open, right? And not every company can be that open. And they showed us some things that I probably still shouldn't talk about based on what was asked of us. But it's oh gosh, it's such a shame that they have shut their doors since COVID hit.
The dent popped out.
Yay!
Or it's in the process of popping out. So it's looking like it's getting pressurized here.
Come on, let's get some condensation on this thing.
Yep.
That'd be great. But yeah, come on, 9-meter Starship payload, standardization. That'd be really cool.
The other thing I just want to quickly mention while we're still watching this thing is that with the reusability Elon presented, he was always looking for the upper stage to be reused with the heat shield and bringing it back on legs. And that never became viable to him. So he did give up on that. But with Starship, you're getting it all back. You're getting the booster and the Starship back. So that solves that problem as well. It gets everything back.
Chat is pointing out that there is condensation forming. And I agree. I did an A/B test. And we've not even seen venting from Starship SN7.1 yet, which is different, I think.
Yeah, no venting from the top.
Yeah, but there's a little bit of condensation forming. If you do an A/B test, rewind the video 5 minutes, and then skip to live, you can see a change on that right-hand portion.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope that indicates that they're doing something that they haven't done yet, like popping this thing.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, it's super curious that there's barely any activity from the tank farm proper. Like, we didn't see a bunch of vapors coming out, clouds, condensation. We saw a little bit from the pipe, I guess, that goes up to to SN7.1, but we didn't see the entire activity like we saw before. So we shall see what the plan is here.
I'm not really sure what the status should be right now. Something is happening, but I don't know what to describe it as.
Just put question mark, question mark, question mark. And the next one will be then a miracle occurs. It's going to pop.
I'm going to change tank farm activity to GSC activity, which if you don't know what GSC stands for, it's ground support equipment.
Yeah.
That way I'm covered.
We could be like the sock gnomes. Profit. Road closed, pad cleared, question mark, and then profit. Or pop it, actually. That's pretty close.
There
Pop
you
it.
go, pop it.
Pop it.
Like one of my favorite patches is from a company called Gauntlet Aerospace. They sent me one after I photographed one of their jets, and it's the underpants gnome or the sock gnome or whatever,
Yeah.
and he's standing at a whiteboard, and it's Gauntlet Aerospace : Phase 1 collect jets, because they have a variety of different jets. They're like one of those companies that does adversary air contracts or like flight test training contracts, stuff like that, with odd aircraft types. So Phase 1 collect jets. Phase 2 ? Phase 3 profit. And it's just an underpants gnome pointing to a whole bunch of different jet types. I think there's like a T-33 and I don't even know what else is on there. Some weird stuff.
Nice.
So yeah, I love that meme. That's one of my favorite like early South Park jokes. It's classic.
Isn't that what Elon did with his presentation for BFR, where he said,
Yeah, he did.
I think so, yeah. It is underpants, isn't it? It's not socks, it's underpants.
Underpants, yeah. I know we've probably got a question sheet, but I was going to pick this one, which I can answer, which is from Xavier Arrow, who asks, why can't Starship be used to build a new kind of ISS with its payload capabilities? When doesn't NASA stop financing the ISS in 2024? The problem with that is NASA's budget. They are literally they're trying to get out of ISS funding, or at least trying to make it more commercial so they can resupply those funds towards Gateway, SLS Orion, and all those Artemis missions, and especially the lunar lander capabilities. We've seen the price tags of the Artemis program in the billions, so they don't really have spare cash to spend after the ISS is defunded. And I think they want to keep the ISS going until about 2030 at least. I would hope they'd be looking for different kind of funding routines with it. But could it launch a new kind of ISS? Yeah, but would the thing is, it's based on demand. I think if we've seen ULA talk about the cislunar economy, where they want to start having thousands of people working in space.
Yep.
Those are the kind of stations we should be looking at next, where it's more commercially viable, like mining. We've seen over the years lots of these companies coming up with looking at mining asteroids and that kind of commerce. I think that's what we've been looking at next, and that's where Starship would come in very useful, especially for large vehicles that need to get out there. So it'd be more of that angled rather than thinking of NASA's budget. I think NASA's budget is always called for it. It's always got a long-term program it's going to be spending for. They don't have any spare billions to put into a different kind of project. So that's how it'll work, I think.
Yeah, gotcha.
We've got Sean. Sean has noticed the feeder pipe is frotting up.
Hey, Das, somebody asking, why don't we launch from blimps? Fly slow to equator. I mean, sounds foolproof, right? Why don't we do that?
Launch from blimps?
Yeah.
Huh.
Blimps, man.
I don't know that we have blimps that are big enough to carry the mass of a rocket, and you wouldn't get a lot of extra delta V from launching from the altitude of a blimp or from the extra spin of the equator. I don't.
Well, hear me out though.
Too much. I will.
Hear me out though. Strato blimp, like like strato launch plus blimp, kind of abomination sort of thing going on here. How about that? I kid.
That pipe is going again. Look.
Yeah, it is.
JD Motor Club, welcome to Red Team. Thanks for the membership, bud. I'll jam through a bunch of these while we watch the GSC spool up. Seriously, thanks for the membership. Memberships are especially awesome. I mean, super chats are awesome. We appreciate all the kinds of support, even just everybody watching. But the memberships are super cool. It's a big commitment to submit to a recurring payment like that. But the fact that people are willing to do that, and we have so many members now, really enables us to do a lot of cool stuff. So thank you so much. Harry Young, thank you for the $2. No, €2. They say, good morning. Let's see if this thing finally pops. It doesn't feel like morning for me. It feels like late evening, but I'm drinking coffee and it's warm and delicious. And I got my cat next to me, kneading the air and laying upside down. Why do cats do that? So good morning. I'll call it morning. I guess it's 11:28. It's still night. I can't say it's morning here yet. And then let's see. Vaguely sober, saying top dent just disappeared. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Thank you so much for the $2. And then Julian Horn saying the laser was always said to be a solution looking for a problem. Couldn't do without it today. I'm not sure what that's in relation to, but I sure like lasers.
Yes, talking about Starship, but not having a mission yet. People were saying,
Oh.
why do we need lasers? What are we going to do with lasers?
Totally.
I haven't personally heard that story.
Honestly, lasers are amazing because there's so many things that we can use them for. I mean, from crazy like astronomy, looking for gravitational waves and stuff, to just pointing at things, to using them for CDs or various optical disc technology, or using them for I don't know, like telescopes, using doing atmospheric distortion correction. There's all sorts of things that I probably can't even think of half the applications for lasers. Or like fiber optics, fired with lasers or LEDs rather than just a normal light. I don't know. Lasers are cool. That's all I'm saying. Thank you, Julian Horn. Yeah, I like lasers. If anyone here listening to this stream works with lasers, I'll take photos of your lasers. Bent straight. But I'll take photos of lasers. I like lasers. Would give it like it off my back. If anyone here like works in a I don't know, some kind of optics lab, hey, I'll take care. I will babysit your lasers for you. If anyone needs me to house sit your lasers, what is going on? Okay, Bent Straight, $4.99. Thank you. They say, lol, can of beans once pressed me to failure. In all seriousness, thanks, Mary and the NSF crew. And then Andre Carmel says, I was promised to pop. Matthew McCarthy, well, we're working on it, dude. There's not much we can do. I'm sorry, Andre. Matthew McCarthy, with the $5 Canadian, saying what you gas using as fuel, and awesome test. So far, you guys are doing good. Shout out to your grandpa Dave. What's up, Grandpa Dave? I think they're using liquid nitrogen. That's probably answering your question there. I'm not quite sure if I follow, but what's up to Matthew McCarthy's grandpa Dave? Hopefully Grandpa Dave McCarthy. I'm Dave McCarty. Hopefully I'm getting that right. And then Andre Carmel saying, what do you guys think about a Starship mission to orbit Venus? Sorry, I'll go slower. I'm getting all coffeed up, can you tell? What do you guys think about a Starship mission to orbit Venus? I think that would be awesome, Andre Carmel. SpaceX could do it by the end of next year. Well, that is quite a statement. I don't know if they could do it by the end of next year, but certainly would be an interesting mission, and I would welcome more science from Venus. And then Vaguely Sober saying...
Is it needed, though? Because I think Rocket Lab, who seem to be on the ball, they seem to have a premonition that Venus was going to make an announcement. I think just some small spacecraft that can get some data on what they've found would be enough. I always wonder about how big a mission you need to send to that planet, because Mars is the one where we're going to be putting humanity in the future, all being well. Venus is not on the cards. It's just about.
I mean, we should still send humans to Venus orbit, at least to see it. I mean, to go and do science. I mean, why not? If you have a Starship, we should go to all the planets that we have the capability to go to. I mean, we should send humans on a 5, 10, whatever year journey to Saturn and back. And come on, let's do this thing. Let's really explore the solar system and fully embrace humanity's desire to expand across our domain, wherever it is, whether it's a landmass or an entire planet or the entire solar system or beyond.
Venting
I mean,
from the very top.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Very faint.
No, you're good.
Top.
Cool,
and then really quick, Sam Halter. Sam Halter, welcome to Launch Director. That's super awesome of you there.
Hey,
Thank
Sam,
you so much, Sam Halter. And then Jamie Miller, thank you for the Red Team membership. Thank you to all of our new members from this stream and all of our members in general. And Sam especially, Turbo, mega thank you to you, Sam, for the Launch Director membership. That is awesome. You are awesome, and you are helping to bring this to people around the planet. thanks to support from members like you, especially members like you and our other launch directors. So thank you so much.
How do you feel about coin collecting streams? Would you watch a stream like about a coin collection?
Hmm.
Ooh.
Not personally, but I've got a friend who collects stamps
Yeah?
religiously, and
Okay.
actually some of his collections are worth quite a lot of money now. So fair enough.
Yeah, I think it'd be super interesting to. I mean, I'm not sure exactly why that popped into my head, but another idea I've
I
had.
thought it was a question in the chat.
Yeah, just tossing that out there.
Well, this is not behavior that we've seen before. It looks like there's a lot of condensation coming from that bottom skirt now, too.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that since we're seeing that feed line frosty, and since we're seeing what appears to be high velocity but not very dense venting out of those top two vents, what we're currently witnessing is a fast fill. But we won't. I mean, look at the amount of condensation coming from the bottom there.
Yeah.
Hopefully, that is proven out by the top tank section rapidly becoming condensed, discolored here. So keep your eyes open for that, because it certainly looks like they're pumping a lot of liquid nitrogen into there very rapidly. Or maybe I'm just being optimistic after however many hours of streaming this, but it certainly would be great if they are indeed proceeding with the test campaign and dumping a whole bunch of liquid nitrogen into this thing. It could also be depressing, but I didn't think they were already pressurized, so I don't know.
Well, they were, because the dent popped out, and now the dent has appeared again. But
Yeah.
it may very well be that they've decreased the pressure in there as they put liquid nitrogen into it, right? I
mean,
don't
yeah,
know.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
we haven't
hoping.
seen that very top vent be in action. Usually when we've seen that happen, it's been after that other vent on the backside vents for over an hour. So this is
Right.
this is definitely a totally different sequence of events. We're now seeing a ton of condensation coming from that bottom skirt, which tells me that that
Yep.
bottom thrust puck area must definitely be filled with liquid nitrogen right now.
Exactly.
So I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I want to say we might be looking at a pressurized to failure attempt right here. And it
Yeah, I
seems
think
to
you're
be
right.
events that we haven't seen yet so far.
Yep.
I think you're right. And really, if you think about that bottom bulkhead there, that aft bulkhead with the thrust puck, that is just basically a giant bowl of liquid nitrogen. And you would expect to see a large amount of condensation coming off of it like that. And it is only increasing too, just flowing out of the bottom of the skirt there. And here Das is going to illustrate, as he is so excellent at doing. So yeah, you can see giant bowl of liquid nitrogen. Do not put your cereal in there. It will shatter. And will not taste good, I assure you.
Yeah. So like Jack's saying, what I was trying to illustrate there, I didn't want to cover it up, but the bottom bulkhead is exactly like you said, a bowl, and as it gets liquid nitrogen in the bottom of it, you won't see ice forming on the sides, but you would get a ton of condensation coming down, because you do have that atmosphere touching that stainless steel in the bottom of the bowl, where, like we said, if you have liquid nitrogen on the other side of it, it's super cold, you get a lot of condensation, and that's what we're seeing coming out of the bottom of the skirt. I didn't draw it out of the bottom of the skirt, but that's what I think is happening right now. And maybe if they are in fact truly filling this up, hopefully as that level of liquid nitrogen rises, we start to see some frost forms on the side of the tank here. But let's get this off the screen just in case anything happens while we're sitting here. I don't
mean,
want to
you
leave
can
the
see
drawing up too long.
The condensation from under the skirt is increasing, and the volume of the venting from those top vents is increasing, and it almost looks like it's surging a little bit, which to me kind of makes me wonder if that surging is always interesting. I would love to pick the brain of somebody who knew a lot about valves and tanks and gas in those type of environments, and just ask them, like, is there anything what is this indicative of? Is there anything you can glean from this? Because I sure don't know, but I would like to.
I think the big thing here, Michael, you're saying this is different to what you've seen before.
This looks like what we've seen, though, on the cryogenic proof tests and load testing when they did a fast fill. But we did not see this happen yet during the pressurized to failure attempts.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I think this is actually the first proper pressurized to failure attempt we've seen.
Good.
Finally. So excited to see them try and pop this thing.
Yeah.
All right, quick handover on my part. While we get fully into it here, I will be right back. That way I don't have to step away. when things get really real. So I'll be back.
Good deal. We'll hold it down, Jack. And again, if you're just joining us, you're maybe wondering what's happening here. That Starship SN7.1 prototype is just a test tank, right? And they are filling it up with something. It looks like they are filling it with liquid nitrogen right now. It is definitely getting a lot of condensation coming off the bottom, like I just explained, drawing on the screen. The venting from the top, all of this is a slightly different process than we've seen before in what seemed to be pressure tests, but didn't ever actually go to failure.
And we might be starting to see frost forming at the. I think there's frost starting to form right now.
The bottom left-hand side, is that what you're looking at?
I think there's a ring of frost right
Yep.
now. I'm seeing it on the right side too. This looks really good.
It does. Again, I'm not going to tell us
That's
straight.
definitely frost. You can see it growing super rapidly. I'm going to progress the timeline.
Yeah, you can. Look at this. We're looking right here, and we're looking right here. You see right in that area, if I draw it over here, we're starting to get this. We're starting to get this level that's up to the side of the stainless steel, and we're getting a little bit of frost that's forming on the sides. You can see it right there. Down on the bottom this time. This is what we're looking at. It's moving really quickly. That's cool. That is what we have been standing by to try and see. Look at that. Look at how rapidly it's forming now. That's an indication that there is cryogenic, super cool liquid on the other side of that stainless steel. I like it. And every now and then we'll get, based on the prevailing winds, we may see it frost up a little bit differently. There may be gaps in the frost and stuff like that. We have seen some asymmetric frosting. Of course, being a liquid, there should be a level of liquid nitrogen in there, but if you have wind blowing on one side, that may keep one side from forming the frost or forming more frost. It actually looks like the frost line is sort of stopping there at that one strap, which is interesting. I don't know if that strap is changing the airflow or something like that, but the frost line is definitely right up against that blue strap, going down sort of the right-hand side of the, or center right of SN7.1. But again, this is something that we haven't seen in all this testing, that frost coming from the bottom up. That looks like liquid inside the tank. I brought the ambient up there, but if you heard the ticking in the ambient, we're having some issues with that ambient microphone. It sounds like the cable is placed near one of the 4G modems, and we're getting a little bit of RF interference in that cable. So I am not running the ambient because that audio hiss or fizz that you just heard is no bueno.
So once that frost line gets well up the tank, potentially up that top bulkhead a bit, we will eventually see them shut off all the venting, and that will be when we know they're likely pressurizing this thing until it fails, just by letting it self-pressurize as that liquid nitrogen warms up and starts to boil off.
Yeah.
That's what we saw at least with SN7. We don't know exactly if it's going to be the same with SN7.1, but hopefully we'll see that venting shut off, and that'll be our indicator that a pop could happen sometime soon.
I'm unfeasibly excited.
I think the 18 hours of waiting have made this extra exciting.
Yeah, if this thing culminates in a hiss and not a pop,
Yeah.
it's really gonna be, that's gonna be something, man. So
wanna
hopefully, say what?
So we want a boom, not a.
Yeah, precisely. We're team pop here. None of that
Yeah.
team hiss nonsense.
Yep.
Hey, it's frosting up. You see it?
Yeah.
I mean, it's frosting up good, and we have not seen this type of frost on any of the previous press to fail attempts that we have streamed. So this is really, really encouraging. This is exactly what we want to see. This is what we've been waiting for hours and hours and hours and hours to see. So thank goodness. Thank goodness. I mean, it's 1:42 a.m. local time. Do we have an estimate as to when they started filling? Let me go back. I'll do a little bit of the old AB there.
Look for when
120.
that bottom
like-
line that we can no longer see, but when that
Yeah.
started.
It looks like sometime around 1:30 maybe. No, a little bit earlier than that. 1:20. Between 1:25 and 1:30 is when it really became
Yeah.
active. So, I mean, do we have any idea of how long the testing flow might take, or based on I guess none of the previous tests have gotten this far yet.
It's a bigger tank compared to the other test tanks. So it's hard to compare with that as well, isn't it?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. You there?
Excellent. Did you see it's frosting up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had left you a message about one
Oh,
of the
Das,
modems going offline,
Das.
but don't sweat that now. Don't worry about that it's frosting up here.
Josh,
I just
you have
wanted
a
to make
hot
sure
mic on
you knew it
countdown
was
1.
frosting.
He cannot hear us, can he?
Okay. Good deal.
Das.
Anything I can help with? I've got my mic muted here, so.
No, you don't.
It's like an Antares launch.
I was like, did he think did he like his mic mess up and he was trying to do
The
a
same
sound check
thing.
with us?
Hot mic on countdown 1. I'll tell you another reason why we're excited about this is because this is the last time we'll be hoping something will go pop. Everything after this is a proper Starship. We're hoping they don't.
I thought we're expecting a 7.2, aren't we?
Are we?
I thought this is not going to be the last test tank.
Oh, I thought it was.
I mean, I could be wrong. I was under the impression that there's a probability, or it might have been based on an Elon tweet. I forget exactly where I'm getting that from, but there might be more test tanks after this. We'll see. I mean, if this is a 304L, and if this was, if they move on to a SpaceX proprietary alloy, it might end up being that they have to make another test tank out of that alloy, or likewise, if they do tweaks on the thrust puck or on any sort of the structure or on the welding methods or what have you. There's a variety of reasons why they could need to make another test.
No, Jack, you're completely right, because this is 304L, and they are going to go onto their own alloy, and you would expect they want to do a test tank with that. So yeah, there's going to be another test tank based on that alone. So yeah, you're right.
So much condensation coming from the underside now. This is looking really, really positive. It is currently 1:45 a.m. local, which is excellent news, given that previous attempts we went to 5 or 6 a.m. local, and poor Mary for having to be out there for all night. So definitely really trending positive right now. We have not seen them get this far into the flow on any of the previous press to failure attempts. So let's see.
Can y'all hear me again?
Yeah.
Like intentionally? Sorry about that. I had a problem with 2 of the modems. I had a problem, so I actually had to call Mary really quickly, and I wanted to make sure that she saw what was going on with the modems, because I didn't want the modems to drop right before they did the thing. So we're sorted on that. I literally picked up the phone. I muted my mic, and the mute switch. We need a fund for DOS to replace his mute button, because the mute button apparently is not working correctly. So I apologize for that. I saw 2 modems having issues, and it was filling, and I was like, guys, those modems drop after 18 hours right when the actual test occurs. I'm never gonna hear the end of it. So I did pick up the phone and called Mary, but we're all set on that right now. I just wanted to explain the hot mic there.
Tell you what, guys, right? I know some people in this chat will understand how it all works, but I never did understand how it all works, and I'm sure a lot of people in here don't understand how much goes into these live streams. It's amazing. It's like witchcraft to me. It's like sorcery to get it all working. So we're eternally grateful for Daz being able to do all this stuff, because I wouldn't have a clue. I wouldn't have a clue.
I didn't want everybody to panic because the modems were having issues, so I just called Mary directly. But apparently, I told everybody that the modems were having an issue. So
Isn't
There we
that
go.
fun how sometimes when you absolutely don't want to, explain something, then suddenly you end up having it. It's like, oh no. But thank you for being so on top of it, and we definitely appreciate. I mean, you are our streaming superpower. You and Mary combined are the ones that enable this to happen. So thank goodness that we have you as part of the team, because we would be truly lost without your expertise. I mean, years and years and years of experience doing this. So if we can stream for 18 hours on late night, middle of the night, delirious from lack of sleep style streams, and only do a hot mic once, then I say we are coming out ahead. So no worries, man.
Again, I mean, it happens. We're doing it live. I just wanted to explain what I was doing there, because it's one of those, oh my gosh, no, now is not the time, modems.
We'll do it live.
Well, the good news is Andre Carmel has come through with the DOS mute button fund.
The
I
DOS
don't know
mute
what
button fun.
I don't know what that is in US dollars, but it's a red super chat, which means it's a generous donation. So thank you so much, Andre, once again.
And it's
You
about
are
it's about
coming
his
through
10th
every night.
day.
Yeah.
$50.
So that's enough for a new mute button, I hope.
Yeah.
300 Brazilian real is $50.
That's
There you
great.
go.
54.83. Thank you so much. I
Alright.
would love personally a mute switch of my own, because I tap my screen to mute and unmute, and I don't. It's a want. It's a want. It's not a need. But one of these days when I have some money to burn and I get something nice for myself, like a gift for myself for my office space type area, I just want to get like a nice button I can just kind of like click. That'd be really. I don't know. Are you guys familiar with knob feel? Like, it's a thing. It's an important thing on how buttons and knobs actually feel when you operate them. And every single person, even if you don't think about it consciously, has a feel for a good button and a good knob, and a bad button and a bad knob. And in your head right now, you're imagining both. We've all turned a switch that just feels so satisfyingly heavy and substantial to turn. Hopefully all of the switches on the control panel for Starship are like that.
All the UK people who just been listening to knob feel will be laughing quite hard right now. That means something else over here.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. Bye.
I've taken a picture of my mute switch here. I'll post that up at the members Discord. But it's a physical button on my desk, and it's got 2 XLR cables going into the back of it. But it's not a full disconnect, so you don't get a pop, because you can't just pull power from a 48-volt phantom power mic, right? That's not good for it. And so it does like this resistor drop soft disconnect thing, so that it's nice and quiet. You don't get a pop when it's physically supposed to be shutting off the mic. But apparently after 5 or 6 years, and I don't know how many cycles where I pressed it and unpressed it, it is not properly muting sometimes now. So I'll post that up in the members Discord, and y'all can see my physical mic switch that I have here installed on the desk.
Nice.
It's got a nice feel to it, though.
Dave Walsh, thanks for the new membership. I think you were let's see, do I still have it here? No, I don't have it in front of me. Well, thank you for the new membership, whatever level you came in at. John Miles, thank you for the $5. They say space.com prior to STS-120, but close to shuttle path, perhaps all the way back to Pacific Coast. May also have heard the berms as well. Pacific Coast? Whoa. That's crazy. Thank you for the $5. Vaguely Sober, saying, we going, boys. Yeah, this thing is getting super frosty, so we are indeed going. Thank you for the support there, Vaguely Sober, and multiple times tonight now, too. And let's see. Nico Von Eckartsberg. Nice name, Nico. Anybody with a Von in their name, kind of cool name. It's happening, they say. You guys are awesome. Thanks for staying up to do this, and thanks to Mary for the incredible footage. Indeed, thank you, Mary, for bringing us these awesome views. I mean, the daily update video alone, we would not know. Without Mary, straight up, without Mary being out there all day today after having not slept last night, we would not know that there's super heavy parts, for sure, confirmed, without question, seen with our eyes, thanks to her footage floating around Boca Chica. And then again after not sleeping and then catching that historic event. Now we're up all night again streaming. So thank you to Mary, definitely, and thank you, Nico, for the support and the $20 super chat. What were you going to say, Chris?
I'm just putting the link of that video into chat.
Yeah, today's daily video. I really hope today's daily video does well because, I mean, oh my gosh, there's so much in there. It is just jam packed. And then a couple more of these before we're almost done. Leaf the Revantes for the $5 super chat saying it's frosty time. Guess I'll stay up a bit longer. Not like I'd actually be asleep for another 2 hours if I went to bed now. Yeah, I hear that. I have a hard time. I mean, I'm all coffeeed up. Oh God, I should not say this. I'll almost be bummed if it goes soon because I'm all coffeeed up. So I'm going to be up for a while anyway. But I'll probably end up editing video. But anyways, I hope it goes soon. I'm not serious. I hope it goes soon. In fact, it very well could. Look how frosty it is. Ben Straight, thank you for the $4.99. At first, I feel bad for SN7.1, but now 3 marathons later, not so much. Ooh, I mean, I kind of agree with you, but also, we're gonna have to take a moment here shortly and say our goodbyes to SN7.1 because it could very well be close to the end.
Wow.
Is it sputtering?
Yeah.
No, super chat.
Oh.
Holy
Control
cow! Ace is down. Ace is down with a $200 super chat. I think you broke Chris.
Yeah, I did actually.
Wow. And saying Ace is down, saying last one I can do for a while, but sharing the work bonus. Many thanks to Mary on site and the whole NSF team for the amazing coverage of all things space. Just thank you. Ace is down. You have contributed so much to our streams, and you have consistently shown up, stream in and stream out. Is that a saying? And we really appreciate everything you've contributed to this stream. It is an insane amount. You have got to be one of our top donors for sure, if not our top donor. And seriously, man, thank you. From the bottom of all of our hearts, thank you so much. Do not feel like you need to contribute any more than you have. You have done more than your part. You have done thousands and thousands and thousands of people's parts, and you are helping bring this stream to people around the world in huge amounts. And we thank you so much for it. I mean, I'm glad you got a bonus at work. I really hope you're saving some of that for yourself and you treat yourself, buddy. I hope you get yourself something really nice and get yourself a couple things really nice because you deserve it because you're a heck of a person. We really appreciate your support. Does anyone else want to throw some love at Aces Down? I'll shut up.
I mean, he's crazy, but he's our kind of crazy. We appreciate you, Aces Down. You know my saying, right?
Aces down. Aces down and Andrew do like to break us.
Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough. It's like they're challenging us to explore new ways to express our things. I'm gonna have to like write a song or something at some point. No, I will not sing. I'm kidding, but no, seriously, I'm gonna have to like. If I ever get a soundboard, I'll make a sound that's appropriate. Like me screaming or something, and we can attenuate it. It won't blow out people's ears. Anyways, let's get into this. Some more have popped up. All right, Kyle Patorsky, $10 ULA sniper. If I'm here, SpaceX needs help. If SpaceX needs help getting to pop, that's hilarious. Thank you for the support. Ben Grams with a Canadian dollar. Thank you, Ben. Vaguely Sober saying we all love and appreciate Mary's work. Thank you for the $5. Vaguely Sober. We are all blessed with her dedication. That is indeed true. And then last one here, and let's get into this test that's happening before our eyes. Nathan Van Huntel are saying, assuming the rest of the SN Starships hop successfully, will SpaceX change their name on the Super Heavy prototypes to SH for Super Heavy? Thanks. I mean, yeah, that seems logical. We're very curious. We're very curious how the Super Heavies will end up being named, whether it'll be SH or whether they'll continue being named SNs or what. We'll have to see what happens there. But thank you, Nathan, for the support. Okay. Whew. All right. Look at this. If you are just joining us, 7,000 people, 400 watching. If you're just joining us right now, this is Starship Test Tank SN7.1. It is the latest in a long line of test tanks. It is currently well on its way to destruction, we think. You can see that the sides of the tank there are significantly frosted up. They are not just condensated like a cold beverage. They are frosted. And that is indicative of a tank full of liquid nitrogen that is ready to go. The next thing we would expect to see as this stays super frosty is perhaps that top bulkhead to frost up. But maybe not. We're not quite sure. More than anything, the next thing that'll happen, you can see on the timeline on the left of the screen there, we're currently at frost forming because you guessed it, frost is indeed forming. But next up, pressing tank. And that means those valves at the top of the tank there will close off. We will see the condensation or the gaseous nitrogen that is coming out of those valves stop, and the tank will self-pressurize as the liquid nitrogen in the tank boils into a gas, pressurizes the tank, and hopefully, we hope, explodes catastrophically in a way that provides SpaceX with a good amount of data that validates their models and allows them to rapidly proceed with the build out of their Starship and Super Heavy program. So that's what we're looking at. We could be moments away from those valves shutting off. I mean, look how frosty that thing is. So hopefully that is what we see here shortly. And I don't know if you can tell that I'm excited because we've been doing this for hours and hours and hours at this point, many streams now, waiting for this thing to pop. But I'm super excited. So thank you everybody for joining us, and thank you for your support to all of our members. If you don't like and subscribe like this video, if you haven't liked this video, like the video, and if you don't subscribe to our channel, subscribe to our channel, because this isn't the only one of these types of streams we do. We do all kinds of streams like this for all types of Starship tests. Thanks to Mary, who is a Boca Chica resident and who is out there relentlessly, and I don't just say that, I mean it, relentlessly covering this stuff for NASA spaceflight. So thank you, Mary, for everything. And yeah, I don't know, is there anything about this test that you guys want to say? What do you hope to see? What do you want to do? What do you hope to be? What do you want to do for a living? What do you want to be when you grow up? I don't know. I'm excited. I can't even think. I'm excited.
Well, somebody over on Twitch chat pointed out that we're literally watching a physical loading bar right now, like a progress bar. And we saw the frost creeping up the side as it progressed with the liquid nitrogen in there. It looks like it may have reached the top. It's not exactly even across the front of it because it looks like it stops at the straps, then it moved on. And there's some places where maybe it's not freezing as much because the wind is blowing on it, or there's something running down the side or something like that. But it's definitely still quite frosty, that layer of ice forming on it. Actually, if you look closely, you can see some condensation sort of cascading down the sides now. The sides of the tank are so cold that it's sort of falling down the side. Like when you see a Falcon 9 being loaded, you'll see it condensating down the side. We're seeing that now. So that is a serious indication that they're doing something here. I do hope that we continue to progress, and I hope that we see that top valve close off. Somebody said it's like the loading bar is hanging at 99%. Nice.
That's hilarious. I'm really glad you picked that out because I didn't see it, and that is really funny. It's like a progress bar that's hung at 99% because those progress bars are always seemingly meaningless, right? Like, can I do a file transfer and have a freaking accurate rendition of how long it's going to take in the progress bar,
right?
please? I know computer science. It's hard. It's harder than it actually looks. But no, that's funny. It does look like a giant progress bar. And really quickly here, XDude 3D saying, loved watching with my dad who passed last month. Thanks for your videos. We did and I continue to do, or we did and I will continue to go SpaceX and go USA. Love and miss you, Dad. I'm super sorry that you lost your dad, XDude. Thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad that you have the memory of watching Starship stuff with your parent. That's really cool. And hang in there. Stuff will get better, I promise. It'll suck for a little bit, but it'll get better, I promise. Christian Lilly, thank you for the $4.99. They say, just an idea, host an NSF movie night screening of Space Buddies. I don't know what Space Buddies is.
Space
but
Buddies,
a
with
movie...
the dogs. The golden retrievers in space.
And we can like rip on it? That sounds fun. I do love hate watching things. You know what? You don't know about hate
saying, but okay.
Okay, fine. Well, we like Mystery Science Theater 3000 it or whatever. Anyways. Good idea, and thank you, Christian Lilly, for the $4.99. Ben C, thank you for the £5. They say cheers from UK guys. You're welcome, Ben C, and I'm sorry for talking about Knobfeel. Paul L, thank you for the new membership. Let's see if I can see what you came in at. Padrat, thank you for the new Padrat membership, Paul L. And Cole Cat, thank you for the $7.99 Australian. They say, sometimes I feel like a water tank just waiting to explode from too much pressure. I think we all kind of feel like that sometimes, right? We all know how SN7.1 feels on our bad days. So Yeah, here we are, waiting on 7.1 to pop. I'm super excited. I'm sure you can all tell. I'm also super caffeinated. Woo! It's 12 o'clock my time, but I can't complain because it's 2 a.m. Mary's time and it is 3 a.m. your guys' time. And Chris, what is it for you? Like noon
8
on
a.m.
Wednesday?
It's
Okay,
8
yeah,
a.m.
it's like next week in England. Got it. Yeah, time zone.
What?
What was
was
that?
that?
Talented?
Sorry, that was my
Talented?
phone just having a flip out.
Hot mic, jeez.
Quiet, Siri, quiet.
All right, valves, do your thing and then close off and let's see this tank pop.
Yeah, I'm I'm watching the ice level pretty closely, and it
Kind of going
seems
down.
to be fluctuating. Yeah, I was using
Yeah.
the word fluctuating instead of going down, but I do think that it's yeah.
It is.
We have. I will say that we have seen this happen on other cryogenic tests where the frost line kind of fluctuates a bit up and down.
Right.
So I don't think it's something to be too concerned about, unless we see like a ton of venting or something.
It's like a bated breath sort of thing.
Just waiting on an old tank. Waiting on that there can of beans to do its there popping. It's like the the bean scene from Blazing Saddles.
I'm really curious what the backside vent that we see a lot of the times is. Like, why is it that we didn't see that active at all this time, and it's just the top vents?
We saw it. Oh, hang on. Let me go back a little bit. We might have seen it active near the very beginning.
I don't think so.
But yeah,
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, it was active at the
Yeah.
beginning of the stream.
I'm wondering if there's like previous attempts or just like a gaseous nitrogen proof, maybe using a tiny bit of liquid nitrogen to create the gas. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
At 10:45, it was active. All up until, let's see, right up until around 11 o'clock, it was active tonight.
But
And then they switched.
That was a previous attempt though.
Yeah.
And better news, the frost line is going back up.
Is on this tank, I know on the big ones like SN whatever, SN6, SN5, there was sort of a lip at the top of the tank where the dome didn't go all the way up to the top. Do we know if this one's constructed the same? Because it really looks like the dome starts at the very top of that ring. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
That lip?
good question. I want to say there's not, but I'm going to check. 'Cause
What's
I
the
could be
question?
wrong.
Sorry, what's the question?
So you know how like SN5 had a lip on the top of it, right?
Yes.
Where the it was like a front skirt or so. Whoa.
Rave,
Okay.
everybody rave.
Yeah, just
Close
a hiccup.
sticks.
I mean, I'm watching those things like crazy.
Yeah, we're good.
So I'm wondering if that's why we don't like is the frost line stopping at the top of the external facing stainless steel and there's a little bit of a lip there. That's where I was
think
going
yes.
with that.
I think yes. And I think that because if you look, there's a line that is not the height of a full ring.
Right.
That
exactly.
that is partial.
Yeah, good
And
point.
so that is the weld line. That is where that bulkhead is welded to that barrel section.
Right.
So everything above that weld is not in direct contact with liquid nitrogen, and that is where the bulkhead sort of starts to curve away from the barrel. So yeah, I think what you're saying is correct. that would make a lot of
I
sense.
put a picture control center if we're able to do that. Maybe we shouldn't do the picture right now, actually, but
Yeah,
there's a small lip.
there is a small lip there. Yeah, I'll bring that up later.
Yeah. Probably not the best time right now in case something happens. We want that
Yeah.
clean video.
Yep.
Really quickly, Marcus Langer, thank you for the new membership. Welcome to Red Team. And I think you're also upgraded from Padrat, so welcome, double welcome. Thank you for the membership, Marcus. Beer Time Continuum, they say, woo! Thank you for the $5, Beer Time. Justin DeLong, thank you for the $4.99. They say, just watch the uploaded video of today. Oh, this is really interesting. Justin's asking, has anyone noticed that the COPVs are no longer external? Wonder where they moved to. Is that true? I edited today's video and I'm thinking like, holy cow, I don't think I remember seeing any COPVs on the side of SN8, and I could be mistaken, but I wonder if they've finally moved them internal, or perhaps they're on the top bulkhead and I just haven't noticed it. That's a really good question, Justin.
Or covered by this fin, like the hinge covers on the fins.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what they could be covered up by the little aero cover, fin root, flap root, flag situation, whatever you want to call them. Yeah.
Flag.
I miss the flags, man. I think Super Heavy's still gonna have flags, which is a combination of a fin and a leg. I really hope flags are a thing. Hashtag flags. Let's see. And then ECE, thank you for the 610 yen. They say hello from Taiwan. Go SpaceX. And thank you for the support, ECE. And Gideon NKJV, thank you for the 199. They say, can we call starships Frost Pop 1, 2, 3, etc.? I mean, that's a pretty good idea. Thank you for the support. I really like the idea of giving them names, sort of like how World War II bombers, or aircraft. You would give an aircraft a name, or how I think the Culture Series names are for the drone ships. Like,
yep, the ASPS.
I'm really looking forward to starships with nose art and names. I'm really looking forward to the point at which we transition from numbers to actual names. That's going to be, and then there'll be certain ones with history, and then if all goes well, 20 years from now, we'll be live streaming some kind of crazy build of some kind of crazy thing. And hey, what was your favorite starship?
Whoa.
Was it?
Whoa, look at that. Was that a big, or was that just coming off the side a little bit more? I saw the plume sort of come out to the side there, but it looks like it was just wind maybe got it for a second. Go ahead.
But yeah, I was just drawing a parallel to our discussion of what's your favorite shuttle, to perhaps in 20 years we'll be having a discussion of what's your favorite starship, and we'll be like, no, my favorite starship was Starship Atlantis, or something like that.
Starship Atlantis, nice.
Just saying, that'd be a good starship name. I agree with Zach Wright in chat. Yeah. All right, let's see. Is there anything else coming through here? Bum bum bum. Andrea with a $5 Australian saying, good job, everyone. Well, thank you, Andrea. And North Sea with a $20 saying, thank you again, Mary. The rest of you guys are okay too. Yeah, you guys really just put up with the rest of us, but we know you're here for Mary, so thank you, Mary.
Absolutely. And so people saying they may see some ice falling off. I'm wondering if what I saw was like a chunk of ice falling off, because that is something we've seen before, like a chunk falling. So they are definitely still going with this thing.
This is one frosty boy.
Was that like a who would win meme? Who would win, 8.4 bar or one frosty boy? Like,
exactly.
That's where we're at this evening.
Yeah, we're there. We're officially there.
At least on the right side, it looks like it's pretty much reached the top of that lip.
Yeah, it definitely does.
We might be seeing some frost on that bulkhead soon.
And I think it has to do with like the prevailing wind and stuff like that,
Yeah.
How one side frosts before the other, just a little bit of airflow could make a pretty significant difference, I think. So
I'm just waiting for those top valves to shut off, and then we're all going to be like, oh my gosh, because finally we're going to hopefully see this thing pop tonight. That would be so great.
Yeah. And I am wondering, it looks like YouTube may be having some issues here. Our stream output's stable, but the YouTube analytics are showing all sorts of craziness. So if people are having trouble with the stream loading, it looks like it's on YouTube side. Some people saying to refresh or not refresh. I'm going to look in that a little bit more, but there is definitely something going on here on the YouTube side. Some people saying they had to refresh, that sort of stuff. Yeah, okay. We will. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that there may be some sort of intermittent issue.
Probably
Go
out
ahead.
of our control. I was going to say
Yeah.
it looks good for me, so probably out of our control.
Yeah. Gotcha. YouTube. They're testing YouTube to failure, is what they're doing.
It reminds me of like the videos like MKBHD has done and stuff where they'll re-upload the same video like 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And just watch it degrade. We are extremely frosty, we are extremely condensaty, and we are blasting gaseous nitrogen at the top. These are all very technical terms. I am excited. I am super floored. Let's see this thing pop. Please pop. It's like I'm Jeb Bush and I'm saying please clap, except I'm saying please pop. AMD in our members Discord did a who would win 8-bar pressure one Frosty Boy graphic. That's hilarious.
I want to put it on the
Hang on,
screen, but I don't want to put it on the screen.
Okay, yeah, don't. Well, you're the master of our domain, but you can see it in there. That is absolutely amazing. Somebody tweet that so I can retweet it.
Sensible chuckle once again. I like the. I really want to put it on the screen right now. And somebody did a loading bar as well. Loading pop 99%.
Oh, that's
scroll up
great.
a little bit.
That's
Nice.
amazing. Just spinning, just perpetually spinning. Oh, I got the spinning wheel. I got the wheel of death.
Hey, Sabril, thanks for the 44 months there. We appreciate you. See if we missed anything else here. There's a new one from 256K1 for 4 months as well. And then Ronnie 2047 for 2 months. Let's see a pop. I am ready to see a pop as well. That's for sure. I mean, that frost is looking pretty frosty all across the top now. That one little dip still remaining on the left-hand side, but it looks like the frost has been growing back.
Yeah. If I remember correctly with SN7, I think the frost line climbed maybe halfway up the top bulkhead before they shut off the top vent. I don't know if that's going to be what they do again this evening, but if I remember correctly, I think the frost did climb up the bulkhead, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, and it'll be a little bit more difficult to see the frost on the bulkhead, I think, because the angle and the lighting there. All those lights are down below it, you know?
Yeah, SN7 was a daytime test.
Yep. The suspense is terrible.
The suspense is awful. Oh, that's great.
Are they hiring Space Force Starship door gunners yet? The
That's
only good
intense.
bug is a dead bug. Nice. I'm doing my part, Paul.
I'm doing my part.
Want to know more?
Starships uses stainless steel 304X construction. Want to know more?
Want to know more?
Man, I saw Starship Troopers when I was in, it must have been like 4th or 5th grade. I was way too young to be watching a movie like that, but boy, what a great movie.
Citizenship intensifies.
Nice.
Again, y'all, if you're just joining us, Starship SN7.1, it's been, 17, 18 hours of testing over multiple days to get to this point, but we are seeing serious icing on the sides of that tank. Of course, the tank is the top part, the part that's white. That is all solid ice, it's looking like. That tank completely filled, it looks like, with liquid nitrogen and still venting from the top. We do not think that they're pressurizing to failure as long as that top vent is going. We expect the time to really watch this thing is when that top tea kettle vent stops going off, because that means they've closed the circuit. That becomes a sealed vessel, and they allow it to pressurize up inside. Think about this. You see all the vapors that are coming off the top right now. Pressure is being released from the top of Starship SN7.1. When you close that vent on the top, where's the pressure going to go? Well, it's going to go into the pressure gauge that says how many bar this thing is going to get. And at some point, it may actually pop a weld seam out or something along those lines. So we are literally seeing the liquid nitrogen cryo tea kettle boiling liquid nitrogen right now. And when you close the top of that tea kettle, like you should never do at home, NASASpaceflight not responsible, that's when that thing should start to pressurize. So it seems like right now, I wonder what they're testing right now. Are they temperature conditioning it? They're letting it get down to a certain temperature before they really start to push the pressure? Are they just are they trying to pump it? They can't get enough pressure in there or something? I'm wondering what they're doing, but this is further than we've gotten in any of the other tests in 17, 18 hours of streaming, right? No, don't close the top of your tea kettle. Just don't do it. It's not a thing. Like, we haven't actually seen ice like this on any of the other tests, have we? I didn't miss something last night, did I?
No, not with the actual potential pressurized failure nights. Only on the previous regular testing nights.
Right. And look at the condensation just cascading off the side of the thing. There's ice, chunks of ice falling. On the left-hand side, there were some chunks of, like, flakes or chunks of ice falling down. So this thing is definitely it is definitely frosty right now. This is the sort of thing, like, you shouldn't go up and try to lick this or anything right now. Your tongue would probably stick to it.
You would have a very bad time. And also debris potentially.
That?
Okay,
Yes,
yeah, I do
that's
see
that
what
it?
it was. Yeah, that was it.
You want to know what it is? It's a USB modem that is on my desk, and I'm clicking the little end of it. I apologize. I was just nervously fidgeting with the modem here.
That's I have an Iridium Next fidget spinner that I mess with that I've always worried is too loud. That's hilarious. We all have our desk things. What do you have, Michael, that you mess with? Anything?
I have a ULA fidget spinner.
You have
Nice.
a ULA fidget spinner?
Yep.
Really?
I honestly love that was a thing at one point because they're so dorky and stupid, but they're utilitarian. Like they are kind of nice to have for things like this where you're sitting at your desk for hours. But they're such like a moment in time. It'd be like having a ULA Pog or like a SpaceX Pog. Like You could only get that if you were around right then. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of funny to me.
Dude, Jack, this definitely goes back to don't try this at home. But when I was a kid, right, pogs were a thing. I was in middle
Uh-oh.
school. Wait, what?
Yep.
Because
No,
it said,
no. You said this goes back to don't try this at home. So
don't try
I'm
this at
saying,
home. Yeah.
uh-oh.
When I was a kid, don't try this at home. Pogs were a huge thing, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if
same.
people don't even know what pogs are, but pogs were a huge thing, and you'd have the slammers, right?
Yep.
And the whole thing with the slammer was to make a heavy slammer so that you could slam down the pogs, right? And so, you know the old balance weights that they put on car tires
Yes.
to balance the car tires? You know those things that were made of lead? I was in
Yes.
middle school and I was using the blowtorch in my dad's garage to melt down those little lead balance weights into a little wooden form that I made to make lead pog slammers.
That is awesome.
Do not try this at home. I had little designs I carved in the wood, and you could pour the molten lead. It's amazing I'm even still alive. But
I wish we were friends when we were in, because you were constructive with it. All I did was melt lead fishing weights into a bucket of water and then go, cool, look at the weird droplet shapes it makes. Like, that's not productive. That's just worthless. So I wish we had been friends. I feel like I would be like miles ahead in my life at this point. But more to the point, look at what's going on screen. This thing is seriously just blasting condensation up and down the entire tank section and skirt section. It is very, very cold right now.
it definitely is. Lead weights in Pinewood Derby cars too. Somebody mentioned lead weights in Pinewood Derby cars. Don't play with lead, kids. It's amazing that I'm still around.
Yeah, it's real bad. Did you eat paint chips as a kid?
Probably not intentionally. I don't
No,
know.
I was doing a Tommy Boy quote.
Oh, jeez. Again,
Come on,
y'all,
valves.
we don't think that it's pressurizing. It's cryo right now, so it's cold, but we don't think that it's pressurizing as long as those top vents are still venting like that. So the real time to pay attention is if those top vents close while all that ice is on the side.
I was just going back and watching a replay of our SN7 final pop stream, and the top bulkhead looked like the sides do now, just covered in frost and with vapor streaming down it. So we'll see if that
Nice.
happens tonight. I'm not sure if it will.
Good deal. I mean,
Sorry if you can hear my cat screaming in the background. She's doing her usual middle of the night, I feel like screaming at nothing type deal. You know cats.
she's excited about SN7.1.
Yeah, she's like, pop, pop, close the vents, dang it.
God, that thing is cold. I mean, I'll point out really quickly, right? I'll point out really quickly the vapors you see coming down the side of it, right? On the right-hand side coming down the side, that is literally atmospheric humidity. Humidity condensing out of the air that's flowing past SN7.1. It's so cold that that's not something leaking out of it. That is the ambient humid air touching the outside of the tank and changing phase so you can see it there. This is changing phase. I guess condensing out would be condensing from the vapor into something slightly less vapory. I don't know if that's the right way to say that. Somebody can correct me on that one. And look at this. No way. Popping through the super chat there, bent straight with the $99.99, $100 super chat, saying you guys have given so much. Here's something to keep y'all going for all us Texas tank watching. Mary, there aren't enough thanks. There definitely aren't enough thanks. Bench straight. Somebody put some love into chat over there for Bench Straight with the $100 super chat here this evening. We appreciate you. We're going to keep on keeping on, Bent. That is super generous of you, that's for sure. Absolutely, positively generous.
Yeah, that is a huge amount. And seriously, thank you. I mean, it directly translates to enabling us to do what we are doing right now. So, I mean, thank you so much. it's still after hours and hours and hours of doing this, it still blows my mind that people like what we do enough to support it as much as they do. So thank you, Bent Straight, for all of your support, not just the 99 just now, but over and over again, stream in and stream out. I'm going to start just saying that now. It's a new phrase. I got it.
Stream in and stream out.
Stream in and stream out. You know, I consistently see your name pop up. So thank you so much, Bent Straight. Another one of our longtime viewers, longtime donors, and repeat nonstop donors. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like a little bit of lull in the energy here. Like we all got so super excited that it started to frost up, and it's like, oh, the frost is fluctuating, and now that frost is just about a straight line all the way to the top of the thing.
I'm still hyped up, but I'm trying not to come off as a crazy person who just drank a cup of coffee. So I'm willing myself to shut up for a little bit. Hey, and there's a starship, and the starship's really cool, and there's events, and the event's gonna close, and the close. Okay, Jack, jeez.
That one gap on the left-hand side of the frost is pretty much gone now.
Yep.
So it's still going up.
I almost feel like the frost is whiter, more dense. I don't know. It's like clearly. It looks like somebody's painted the tank white.
Infinity's Loop wants to know if my ULA fidget spinner is reusable, and I'm happy to report that my ULA fidget spinner is in fact reusable. KO and Mr. Drummer, thank you for the memberships.
What's up, Mr. Drummer? How's it going? Mr. Drummer is a long-time member over on the Twitch communities. Yeah.
I recognize the name. I didn't know where it was from, but I guess that's where.
And then let's see some more super chats. We got Astria with the $10. Let's see. Hey guys, here again, in for the long haul. Yeah, aren't we all? What's your opinion on Battlestar Galactica, if you've seen it? I haven't really watched all of it. I have watched the pilot of the new one, the remake, a whole bunch of times, and I find it amazing. But I've just somehow never gone through and authoritatively watched all of it. But I have found it amazing. What I have watched. What is your guys' opinions on Battlestar Galactica?
I have watched every episode of the new reimagined version about 15 times.
Nice.
It is one of the best TV shows ever made. Ronald D. Moore is a genius, and I think it's timeless now because I've seen it recently again, and it's just brilliant. There you go.
It really is good. Oh, it's so good. It really is good.
That's kind of one of those shows. Like I did this with Arrested Development. For some reason, for the longest time, I kind of just saved it and put it on the shelf. And I was like, I know I'm gonna like this. I really know that I'm going to like this. But I'm gonna put it here, off to the side, and at some point I'll be having a really bad day, or I'll have nothing else to watch, or some combination of things, and I'll just go, you know what? Now is the time. Now I'm going to take this off the shelf and watch it. So maybe this will be the final motivation that I need to really just jam through Battlestar Galactica. So thanks, Astria, for the suggestion there, for the question. I mean, I've only heard awesome things, and like I said, what I have seen of it, I have really enjoyed. So I'll definitely have to check it out. Matthew Barton, thank you for the New Zealand $10. Thank you so much. Kenneth Helberg, thank you for the $5. They say F for YouTube. Paul L, thank you also for the $5. They say, are they hiring Space Force? Oh, you already did that. The Space Force door gunners for Starship. That's hilarious. We were doing the space Starship Troopers memes. Johnny Slippery, thanks for the Australian $5. And Ansel, thank you for the $10. They say the suspense is terrible. I hope it will last. And then William Toll, I'm doing my part again with the Starship Trooper. I gotta watch Starship Troopers now too. I never read that book, but I should really I should do the book too.
Oh yeah.
It's book first, right?
I think that's a situation where they both stand alone. You can read the book, and it's a fantastic work in and of itself. And you can also watch the movie and think that it's a fantastic movie, even though they diverge, like books and movies often do, right?
Got it. Yeah.
The book is definitely something to read as well. So I don't know if you ever heard me say on the bounce and by the numbers. I say that sometimes. I don't know if I've had an occasion to say it on the stream here, but when I play Kerbal, I say on the bounce by the numbers a lot, and that's from the my usage of that is from that book. I don't know if it originally came from somewhere else.
Nice. Yeah, I think that's where I know like 5x5 or in the 5 from. I think that's from there. And also StarCraft. Good old StarCraft.
Nice.
Hours and hours and hours of my youth sunk into StarCraft and EverQuest and Warcraft, but not World of Warcraft. Thankfully, I dodged that bullet. I got it out of my system with EverQuest. Oh Lord.
I never touched EverQuest. I knew that I'd be in trouble.
It was bad, man. My whole family, like, we all played. That's why we switched from phone internet to broadband. Is because first we had the single line, then we had 2 lines, and then we switched to broadband as soon as it was available. And yeah, we were off to the races. Good old EverQuest. Let's see. JD Motor Club, thank you for the $5. They say, after the completion of Starlink, do you think it will cause any issues with future launches, considering there will be thousands of orbiting satellites? It's a good question, JD. I kind of want to let Das take this one, but I'll start off by saying, it's in the pipe 5x5. I don't know why I said. Anyways, chat correcting me on that one.
Something like that.
JD Motor Club, yeah, something like that. So yeah, I don't think Starlink will cause any problems for launches because space is big. I think that's the short answer, right, Das?
Well, so we already have windows that are defined by things that are orbiting overhead. Sometimes it may be perfectly okay for the rocket to launch into the trajectory at a time, but the window is actually, it's got holes in it because of not even debris flying over. It could be other active satellites flying over. So the more things you put in orbit, the more interference you're going to have with launch windows. And Starlink is going to be a part of that. Now, it's something that is manageable. It's something they can deal with, right? But the more stuff you have up there, the more stuff you have to dodge. And you literally do have to launch your trajectories through holes in the debris in the active satellite cloud that's sort of growing around Earth. So I do think it'll affect it, but it's certainly something that they've planned for, I guess would be the right way to say it.
Totally. And then Drom, thank you for the check 30 currency units. Thanks so much for everybody that's contributing tonight. We're having a great night tonight, and we really appreciate everybody that's contributing. High on Tacos, thank you for the new membership. Let's see, High on Tacos, welcome to Padrat High. Thank you so much. Get some more tacos. You're super cool for supporting the stream. Dan Vitale, thank you for the 5 curly L's, aka pounds sterling. They say, someone ask Elon to cease all space activities this weekend so we can marathon Battlestar Galactica. He'll probably agree to it and join in. You know what? You have like a 50-50% chance of succeeding there with a Twitter campaign. So good luck. But I'm not going to join in on that because I want to see Starship progress. Sorry, bud. But thank you for the support. And then Marine, thank you so much for the check 100. Looks like they're saying, good morning from Czech Republic. Keep up the great work, guys. Well, you got it. Mary's out there doing the filming. We will be here doing the streaming. You better believe it. Dean Atchison, thank you for the 10 Australian. They say, hey, guys, doing a great job and keep up the great work. Well, thank you, Dean, and thank you for the support of the stream. And then Jala J. Yeah, seriously, Dean, thank you. And Jala J with the $10 Australian. What's up, Jala? Saying, I have played WoW since vanilla, and how dare you? Yeah, well, Team EverQuest, man. I don't know what your World of Warcraft gang is doing over there, but EverQuest is far superior. No, I don't know or care or have any skin in the game. I'm just joking around. There was one before EverQuest that I played called, what was it, like, oh man, The Realm or something like that. And there was a couple at the same time as EverQuest. Like there was Anarchy Online. And I think there was like a Star Wars one around the same time too.
Yeah.
Oh man, early MMORPGs. Oh wow, childhood. And then Glenn, don't know. Your last name is Don't Know. Is that like not sure from Idiocracy? The program with NASA Space, or the problem with NASA Spaceflight,
yeah.
whenever they go live, I never get any work done. Yeah, that's tricky. I apologize for the hit to your productivity there, but I mean we gotta go live when we're able to, and we have these views. I mean, look at this thing. How could we not? So thank you for the support, and sorry again for the hit to your productivity there. But there we go. I've run through all of our super chats. Maybe a little bit slower than I would have liked, but there you go. Thank you everybody for your support. Seriously, I'm running out of ways to express my support. I'm running out of ways to express my thanks. But thank you so much. Let's get back to the testing at hand. SN7.1's in front of us. It's getting mighty frosty, mighty condensaty. You can see, look at that, just billowing vapor coming out of the bottom section there, out of the skirt. Hopefully we start to see perhaps that bulkhead frost up, like Michael was saying we saw on the SN7 tanking test when that test to failure happened. So that's maybe what we'll see next. Maybe we'll just see those top valves close off and they'll press it. But either way, we seem to be well into it here at 2:39 a.m. local time, Boca Chica, Texas. Do you want to go around and say who we are? I'm Jack Beyer. I'm a photographer, editor, whatever you want to call me for NASA Spaceflight, space obsessed person. And yeah, happy to be here. You can see my little Twitter nonsense there on screen. Go follow me if you want to. Yeah, right. Come on, it's 12:39 a.m. I'm gonna call it Twitter nonsense. But yeah, check it out. Or check me out on Twitter if you like my nonsense. And then I'm also joined by the great DOS John Galloway.
Okay, Basso.
Yeah, what's up, dude? Take it away.
That's me. Whenever you hear me talking over here, I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. If you're watching over on Twitch, you know me as DOS from almost 6 years of streaming over there on Twitch. But yeah, I talk sometimes. It's getting super late over here. It's almost 4 a.m. And at this point, I'm trying not to wake up the wife if this thing pops. So we're hanging out. We will see what we get this evening. Do we still have Michael on as well? Michael, you still here?
Yes, we do. I have managed to stay awake so far after 3 hours of sleep in the past 48 hours or something like that. But
it's definitely been some marathons.
Introduce yourself, Michael.
I am I used to just be a reporter, and now I do like the webcast overlay or live stream overlay looking at right now. So that's kind of what I do. But I mean, I occasionally take photos too. I need a better title. I don't know what to call myself.
And you produce NASA Spaceflight Live.
Kind of, not really.
I mean, you're part of the team, part of the producing team, right?
We don't really know what all the proper terms are because so many people wear so many different hats. Like,
yeah, it is tough. It's like I have the same exact problem where it's like, what do I call myself? I take photos, I shoot video, I edit video. I technically report. I mean, I would argue that I'm a reporter. I break news sometimes based on things that are happening that I'm in the field covering. I mean, look at Stratolaunch or look at any of my crazy desert plane ramblings. I break news sometimes. It's weird news. It's plane or space related news, but it's news, sort of. I don't know. But yeah, it's tough to come up with a title to call ourselves, especially as, like you're saying, DOS, we all wear so many different hats. But that's kind of one of the cool things about what we do is we don't necessarily have to super specialize and only do one thing. We can have like a basket of capabilities that we each bring to the table. So, oh, Mark Douglas, wow, with a 50-pound super chat. That is a huge super chat.
That's heavy.
They say, Not as heavy as those stainless steel chocolates. Hey, callbacks. Great work, guys. They say here, have some cash towards the Jack Caffeine Fund. I think 50 pounds sterling of caffeine would be enough caffeine to probably kill me. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll spread that around a little bit and make it to a NSF Caffeine Fund. But thank you so much, Mark Douglas. I had a very small cup of coffee, and I already feel super wired. I might not sleep for a while, so I don't need a lot of caffeine to stay awake. Thank goodness. I'm super glad that I've got that low tolerance there. Oh, I mean, it already, like, having coffee, it tears my stomach up. I don't know how people do it. It really, like, I have a very sensitive stomach, and one cup of coffee is so acidic. It's gnarly.
So I was going to do the math on that. A cup of coffee has about 95 milligrams.
Oh, I love
And
this.
if
Okay.
we do 50 pounds to milligram, I mean, we could do milligrams. Let's see if it does that for us. E to the 7, whatever, we'll do grams and multiply by 1,000. So 50 pounds to grams. Wow, that's 22,000 grams. So milligrams would be, I need to almost bring this up so I can write it down. Let's see, calc 22,679,000. 22 million milligrams in 50 pounds. Is that right? Somebody check the math on that. If there's 22 million milligrams in 50 pounds divided by 95 milligrams of caffeine, that 50 pounds of caffeine is about 238,000 cups of coffee.
Oh man, thank you for doing the math on that. I love that
Hashtag
kind
they
of,
did the math.
yeah, hashtag you did the math. Thank you for that.
Well, almost 250,000 cups of coffee if your caffeine content is a little bit lower. Let's just call it a nice round 250,000 cups of coffee in 50 pounds of caffeine. Somebody check my math on that, please. We're aware that the monetary unit is not. Yes, no. We're aware that the monetary unit is not. They don't actually weigh their money. That's not how that works.
Yes, we know. That was not part of the thing.
It's a joke. The 50 curly L's, the pounds sterling, whichever it is. We're well aware. We're well aware. 250,000 cups of coffee.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
even
a
think
lot.
that the NASA Spaceflight Group Fund, there's no way everybody added together in NASA Spaceflight has drank 250,000 cups of coffee.
Nope. I wonder which of us is the like, one of us is the coffee holic that we don't know. Somebody is the person among us that is like, I'm not a human being in the morning unless I drink my coffee.
I used to drink like a soda in the morning, and I figured that's not the best thing to drink, and so I tried to switch over to drinking coffee. And I want to say I don't drink a lot of coffee, but I drink coffee in the morning because it's what there is to drink in the morning,
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I don't want to admit that I drink a lot of coffee. Let's say it that way.
No, I mean, everybody has got their thing. I drink a lot of bubble water. Like, if you take away my bubbles, I am a broken man. So we all have our own things that we need to function. No worries.
The more you talk that up, the more I want to try one. I've never tried one, but I almost want to try a what is soda stream, right? And that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah, or any kind of soda water. And I honestly, I thought it was the grossest thing for 27, 28 years of my life. And then I worked, it was when I was working at Disney, actually. They had like a snack cooler over in the corner that you could go and just grab a drink out of. And it wasn't even because it was like, when you're sitting at your desk working on a computer for hours and hours and hours, at a certain point, one of the things to break up the monotony is to go to the snack area and get a snack. Whether or not you want a snack, it's just like stretch your legs, move around a little bit, grab a snack, come back to your desk. Well, we had an off-brand soda water in our coolers, but the executive building across the hall or across the courtyard or whatever they had LaCroix, which is like the fancy bubble water.
Oh,
So
geez.
it became a thing where like 2 at a time we would raid the executive area and like sneak in and grab a couple LaCroix and bring them back and put them in our fridge. And it was like our little way of sticking it to them to the mouse. But yeah, I don't know. For some reason, that got me hooked on it because at the time I would drink a lot of ginger ale for the similar reason where it would settle my stomach and it wasn't really like a full soda. But for whatever reason, maybe I just got old or what. But ginger ale itself became too sweet. Where I was like, this is just sugar. Like it's not really doing it. It's the same as a soda. It's as bad as a soda.
Yeah,
which
yeah.
for all I know, so is bubble water. I mean, I've seen people say that the CO2 in bubble water is bad for your teeth. Who knows? I'm not a dentist. Point being, it's tasty. It's better than still water if, you know, in certain situations. And as somebody with a sensitive stomach, you know, if I'm waking up and I'm not feeling well or I'm feeling nauseous or something, it's a nice way to just like help regulate my stomach behavior. I don't know. It's a digestive aid, I guess, is the lame way to say that.
Nice.
But
You know,
I don't know.
I checked in with the weather radar here. There are some storms out in the Gulf of Mexico reporting some lightning strikes that have been happening, but those are 50 to 60 miles away. I think what you saw was a bug flying past the camera or something like that, or an encoding hiccup. I do not think that was a flash of lightning at Boca Chica. I saw a lot of people saying that, and I just do not think that was a flash of lightning there in Boca Chica. So there are storms, but they are a long ways off. They're 50, 60 miles out to the Gulf. So
not a lot of changes in activity in the last 20 minutes or so.
Yeah,
it's
still boiling
solidly
off.
frosted up though. There's no more areas that are like patchy or Mary's saying there's lightning.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have flashed enough to turn the entire screen white like that.
Okay. But yeah, it's really, there's no more patchy spots. Like
There
it's really
there is just a lightning strike, like just off the, like far enough to not be a concern, but fairly close, sure. But
yeah,
probably
if you
it probably was not what turned the screen white, but there was a close one.
Yeah,
Closer
hopefully
than
not.
like 20 miles.
over the last 20 minutes or so, the frost has really thickened up, and then there are no more patchy bits. So we are continuing to progress here, which is a great sign. Super cool. I'm really excited. This is the furthest we've gotten into this campaign, so fingers crossed we see the pop tonight. I would be very happy.
Yeah. Again, we don't think that they're pressurizing it until that top vent closes. Those vents on the top that almost look like a bow tie, or like a little hair bow sort of thing on the top. I just glanced up at it, and the non-frosty bits sort of look like eyelashes, and then it looks like it's got like some hair, and then it's got like a little white bow tie on the top of it. Anyways, it's late. We'll see once they close those valves at the top. That's when we think that it's actually pressurizing. Right now, it seems to be filled with liquid nitrogen, but not actually pressurizing yet. We can't give you an estimate. We can't say, oh, well, this means they're going to be pressurizing it at this time. SpaceX does not give us any sort of information on the timeline for these tests. So we will, all we can really do is watch and see. But it is definitely better than the pad being open right now. I mean, they haven't sent cars out there or anything like that. So this test is still definitely underway live from Boca Chica.
That was lightning.
That looked like lightning.
Did that look like lightning?
Yeah, that one looked like that one actually looked like a lightning flash.
I'm being a sarcastic dork. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That was like 60 miles away.
Yeah, Mary's saying it was.
Yep.
Travels far at night.
Let's see, Sebastian Fork, €5. Let's finally pop this thing like a pimple. Ew. Ew. Thank you for the support, Sebastian. Stop that gross stuff, though. Ew. Dan Straight, thank you for the $10. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at the close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. Good old Invictus there.
There you go.
And thank you for the support. And I said rave. I know you meant rage, but I like the idea that someone making it into a rave poem instead. Brent Russell, thank you for the $4.99. Wife doesn't understand why I stay up all night and where the scotch is gone.
Where has the scotch gone?
Yeah, where has the scotch gone? I'll
Why
tell
are
you
we
where.
always out of scotch?
It's in Brent's belly. Just waiting on a frozen water tower to explode on our anniversary. Oh, yikes.
Oh, geez. Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
That changes the equation a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Maybe we'll have a recap for you tomorrow, but go hang out with the wife. Maybe go get some more scotch. Have her drive. But I'm happy that you're on Team Scotch. Get that bourbon out of here. But no,
Have her
but no,
drive
really.
to get more scotch?
Yeah, for both of you, you know, like share it this time. Enjoy the anniversary. Happy anniversary. I hope you're getting. Thanks for the $4.99. And so we're cleared up on
chats, super chats.
On that. Yeah, thanks. I completely blanked.
I got you.
Please pop. Hey, SN7.1, if you can hear me, you did good. Great job.
You done
Thank you
good.
for all your hard work. It might be time, bud. I'm sorry. It's probably about time. About time you head out. See that light? You see that you're in that tunnel with the light? Go towards the light, SN7.1. Go towards the light. Okay, I'll stop. That got dark. Yeah, Grand Hit Gaming in chat saying, that'll do, pig. That'll do. Really hoping we just see them shut off that valve. Watch, they'll do it right at 3 o'clock for some reason.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes they do stuff at the top of the hour, but definitely not always, and definitely not every time. But you never know. Maybe right at 3 they'll shut that valve off. I would be so happy.
I may actually chance it really quickly here and go refill my drink. I have been running on empty for a while here. I'll just talk a scotch. Well, I need to at least go get me some water so I can keep talking while we wait for this tank to do something. Somebody needs to go poke it with a stick and say, do something.
Yeah, in our Starship back channel, or our member chat in Discord, people are doing memes and stuff, and somebody did exactly that. It's hilarious.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to be off the mic for just a second as I go refill my ice water bottle here, and I'll be right back.
All right, go do your thing. All right, tank watchers. I don't know. Do we want to do another team pop or team hiss poll, Michael? You up for it? Sure, Jack. Okay, cool. So, chat, hear me out. If you think okay, so first off, if they do succeed in the test tonight and the tests and it fails, what do you think is going to happen? Do you think that failure will look catastrophic and be extremely obvious? If you do think that, then type in chat team pop, all lowercase, 2 words, TEAM space POP. If you were team pop, type team pop. Do you think it's going to be a catastrophic failure? It will kerplode or splash or whatever. It'll be very obvious. We will know that it popped and be very happy that we got to see something for our hard work. However, if you are a team hiss, type in chat, all lowercase, TEAM space HISS. That is team hiss. Team hiss means you think it's going to fail in some way that is less than obvious, not catastrophic. We might be questioning if it failed or not. We will maybe see a venting from a weld or something like that, but you get it, pop or hiss. So right now it is 2:56 a.m. local. We'll just turn to 2:57. We'll let voting run for a little bit, and then in a little bit I'll poke Michael and we'll have him do a rundown and see who wins, Team Pop or Team Hiss. And we'll see who turns out to actually be right. Hopefully Team Pop. Just because we want to see something cool, right? Keysify in chat saying Team Beans. Go banana. That's a Simpsons reference. Oh Lord, here comes my cat. Stand by for things getting knocked over. Somebody saying Team Scrub. No team. Do not say that. Okay, so now that I've broken chat, hopefully they close off that valve and we can come to a determination of which team is correct. Spencer saying Team Toot. 77 someone, I can't see the name, but saying Team GSE failure. That's a fair team. All right. Well, 9,000 of you watching right now. What's up, everybody? I'm Jack Beyer, editor, photographer, commentator for NASA Spaceflight, whatever you want to call me. We really do need to come up with better titles. But yep, we are here. We are into our 4th hour of streaming. Thanks to Mary, Boca Chica Gal on Twitter, who is out there in the field, bringing us these views, bringing us these live streams. Boca Chica resident and photographer extraordinaire. So show some love to Mary in chat there. Team Mary. Forget Team Pop or Team Hiss. Team Mary. So, yeah, what we're looking at is a test tank. This test tank, hopefully, we hope, will pop. If it does pop, we don't know if it'll pop catastrophically or not. And that's what the Team Pop, Team Hiss thing is about, if you're wondering. If you just popped in, you're like, what the heck? Popped in. Haha. Get it? I'm so clever. Aries asking, why is it frostier today than it was yesterday? Basically, we think that's because they did not get anywhere close to this far into the testing flow in any of their previous pop to failure attempts. This is very clearly a test tank that is completely loaded, or at least mostly loaded, with liquid nitrogen. So it is extremely cold, and that is why we are seeing more frost than previously. Good question. In fact, I don't think we saw frost on up on probably like 18 hours or something plus of the streams just on this tank alone. Oh goodness. Okay, let's see. What asking, is Jack aware that he's repeatedly rooting for the failure mode that Elon tweeted about the new 304L avoiding, and that being a good thing? Okay, to be clear, we've talked about this a lot for hours and hours, so maybe I didn't make it super clear tonight because I thought that we already had, but so to be clear, the failure mode that is probably best, quote unquote best for SpaceX and best for progress into the future and for acceleration of the production of the Starship system as a whole would be sort of Team Hiss. I mean, if you're Team Hiss, that's kind of saying that also that you're rooting for a validation of SpaceX's designs. And in theory, I'm guessing this is what is saying, that, you know, if it hisses and doesn't pop catastrophically, that means that SpaceX, their new 304L setup, new construction methods are validated and good and in no way need rethinking, which means they can continue to progress rapidly with their designs, which, yes, I totally understand that. And I totally, honestly, that would be great. If this thing fails in the exact way they're expecting and in a non-catastrophic manner, and obviously doesn't damage anything at the launch site with some kind of crazy flying debris situation. Yeah, we want this to go perfectly exactly how SpaceX expects. For sure, we do not want negative failure mode, and we're definitely not rooting for failure for SpaceX. That said, from a standpoint, strictly from a standpoint of someone who's sat here for 18 something hours now, oh, I mean, I sure hope whatever we get to see is at least obvious. I mean, hopefully the failure mode is still good and not not the negative failure mode, and hopefully it's just something that's interesting to watch because we're tank watchers here and we want to watch the tank do something. So I fully understand that a catastrophic failure might not be the best thing, but I'm jokingly and non-seriously suggesting that a pop would be good because, hey, we've been sitting here watching this thing for so many hours. But knowing full well that Team Hiss is more on the side of rapid progression, just by nature of how this thing would work out. I think that's what you're trying to get at, and hopefully I've explained fully how that works out. But that said, if it does pop catastrophically, we don't know that that's a bad thing. And if it does fail in sort of a Hiss non-catastrophic method, we also don't know that that's a good thing. We really just don't know. So I think that's fair to say anyways.
Yeah. And I'm starting to feel more and more silly about the lightning thing. All I've seen so far is the stream encoder hiccups, and now the lightning's getting more and more. I'm beginning to question myself whether or not that was a big lightning strike the first time when I'm like, no, that couldn't have been it, because it looked like an encoder hiccup to me, but it may very well be a lightning strike because there are more and more flashes of lightning as that the storm gets a little bit closer here. It looks like it's like a line out in the Gulf. So
yeah, and Mary was saying that there is lightning out there, so
yeah.
I wouldn't put it past the camera picking it up. Lightning is bright, so
Oh, you can see it. I mean, it's obvious on camera now. You see flashes every now and then, and it doesn't look like the grass goes white, but the sky back behind it goes white. So it may very well have been a lightning strike, an early lightning strike earlier on.
13 Dead Ghosts saying Team GSE pop. Oh.
I mean,
it sure seems like this thing is full and just sitting there. Like the feed line isn't super frosty. The GSE isn't super like it's not off gassing or condensating. It just seems like a tank that's full of liquid nitrogen and just sort of sitting there chilled down. Very interesting. I wonder what they're going to do next.
You'd have to keep like backfilling it or whatever, topping it off, because you're losing liquid nitrogen into the boil off constantly, and you'd have to keep pushing liquid nitrogen into it. So it's been sitting like this for what, like almost an hour now?
Something like that. Here, I'll check the old String Marino.
Yeah. And this is going to be one of those streams that'll be really good at time lapse as well. Like if you get the whole long video and then just speed it up to a couple seconds, you can see it sort of like freeze all of a sudden.
I look forward to doing exactly that. I do. I really do. I love doing those, or like seeing it pressurize and depressurize. That's always a treat. Looks like around 1:39 local, it started to frost up at the bottom. And yeah, it's now 3:05. So coming up on 2 hours since loading started, something like that, right? So I'll let you take it away for a moment. I'm gonna step away, refresh my beverage, do all that sort of stuff, and I'll be back shortly.
The memes in the Discord are ridiculous. We need to start like getting permission to show some of them on the stream or something. I may ask about that and see if we could do it.
I really want to do that so long and thanks for all the data one, but I don't know if that's if that's fan art. That's something that we've now photoshopped fan art, and but these are really good. So
I know they're funny.
The memeing in our member Discord is on fire tonight. So
somebody put one with a bow on it.
Yeah, that one's awesome.
Oh jeez.
Bow tie vent.
Sorry, I just got back because I had an internet hiccup. Did you mention the frost forming on the top dome?
It looks like the frost is starting to form on the top dome there, just above the left-hand eyebrow.
That is awesome. No, I didn't even notice that. Thanks for pointing that out, Michael. I was too busy looking at memes.
Yeah. It is definitely getting some frost. And we looked back, and the previous test did also get frosty on the dome. So we've seen ice and vapors form on the top of this thing or these things when they have the dome up there. So that's
Yeah.
continuing to progress forward, I think.
And SN7 was like a 3-hour test, so if we're 2 hours in, hopefully it's not going to be too much longer. But
Yep.
the previous test to failure with SN7 was a long test.
God. I still just keep waiting for them to close those top vents because that'll mean that they're actually pressurizing it. Again, y'all, even though it's full of liquid nitrogen right now, you can see because of all the ice, the outside of the stainless steel is super cold, literally freezing the water out of the atmosphere and sticking it to the side of the tank. But it's not really getting pressurized yet until that top vent closes. They're actually letting that pressure boil off. It's literally what you're seeing it boiling off the top. That's that boiling liquid nitrogen. So we're waiting for the bow tie. I want the bow tie to go away because once the bow tie goes away, then or the bow, I guess the hair bow tie. It's like not the right position for it to be a bow tie. The hair bow. Once that goes away, that'll be an indication that they are probably pressurizing the thing. Grab a couple super chats really quickly. Paul says Team Sniper. Somebody wants to make it pop. I wonder what caliber bullet you would need to penetrate the stainless steel that is the whatever the thickness they use is. Like, would it have to be a pretty substantial? I don't know. That's
I
not
bet a
why.
50 cal. I bet a 50 cal would do it.
You think it would?
Oh yeah, I mean I'm holding a 50 cal slug right now, and they are no joke. I mean that's a hefty chunk of metal, man.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that
Also,
would do it. But also, I mean, that stainless steel is insanely heavy. Like I think the landing leg, like that alone is probably like 400, 300, 400 pounds. Like takes several people to lift. So that is insane. I mean, maybe a 50 cal wouldn't be enough, but I think it would. I don't know. I'm not a ballistician. Is that a thing? Ballistic?
ballistic.
Yeah, whatever. You get it.
I don't know. I'm curious about it. William Petefish, here is one. Ever see the Mythbusters episode with the hot water heater? I think something like that. Is that the one where they launched the hot water heater or something, and then it came like flying down a little bit closer than expected?
Yeah, I don't know about the closer part, but yeah, I do remember that one where they launched the hot water heater.
Yeah. Samuel Cleary, thank you for the $5.99 Australian. Looks like the Australian crew is starting to check in with some super chats there. So we appreciate you being over on the other side of the world. And then Walter Van Ward, to pop or not to pop? That is the question. Keep up the great work and hang in there all, especially Mary. Absolutely, Walter. Mary is the one who's been out there filming all day, then deals with uploading everything. And Boca Chica, which is not known for stellar internet yet. We'll say yet in there. Hopefully Starlink fixes that at some point. We'll see. And then she comes over here and she crews the live stream all night long. She is an absolute trooper out there, making sure that we're able to share all of this with y'all. So Walter, thank you for the kind words and the super chat. And then last but not least, Corey Goodow, I'm going to go with 10K Texas Tank watching in the wee hours of the morning. Thanks for your dedication. Corey, thank you so much for the kind words. And as long as y'all keep showing up and Mary keeps turning on the cameras, we will continue to share these cool events with you. Hopefully you think it's interesting as is it just the wind changing a little bit? Yeah, I think that was just the wind. It looked like the top plume changed a little bit. But I think it's just the wind blowing on it in a specific direction. Yeah. Anyways, we appreciate you there, Corey. Thank you very much for the support. I don't think I've missed anything over on the other side in a while. Yeah, it doesn't look like I missed anything over on the other side. So everybody watching, everybody hanging out, thank y'all so much for being here with the live stream this evening as we stand by SpaceX continuing to test the Starship SN7.1. which is currently iced over on the outside, full of liquid nitrogen on the inside, and frost forming on the top of the dome, which means the liquid nitrogen is going all the way up to the top of the dome now.
Foils in the tank, not in your atmosphere. I don't know. Not in your tank farm.
Not in your tank
Foils in
farm.
your test tank, not in your tank farm. There you go.
I wonder if we're going to get a big spurt when the liquid nitrogen gets up to the level of the valve. In the past, we've seen like a massive, just like, I don't know, spurt is the best word that I know.
Yeah,
to
I think you've
surge.
called it that.
Yeah.
I would expect as they've reached the top of the tank with the liquid nitrogen that they kind of surge out of the top. We have seen that before. That's a very good observation on your part. I mean, you can see the frost is continuing to grow up that bulkhead or dome or whatever you want to call it, and it.
Yep.
I mean, this is looking very positive. I'm. Guess what? Jack's excited. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah,
Seriously
it's
though,
like,
4 hours into tonight. Hopefully, we're getting very close.
it's almost like they filled it up to the top of the, I guess the vertical stainless steel, the rings, and then they held there for a while, and then they started to fill it up into the dome. So, I mean, they know what their test plan is here. They know what they're doing, the order they're doing it in. We just get to look at it and guess, but there is definitely a lot of liquid nitrogen in that thing.
Yeah, I wonder quite what the volume is. I think somebody did the math on one of our previous streams. I forget exactly what they said, though. It was like 55,000 gallons per ring stack or something like that. It's
Something
insane.
like that, yeah.
El Guapo saying they don't know if a 50 cal would do it. Might need a bunker buster. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the $5, El Guapo. Yeah, let's just drop one of those Moab things on it or whatever. The mother of all bombs. Let's just go with that. Why not?
Jeez,
You know what? Heck, let's just do one of those. What were they called? The nuclear bazooka. What was that thing called? Like Little Joe or something like that.
Little Joe.
Let's just hit it with a Little Joe. Thank you for the support, Kaylee. Thank you for the $5. They say the walls on the Starship's tank are 3.5 millimeters thick. A 50 cal saying team. Hopefully I didn't just ruin everybody's ears. Rest in peace, your ears. Thank you so much for Reasons Why for the support. And Sith Solo Streams saying, is this gummy berry juice brewing for the next hop? I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $2. Does anyone know what that means?
I have no clue.
Yeah, I also
outside of my skill set. Sorry.
Yeah, that one's over my head. Sorry, but thank you for the support, man. Everyone's saying the green light is off. I really don't think there's any significance to that light whatsoever. I just think it's one of those, and there you can see multiple of those lights on a post. It's like those portable generator with a light stick. And yeah, I don't think there's anything significant with that light. I think it's just a light that's gone bad. I don't know. I could be wrong. Oh, and chat correcting me, and also my buddy Matt Haskell texting me and saying it's the nuclear bazooka was Davy Crockett. Little Joe was a Saturn V abort test rocket or something like that. Maybe I forget what Little Joe was, but Davy Crockett was the nuclear bazooka. My mistake.
There you go. I'd like to see a close-up photo of the green light area because it looks. I don't know. I don't know why they would have a specific colored light there to indicate something that they couldn't just see via a sensor or something. You know. Always possible.
I agree. I also agree. You know, like every now and then there's a new cooking appliance fad. Like, oh man, I love my air fryer, or oh wow, I love my Instant Pot, or oh, I love my blank. I don't know. I feel like every now and then one of my friends has a favorite new cooking appliance. I feel like SN7.1 is now the new. Oh, I love my perpetual nonstop freezer. I don't know. I've got nothing. But
freeze boil your food. Lock the freshness in. Like drop your food in liquid nitrogen.
Yeah.
With a new desktop freeze boiler, you can.
It's like an ice sous vide.
Yeah, ice sous vide. Oh, that was a fad for a while, like the science gastropubs. Did they have those?
Yeah.
And it
Yep.
was like, oh, we cook with science, and it's like we just poured acid on this, and that's how we cooked it. Or this we cooked, we made with liquid nitrogen. We just poured liquid nitrogen on it, and it was like, wait, what? Is this stuff safe to eat? Almost one of those. Oh, I had to go do
Yeah.
it. I had to go check this new fad thing out.
Yeah, I never ate at any of those places, but it just makes me think of Dippin' Dots, right? It's like you pay a whole bunch of money for a thing, and it might be good, but it's like far less of an amount of the thing than you would actually want. Like anytime I get Dippin' Dots, I'm like, wee, yay! Oh, I want more.
Yeah, they're so good. I like Dippin' Dots though. Like
yes, they are. They are quite delicious, I must say. We really, I feel like every time we get into one of these late night streams, I bring up another another sweet snack or something, and I'm really bad at that. I apologize.
it's. I mean, you can't bag on my Dippin' Dots. I'm a huge fan of Dippin' Dots. I mean,
No,
who
I'm
could
not.
go
I'm
wrong
a fan.
with the lyophilized ice cream, right? Like I don't even care that I
Whoa.
get less. It's so good. The banana split, it's like the perfect way to mix it.
Yeah, I love the mint chocolate chip Dippin' Dots. That's, you really can't go wrong. And every now and then you come across one of those vending machines with like the weird vacuum the vacuum arm that like sucks up the thing out of the cooler. It's like half the reason you're doing it is just to see the machine run. Anyways,
Yeah.
I need
yeah.
some candy. I'm gonna grab some candy. I have a couple of Reese's cups in my fridge. I need sugar. Late night
Nice.
stream. Be right back.
I have a Reese's cup in my fridge too. You're gonna make me want to go get the Reese's cup too.
I don't think, maybe you weren't on last night, but how do you devour them? Do you nibble around the center and then eat the
Oh,
center,
no.
or do you just jam
Dude.
the whole thing in your face?
I do shots of Reese's cups. Come on, the whole thing at once. Put the nibble on them. What do I look like, a rabbit? Some sort of chocolate peanut butter eating rabbit? No, you eat the whole thing at once.
It's like a sushi mentality. Like you can't take it in a small bite. You have to put the whole thing in your mouth and eat it in one bite. It's perfection.
Wait, so
Oh,
are the peanut butter cups in the fridge or in the freezer?
Fridge.
Okay, fridge. Yeah, all right. Don't want to break a tooth. Let's be
Well, yeah,
reasonable.
exactly. I don't want to take it out of my freezer and then wait 20 minutes to eat it. I want to eat it now.
Yeah.
Much like Veruca Salt, I don't care how. I want it now.
It's more of the J.G. Wentworth meme for me, I think. I want it now.
It's my Reese's cup, and I want it now.
I want it now.
That's hilarious.
I'm not gonna sing the jingle.
Thank you. It's already in my head. It's in my head, which is like it's the most devious of things. I can't remember what I had for breakfast yesterday. I guess I can. It was peanut butter toast. It's always peanut butter toast. But no, I can't remember important things. But I remember the J.G. Wentworth jingle. What's wrong with me?
Yeah. And some people
Like
saying,
the other.
Oh, go ahead.
Go for it.
Katra saying the green light could be some sort of visual indicator for local personnel. I mean, it's true. It could be some sort of light that lights up when some piece of equipment is going bingly boop or whatever it is it needs to do over there. So who knows? It'd be interesting to see what that light was attached to. Like, does it go down to a generator or something, or what? It's curious. You never know. It may very well be an indicator light. Same thing with those two red lights. I mean, there's something that looks like a red light. It may just be a red, something that's painted red and it has a very bright light shining on it. So you're in the reflectivity, right? But we continue to stand by. I mean, I wonder if we're going to run out of lighting for the frost on the top. The frost on the top is definitely getting thicker. It's like very thick on the top now, but it does have a cutoff level. Like it all sort of stops at a single level. So there's still a little bit of a gas room up at the top there. Some, I'm not going to say empty space for gas, but it's almost like expansion room for the gas to expand up at the top as the liquid nitrogen boils off and it comes out of the valves at the top.
Michael, are we able to do a Team Pop versus Team Hiss analysis?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. Hey, Marcus House. Sounds like we've got Marcus House in chat right now. What's up, Marcus? Are you Team Pop or Team Hiss? Yeah, we did it earlier, I think, while you were having internet hiccups. So the data should be in. But we just need to analyze. We need to open up the folder and look at what the data shows there.
Okay, Team Pop is 346.
Okay.
And Team Hiss has 175.
All right. Well, sounds like Team Pop is in the lead. I mean, I understand. And again, Pop might not necessarily be the best outcome. We kind of want to see a Hiss. It's conflicting, right? We sort of want to see a Pop because that would be dramatic and interesting from a visual standpoint. But Team Hiss, in theory anyways, it would be better because it would mean that their build methods and construction methods and their steel choice and all of that were up to snuff, so to speak, and able to handle the loads they're throwing at it. So Team Hiss also good. Definitely not rooting for failure for SpaceX. Just want to be clear about that. But having a little bit of lighthearted fun, Pop or Hiss, it's the kind of thing we do to pass the time here on these late night streams. So, I mean, that bulkhead, that top dome there, it's getting mighty frosty.
It definitely is.
I will be so happy if they shut those valves off. Oh, man. Marcus House says he's Team Pop. All right, well, there you have it.
I can't believe there's 10,000 people watching this.
I mean, it's cool that we have 10,000 people watching this, and it's testament to how much everybody cares about rapidly progressing into the future. I mean, nobody wants to sit around waiting to go to the moon again. I feel like a lot of us wish we were already back there or had never stopped going. And this is part of the, we hope, next step to getting back to the moon and beyond, which would be so, so nice. So on the one hand, yeah, it's just a can of beans without a label on it with some frost and some gas shooting out the top. And it's been doing almost nothing for a long period of time. But on the other hand, it is absolutely a critical step on the very long and arduous staircase that takes us back to the moon and Mars. So I understand it. I mean, after all, we're here doing this. You could equally say, I can't believe it's been 4 hours and we're still doing this. But I mean, it's understandable because we care, and we care because it matters. It really does. So thanks everybody hey everybody, hey all 10,000 of you, hit the like button if you haven't already hit the like button, if you like this stream. And if you haven't subscribed, hit the subscribe button in case you haven't subscribed already, because we do a lot of these types of streams, and we do daily update videos. Shush, you know what? We were gonna move on.
We were just gonna ice cream though. You said screams, and I was thinking about wanting to go out there with like a spatula and scrape some of the frost off the side and then put it in a cup and like maybe drizzle some snow cone sauce on the top of it. I don't know. That's what I was sitting there thinking of.
Do like an ice cream roll or something? I've never had an ice cream roll, but darn, they look tasty.
Like set a truck up next to it and just make some snow cones or something. SN7.1 liquid nitrogen snow cones. I'd be game. Sounds good to me.
I'm on board. Definitely.
You said scream, and I immediately thought ice cream. Scrape off the side, make snow cones. Like that's where my head went, because I would like a snow cone now. Is that what they're called in the rest of the world? They called snow cones? Shaved ice. That's what I've heard. Shaved ice. There's snow cones.
I definitely heard. I'm familiar with snow cone, but shaved ice definitely makes sense. Snow cone sauce, though, that's new to me.
Snow cone, so the stuff you put on the top.
Oh, right. There's never enough. Like, next time I get one, I just want to give the person making it like $2 extra and be like, just go to town with the sauce. Just really hit it. Because you have like the first several bites and you're like, I wish this was 30 to 60% more flavorful. And then you get down and you get the last like 2 bites where it's just all like mostly flavor liquid. And you're like, this is the best thing I've ever eaten. And then all you want is another one. But it's really all you want is infinite of those last 2 bites. So perhaps that dilemma could be solved by several more pumps of that flavor sauce. But
see, would the last 2 bites be as good if you didn't have the initial less concentrated bites to go through before you got to them?
See, we're getting into some philosophy here, because arguably those last 2 bites would not be as sweet without the preceding less sweet bites. You need to have the unsweet to have the sweet, right? There needs to be an absence of a thing to experience the thing. Otherwise, if it's just the thing the whole time, then you it just becomes normal. I don't know. Totally. Let's get philosophical about sugar in late night streams.
Jack, it's like the marshmallows and Lucky Charms. If you've ever gone through and you pick the marshmallows, you're like, oh man, I like the marshmallows. They're so good. But did you know you can just buy a bag of just the marshmallows? They're not as good. They're literally not as good if it's just the bag. You have to go through the process of rescuing them from the other cereal in order to really enjoy it. It's like too much of a good thing, I think it is. It's like overload.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I really want a snow cone though. I really do want a snow cone.
Gosh, I want one so bad. AMD in our member Discord saying SN7.1 is the Nokia of Starship. The real test of if it's a Nokia is, does it balance on end and then kind of dance around on the tabletop when the ringtone goes off?
When it buzzes.
Yep. Oh Lord. Whoever had one of what was it, like I forget what model Nokia that was, but it's like one of the most manufactured phones, or dumb phones or whatever, cell phones. But yeah, you could just stand it on end. 3110?
Yeah, I'm looking up a picture. No, the 3110 was too fancy. Let's see. 3110 Classic. Nope, that's got a big screen.
Chat says 3310.
3310. See, I knew it was something like that. Because I had one of them. I had one of those Nokia
me too.
with the little art, the God touching the fingers thing at the startup screen. I remember that. It definitely wasn't from 2017 though. New mod. I don't know. I still have this phone in a case somewhere around here. Like there's a box that has the old school Nokia phone in it.
Is it this?
Yeah. I think that's. I don't know what this other date was, but that's the phone that I remember.
Yep, that thing is basically indestructible.
It's basically indestructible. Yeah.
Unless it touches any kind of liquid, in which case, game over.
That was its weak point. They should have just made starships out of these old Nokia phones, and they wouldn't have to worry about re-entry or anything. Like,
yeah, I think Elon actually tweeted a couple days ago that the new thermal protection system for Starship is going to be Nokia 3310s.
Nokia 3310s.
Yeah, they're just going to switch from the thermal protection tiles to the 3310 protection system. It'll be very robust. I think he said he can get about 1,000 flights out of it before they need to slap a new layer of 3310s on
3310s. Oh, geez. Again, y'all, we are standing by. We are well into this test. This is the farthest we've gotten the tests over multiple days of watching for the press to failure. Ice all over the sides of SN7.1 there, even up on the top dome now. But as long as the top keeps venting, it's not a sealed vessel. It's not holding, or it's not pressurizing, I guess. It's holding pressure, but it's not being intentionally overpressurized yet. We want that venting on the top to stop. That is going to be a pretty clear sign that they are actually pressing it. And hopefully, whatever happens with this thing, we can see have about 2.5 hours left in the window here. Window closes at 6 a.m. local time. They're in Central down in Boca Chica, Texas. So we're standing by. We can't tell you how long we have to wait, but this is definitely a good sign that we see that frost on the side. Ice. It's sheets of ice at this point. It's not even frost. It's like sheets of ice, clearly.
Yeah, this thing is seriously frosty, and that top bulkhead continues to have frost climb up the sides of it. So we are just trending positive and positive and positive. This is a great flow here, and I am so thankful, that we are seeing this thing progress rather than just condensate slightly again and then depress. Oh, Lorsh. What is wrong with me? Oh, Lord. That would be terrible if we... Lorsh.
Green light's on.
It would be terrible. So, green
light's
light
on.
means...
It is.
It probably means nothing, but it's on. It's confirmed on. But yeah, so I'm glad that we're progressing here.
They're signaling something to us here, I guess. We're just...
They're telling the aliens to back their UFO off a little bit so that it doesn't get hit by any potential debris. Crickets. Chat is being nostalgic about the old Snake game on the old Nokia phones.
Oh, the old Snake game. Nice.
Yeah. That makes me also think of like playing Snake or playing various games on a graphing calculator. It's like, look, I have this multiple $100 graphing calculator for class, but I managed to sideload a whole bunch of games on it. Let's play games. Woo!
I spent most of my time in Trig writing games for my old TI-83. Like I wrote one of the Canon games. You know how it's like, oh, the wind is blowing like this, and here's the ballistic trajectory, and you have
Are
to
you
set the angle
serious?
and the force. Yeah, I used to write games for my phone in class, and I would sit there and play the games that I wrote.
That's so cool.
I had a
I always
go ahead, go
wish
ahead.
I was better at any kind of coding stuff like that, because you really can just sort of, it's like magic. You can create something out of nothing, and it just pops out of your head into software, and then bam, it exists. It's such a cool skill. And to make a game, to make
I
a
don't
thing
know.
you can play.
Jack, I don't know if you've ever programmed anything. Popping out of your head into existence.
Okay,
I
I
wish it was
don't
that
mean to make
easy.
it sound. I don't mean. That's like me saying an edit or a photo pops out of my head into
Yeah,
existence. But you know what I mean. It's a
mostly
thing.
hunting
It's a thing
down
where you
the
can.
semicolon you missed for like 8 hours, and then it's like, God, it
Oh
was one
jeez.
semicolon. Jeez, seriously?
Oh man.
Or doing print variable to the screen while you're trying to debug it. Like, oh wait, what's this variable right now? Just print it out so I can see it. I'm
But that
giving you a hard time, right?
particular. No, for sure. I take your point. But that type of game also, in particular, is super, like, has a place. I'm nostalgic for. Has a place in my heart, because to this day on my iPad, like, and on my phone, I think one of the oldest games that I have in iOS it's called Pocket Tanks, and it's exactly that. It's one of those,
Yep.
like, you're a tank here and there's a tank there, and you can move a certain amount of distance per round, and there's wind speed, and there's elevation change,
Yep.
and there's
Yep.
different types of weapons, and yeah, it's just that it's a super simple thing. But if you have time to kill and you're sitting next to somebody and you're like, hey, you want to play Pocket Tanks? And they're like, yeah. It's like, it's such a great classic style of game.
Yeah,
Also, shout out, while we're talking about iOS games, shout out to
Sure.
Space Team. If you guys don't know Space Team, check out Space Team. That game
Space
is
Team.
hilarious and awesome. You don't know Space Team?
No, what is Space Team?
Oh man, I can't believe you don't know Space. We should do a game of Space Team on NASASpaceflight Live or something. So basically, it is a multiplayer game. You play it on. I think it's probably on multiple platforms, but I've only ever played it on the phone or iPad. And basically, each person has a control panel, and it changes each round. But each person has a control panel, and each person is issued commands. And the commands that you get aren't necessarily for your particular panel. It could be a command for a control panel that somebody else has on their phone. So
Okay.
you kind of have to delegate. Like, say there's 4 of you playing, and you get a command, and it's not something you have. You then have to kind of shout out what that command is, so that the person who has that on their panel can do it, so your spaceship doesn't crash. But
Interesting.
what that inevitably leads to is sort of traffic jams of people trying to issue commands to other people on the team, and people trying to interpret it, and it ends up ultimately turning into a game of, like, almost like of task management. Like, okay, you handle these and you handle these. I don't know. It's really, really fun, and it's a fun game to kill some time with some friends. Highly recommend checking out Space Team.
Yeah. And
Anyways,
Jack, really quickly, that frost is growing up the side of the dome. Look at that. I mean, the two center sort of frost spires there are rapidly approaching the top of the dome. And if that frost gets all the way to the top, I expect we're going to see a big, massive vent as liquid nitrogen spurts out the vents at the top. So be on the lookout. Now is a good time to really start paying attention to see if they are getting very close to hitting that top of the tank with the actual liquid nitrogen. We'll see.
that would be so great. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're getting real close, and once we get to the top, maybe we'll see it surge a little bit. Look at that ice fall off. Wow. We'll see it surge a little bit potentially, and then maybe they'll close off those valves? Question mark. And maybe it'll pop? Question mark. That'd be really great. That'd be something to see.
I'm just really
Look at that.
hoping-
It's getting. I feel like those vents up top are, as we speak, getting more violent in their. Maybe I'm just seeing things and being hopeful, but look at that. Keep
The
your
moth-
eyes open on those top vents.
The moth rave is definitely getting more violent over there. I don't know where they came from all of a sudden, but God, that thing has been one huge liquid nitrogen tank for quite some time now.
Yeah.
I
Like
just
it's
really hope we don't get an SN7 situation where there's a really small pop and then they just repair it and do another test. I want this to be over.
I want this to be over.
Yeah.
I cannot
Honestly.
handle another night with no sleep.
Oh, jeez.
I just
It's
want
like,
to. I want them to get it out of the way so that they can get
Yeah,
SN8
that
out
too.
to the pad. That's my main thing. I'll do another night of this, no problem. Although I fear for our sanity and Mary's sanity as well, having to listen to our nonsense and stay up.
I would
But
I would
we're
I would
mostly
do this
SN8.
every night, no problem, if I didn't have school in the morning.
Fair, yeah.
that
That's
definitely makes it rough. Jack, every time I see the vents at the top, I'm like, oh, is it venting even more? Like, is it more volume in that
yeah.
vent? I need some
I'm
way to
doing the same thing.
quantify. Yeah. It looks less like a bow now. It looks like it's falling down a little bit more than making a nice bow. So I don't know if it's just the contrast of having more white ice on the top dome. That may be what's making it look different to me, but it still looks like a ninja. Like it's got the white mask on and the two eye slits there, and then the little hair on top. Like
It is really, really close to the top of that bulkhead section there. I mean, super, super close. There's very little left that is not frosty. So we could be very close to seeing them shut off those valves. It's 3:38 local time. I mean, maybe 4 o'clock. Hopefully 4:50. Because or sorry, no, not 4:50. Hopefully 3:50. 3:50. Oh no, SpaceX, if you're listening, 3:50.
Should we play the guess the pop game again, or guess the pop time again?
Yeah, why not? Do you want to lay down the ground rules there for chat?
oh geez.
The game is put what time in chat you think it's going to pop, and whoever guesses right wins. And you can only guess once. I can tell. Well, I can search through your chat messages. We have a complete database, so if you enter more than one submission, you are automatically disqualified. So post one guess in chat, and we'll read out the winner after it happens.
All right.
Wow, that's a lot of times.
Yeah, I can't even like pick anything out, but most people are saying 4:20 and I can guess why.
Rip reading anything in chat. Nice.
But yeah, as we wait for the determination on, or as we wait for everybody in chat to submit their vote, and remember, only vote once. Michael said you get disqualified if you vote twice, so don't disqualify yourself there. But yeah, we are waiting eagerly for those top valves to get shut off. If you're wondering what happens next, we're really just thinking that that top bulkhead will frost up maybe a little bit more, maybe completely. But really, the next thing is top valves where all that gaseous nitrogen is escaping currently up top there. Shut off and self-pressurize and pop. Hopefully this thing pops. That would be so great. So you can see over on the left side of the screen, we've got that timeline. Right now we're in the frost forming phase, and hopefully they shut off those valves and we progress to the pop phase, or pressing tank and then pop phase.
Yeah. I like how we have the exclamation point with pop there. Can we make
Pop!
that all uppercase, like pop?
Pop!
Like P, capital
I'm-
O, capital P, exclamation point. I think that would really make it pop in the
We can
menu
do
there.
that.
Oh, my YouTube keeps buffering. What the heck,
Survey
YouTube?
says pop. There we go, fixed. Man, it's like Alexa. I just say it out loud and it changes in the overlay. That's cool.
Bingo bango.
Hey Michael, progress to pressing tank. Not yet. I mean the valve's not closed, but I was just doing an example of how we would communicate with a voice commanded overlay.
We've got a whole bunch of super chats. You want me to run through them? Some of them are
Oh my
pretty old.
gosh. How did that happen?
Nicodermus, Nicodermus, thank you for the 5. Is that like a nicotine patch you put on your skin, Nicodermus? No, it's Nicodemus. Okay, I'm stupid. Thank
Nicodermus
you
is like where
for-
you smoked so much that your skin is actually that yellow color of nicotine. That's Nicodermus. Like a
Oh, I feel
medical
like
condition.
we suddenly turned into Chubby Emo. Do you know that YouTube channel? A man smoked 4 packs of cigarettes in a day. This is what happened to his skin.
This is what
That's a great
happened.
YouTube channel. Check out Chubby Emu. Nicodemus, thank you for the $5. If it doesn't pop, it's probably over-engineered and overweight. Not a good thing. Well, it means they can thin down their tanks, and it means they can change their methods up, although it might take them time to retweak things, but they've already got a couple prototypes built and ready to go. So hopefully it wouldn't slow them down too much. But thank you for the $5 there. Otrab, thank you for the 710 Australian. They're asking for guesses on apogee. I'm going to say 40 feet. What do you guys think?
40 feet. Again, it's mechanical energy. It's physically stored energy. It's not a chemical reaction that would be pushing this thing. So I just don't think you're going to get a lot of apogee out of it. It's not, even if the bottom fails, I don't think it's going very far. I think that the apogee wouldn't really be much higher than the top of the tank. I know I'm such a spoil sport, boring DOS.
No.
That frost on top is getting frostier though.
It's
getting
all the way
thick
up there.
white color. Yeah.
It is really all the way. I was just thinking that same thing. And I mean, we're getting really close here. I'll try and run through these. I'm not going fast through these out of lack of respect. And thanks for your support, everybody. We're just getting real close. So I want to get back to the testing at hand. Russell Jones, thanks for the £5. Mr. Aldrich, thank you for the $5. They say they hope it pressurizes to more than 10 bars or more, and any rifle round will go through the walls of Starship. 66 Starship Alien, thank you for the $10 Australian. They say, hypothetically, what would be the difference between this pressure test and Earth's gravity and the same pressure test in the zero gravity space? I mean, there's no atmosphere on this one, so it would be more of a, I don't know, that's a big question. I don't know if we have time for that one right now. We might have to come back to that one.
Yeah.
But thank you for the support. Travis Cecil, thank you for the $5. Could pop with enough press mean good things? Yes, I think so. Consistent construction with no particular weak point. Potentially, yeah. Pop could be good in the same way that hiss could be bad. We really don't know, and we'll just have to kind of wait and see what SpaceX says and does. But good question, and thank you for the support. Martin Stevensvagen. I think I did that right. Thank you for the currency units, and good morning from Norway. They say so much happening now with Starship and Tesla. Are you guys going to go on point-to-point on Starship when it starts flying? I think Das has said he'll only fly something that can glide to a landing.
Yes.
That can glide to a landing. I would probably ride on point-to-point, but I would sure have to see some successful test first. Bent Straight, thank you for the $4.99. They say Team Frosty Beans everywhere in Hawaii. They call snow cones shaved ice. Yep, brah. Thank you for the support, Bent Straight. Keith McNabb, thank you for the $5. They say freeze the liquid and make shaved ice out of it. That would be tasty. Peacekeeper Hero, and thank you for the support, bud. Keith. Peacekeeper Hero, thanks for the $5. Mr. Aldrich, thank you for the $2. They say that was the person saying Snake was the best game on Nokia back when we were talking about the 3310s. Peacekeeper Hero again, thank you for the $5. They say got class at 8 a.m. Browsed YouTube at midnight and saw this. Well, no sleep tonight. Come on, Pop.
There you go.
Oh boy, no sleep for any of us. Jolly J, they're asking me to promise I'll never change. I will never change. Thank you so much for the support, Jolly J. Cy Starkman, thank you for the Australian $8. They say you need to include how a person becomes a member. Donate. It's rather opaque on mobile without the app. You have no idea. Okay. Thank you for the suggestion, and thank you for the super chat. To become a member, you need to what is it? You have to go on Safari because you can't do it in the mobile app and on iOS or something along those lines. But basically, in YouTube on a web browser, there should be a join button below, like the thumbs up and thumbs down, somewhere around there. There's a join button. That's how you become a member. There's various membership tiers, and we really appreciate all of our members. There's a Discord for certain levels. There's early membership videos for certain membership, like preview videos throughout the day for certain membership levels. So all kinds of perks, and we thank our members. Thank you for the suggestion there. And thank you for the support. If it's not clear how to subscribe, please @us and we will absolutely help you figure out how to subscribe. Dustin, thank you for the $5. They say the loading bar is like a Steam download. Pause at 70% for the next 2 hours. That's hilarious. Framrick, thank you so much for the £499. They say, can we get a big LED display for the pressure next time? Great stream. Problem with that, bud, is we don't know what the pressure is. But thank you so much for the super chat.
But like install a little sensor and a port on the side and ask SpaceX if we could put like a big football score clock on one end that has the current
That
pressure.
would be great. That would be really great.
Could we?
And I swear I'm almost
put this over here. Go ahead.
Can we just attach this? Don't mind us. Don't mind us. And I swear I'm almost done with these. William Pete Fish, thank you for the $5. They said they're probably going to try and make it pop at 4:20 a.m. I mean, fair guess. We all know how Elon feels about the number 420. Travis Cecil, thank you for the $2. My guess tomorrow night. Travis Cecil, don't be a bummer, man. Nobody likes a bummer. NZ Eagle, what's up, NZ Eagle? Thank you for the $5. New Zealand, they say when the moths stop raving is when it pops. Well, all right, that's fair. The moths might not stop raving though. So, but look, thank you for the support. Go for it.
The light on the right-hand side. There are a lot of bugs out there.
There are.
There are a lot of. They're flying really fast.
They're getting them. They're getting their smaller bugs. They're getting their food. They're like nom 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 nom. Harry Stranger with the $2 Australian for an anamorphic lens fund. Well, that would be fun. I'm sure a big fan of anamorphic lenses. Thank you for the support. Although I think we might need a lot more than $2 for that. And to be clear, that's not something on our list, but definitely appreciate the support and suggestion. Kyle Petorsky, thank you for the $2. They say watching the stream makes me want to have ice cream. I think you and me both. And we are done with the super chats. We are done with the memberships. Thank you, everybody, for your support. Whew, yeah, who is right?
Good job, Jack. Thanks for running those through.
No problem. Really quickly, as we get back into watching the testing here, I'll say that if you are watching this test wherever you are right now, and you feel like a true Texas Tank Watcher, well, I say you've earned your Texas Tank Watcher cred by tuning into a stream to watch this tank pop. So if you feel like representing your Texas Tank Watcher status, we do have merch. We've got, I think, a hat, and we might even have a mug, but we definitely have a t-shirt and we have a hoodie. So pop into the store.
Pop.
And we've got.
He said pop.
Oh, what have I done? I wish that was intentional. Pop on into the store and grab yourself some merch if you want to support us that way. But either way, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us, even just by viewing, hitting the like button, hitting the subscribe button. And yeah, there you go. You can see the Texas Tank Watchers merch right there. Good old Texas Tank Watchers. Horse Winnie, whip crack, whip crack.
Got the hoodie too. There's the hoodie. Let's get this off the screen though.
I've got the t-shirt. I might have to get a hoodie as stuff starts to cool down here. I'm super excited for winter because I'm very much a hoodie person. In fact, you may or may not know me as the orange hoodie guy because I have a propensity for things that are orange, especially international orange and hoodies. So if I can wear it, if it's like 70 degrees, I'm like, all right, hoodie weather. Let's do this. So I can't wait, and I'm definitely going to be rocking the Texas Tank Watchers hoodie this fall. So grab your merch if you feel like it. We really appreciate everybody that does, and we appreciate you all watching right now. So look at that top bulkhead.
It's at the top.
That top bulkhead is completely frosty.
It's completely
like 100% frosty. I'm expecting to see that top vent start surging at any second now as liquid starts kind of spurting out of it as it gets completely full. I mean, I think that would happen, right?
I think so. Yeah, I think they fill it up to a point where there's actually liquid nitrogen coming out of the top. I mean, nitrogen, not exactly a rare element to come by, right? Nitrogen element, right? Yeah, I guess LN2 wouldn't be, but that is, they're just going to hopefully fill that thing all the way up to the valve, and it'll come spurting out of the valve. We've seen it do that before, and it is definitely, God, it doesn't even look like a bow anymore. There's so much coming out of the top.
Yeah,
that
is
pure white.
Yep, that is a significant amount of venting. I mean, it is coming out at high velocity, at high volume. I mean, there's a significant amount of condensation coming from underneath the skirt there. The entire tank is super thick and covered in frost. I mean, we're well into it.
you know how we were correcting ourselves and we're like, there's a little bit of condensation. We're like, oh, it's frosting, and then oh no, that's not frost. That's just condensation. That's like a cold beverage with sweat on the outside. This is what we're talking about. This is what we want to say when we say frost. This is obviously sheets of ice stuck to the side of this thing and the top of the thing now. This is what we have been waiting to see, not the little, oh, it's kind of frosting on the side. Change the status. Oh, that's no. This is what we've been waiting for. Well, I mean, closing the top valve is what we're waiting for now. That's what I'm waiting for now, is the top valve to stop valving or to start valving and be closed so that it pressurizes. I'm going to check in on a couple things here on the back end. See where we are.
Ben Straight says, I want a Texas Tank Watchers trucker hat styled like the old Keep on Trucking. Do it. Thank you for the suggestion. And then Marcus said, Jack, please pass on all of our huge thanks to Mary. Jack, did you hear that?
Yep.
Yeah,
Sorry,
absolutely.
I was talking while muted like a big dum dum.
It happens.
Did you send that to the queue?
Look.
Yes.
And you weren't talking? Because I just saw that go to the queue, so I was like, I better start talking because nobody else is.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks, Marcus, for the kind words. Definitely appreciate it, and we will
Y'all,
pass on your huge
Yeah,
thanks to
look at the
Mary.
vent.
look, it's
We're venting?
rolling down the sides now. You see how it's not just
Yep.
liquid. It literally looks like it's rolling down the sides of the tank sometimes. It looks like it's getting really close to hitting that top valve. Sorry about look at that. You see that? It looks like it's almost spilling down the sides of the dome.
No, it does. You're right. I think we could. I would call that surging, or maybe not surging, but definitely full tank. Full
Yeah.
tank of cryogenic liquid nitrogen, which is
That's
exactly what we want to see.
Sorry, I didn't
Very
mean to
good.
interrupt, but I saw it doing that. I saw it sort of surging. It literally looks like it's spilling down the side of the dome. And I don't know. It may very well be actual liquid nitrogen running down the side and then boiling off as it runs down. And before it hits the edge, it's all boiled off and it comes back up again. That's really what it looks like here. I don't know if that's
Yep.
exactly what's happening, but geez. God,
Yeah, I'm in
that's
agreement.
cool.
It's super cool because it's also very cold. Haha.
Didn't.
Crickets.
I tried. Crickets. We've actually got the crickets turned off tonight. I'll work with Mary on that audio thing. It's probably just the cable or something. We'll check out what the buzz in the audio is. We have
Ben
the
straight
ambient.
in chat saying it's fixing to happen.
Nice. It's fixing too. Let me check the audio. You can hear that it sounds like it's underwater because I was trying to noise suppression that out. Let's see what that does real quick. Because if we could get audio of whatever happens, that would be nice. Yeah, chat. Y'all can hear that buzz. Jack, y'all can hear that buzz, right?
Yep.
Oh, I can't. I'm not monitoring though. Right?
Oh, okay.
You have to
What do
unmute.
I guess I
You have to unmute the egress account, Jack.
Yeah, unmute the server.
Thank you.
Here. There's the buzz.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear it.
We'll work on that. It's just if I had to guess, it's just the cable being too close to another thing. Because we're radiating so much RF out of Mary's van. Like all the modems and everything that's running there, and it just gets picked up in that microphone cable sometimes. So we will work on that. But that's why we're not running the ambient audio here tonight, y'all, because that buzz we've got going.
We need like a adamantium shielded cable or something. Like we need to like put a spike into the ground every time we shoot and ground everything. I don't know. I don't know what the solution is, but we've been trying to fix it. No worries, one way or the other. This is awesome. Look at, and it is seriously just blasting gaseous nitrogen out of that. I mean, come on, just close off those vents and pop
so
it.
much, you know?
Nope. Yeah. Just close off the vents and pop it, please. Wow, 12,000 people watching. What's up, everybody?
That's a couple.
If you're just joining us, I mean, we could be moments away from those top valves closing off and this thing pressurizing to failure. I'm Jack Beyer, the Jack Beyer on Twitter. I'm joined with Das, John Galloway.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What are you? Your Kerbal Space Academy on Twitter.
K-Space Academy. Just K-Space Academy on Twitter.
K-Space Academy on Twitter. And we've also got Michael Baylor, who is Next Spaceflight on Twitter. And of course, how could I forget? Of course I didn't forget. We've got Mary, aka Boca Chica Gal, on Twitter, who is the person who is the Boca Chica resident and the person out there filming day in and day out and stream in and stream out bird. So thank you to Mary for being out there and for being part of the NASA Spaceflight team. And that is who you are currently tuning into. And we are waiting for those top two valves to shut off. It seems like we could be moments away from those top valves shutting off and this thing getting pressurized to failure. So that is where we are currently at.
And I don't think it's going to take long once they shut those valves.
And there, I'm getting the links to the Twitter accounts into chat there. There was me, K-Space Academy. There's the Jack Beyer right there. Here's Michael. Michael's Next Spaceflight, like that one. And then Mary, of course, is Boca Chica Gal. And if you want to be the first one to see whatever happens at Boca Chica, you need to be following Mary on Twitter because she's the first one who gets images of whatever flipping domes and attaching aerodynamic stuff. Whatever it is, she is always out there with eyes on what is happening at Boca Chica. So there's the Twitter accounts to follow, y'all.
Yeah, she was, I mean, thanks to her, she was out there today and caught the first super heavy booster section. So, I mean, things like that, those are the kind of updates you get when you follow her on Twitter. So definitely, if you're not already, go follow Mary on Twitter, Boca Chica Gal.
Yep.
Wow. So this tank, this is one full tank. I know I keep saying it, but I really hope they just shut those valves off. Please, please, please.
That's what we need them to do at this point. We need those valves to shut so they can start building up pressure in there.
It's interesting to me that they did not put any thermal protection tiles on them. I mean, maybe they just didn't want to waste any of the time, but I would think that those studs for the thermal protection mounting system and just in general, wanting to see how the thermal protection tiles reacted to the expansion and contraction of the tank from tanking cycles with cryogenic liquid. I mean, I wonder why they chose not to put any tiles on this thing. Maybe there's just other data they're trying to gather from it, and those doing that would have obscured or jeopardized their ability to gather that clean data for whatever reason. I don't know, but curious one way or the other. Look at that. This is the most activity out of those vents we've seen. This is the most we've seen this thing frosted up. This is, I mean, super, super great looking in terms of being far along into the test, way farther than we've gotten on any of the previous attempts. So everything is looking good.
It's not a bow tie. It's not a bow anymore on the top. It looks like the PC Master Race guy with the flowing hair. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's hilarious.
You'll know the meme I'm talking about there. It literally looks. It's got two eyes, and then it's got the flowing hair out the side. Look at that. So smug. You can't unsee the two eyes. Once you see the two eyes in the hair, it's like you look at it, you can't unsee it. That just is what it is. Yes, you see it. Yes. How long to pop when the valves close? We don't even know. We don't even know. They could close it, and it could be. Was that ice that just jumped off of it?
Yeah, I think so.
Like a big chunk came off of there.
Yeah. Look at that.
That's interesting. God. But we don't have any timings. We can't tell you, oh, well, after they close it, it'll be about this long. They're testing it to failure, and they even SpaceX probably doesn't know exactly how long it'll take to fail because they're just going to keep pushing it until it fails. So maybe a weld will break loose, maybe a valve will let go, maybe the entire bottom will fall out of this thing, and this thing will hop off the temporary test stand that they have it on. We don't know. I don't even think SpaceX knows exactly what's going to happen. That's why they're testing it. That's why they're trying to get the data. If they already knew the answer, there would be no reason to go through all this. So, one way or the other, we will see what is happening because that thing is rusty like crazy right now. And again, we also don't know what bar it'll test to. We don't know what bar it's at right now, although it's probably not very high. The vents are open, right? But we don't know what it's going to get to. We would have to wait until SpaceX says something, and that would most likely happen because Elon would tweet out his comments on the results of the test or something like that. So usually what we get, we're not getting a press release or anything like that with any sort of official information. We're literally just watching what happens, and then if we're lucky, Elon will shoot us a tweet and give us a little bit of insight on whatever happened. I wonder if it would be cold to stand in that cloud. I wouldn't stand in the cloud. I mean, you don't want it to displace too much oxygen, but a lot of what we're seeing is also water vapor condensing out, like making the clouds. But I wonder if it's cold. Like if you stepped into that, would it feel cold? Or is it just too mixed with the ambient atmosphere? So you'd have the vapors there, but you wouldn't really feel that you were standing in a cloud.
That's a good question. I mean,
I'm
one way or the
curious.
other, I would want to have an oxygen mask on just in case.
Yeah.
But I would be very curious if it was cold. I feel like it would be, but human brains are often wrong about stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like looking at that, you'd think you'd be freezing in there, but I wonder if it would just be sort of like, man, I'm kind of clammy actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, or what would it smell
Interesting.
like? Nice. What would it smell like to be in the gas cloud? I mean, I say gas cloud. I don't even know if that's the right way to refer to it, right?
I just went back and watched the SN7 pop, and it looked like it was only 3 or 4 minutes from when they closed the valve to when it popped. Of
To
course,
the time that it's failed.
yeah.
Nice.
Of course, we don't know if that scales directly to this exact test tank in terms of pressure inside. This one could be shorter, and that could be because it actually reached higher pressure in that time. But the point is, it probably won't be long once they close the valves.
Yeah. And we've just crossed 4 o'clock. It's now 4:05 local time out there in Boca Chica. Window goes all the way to 6. I'm wondering if the valves aren't going to close at 4:20. We'll see.
Or like at 4:17, so it
Yeah.
takes 3 minutes and then goes at 4:20 or something like that.
4:17. Nice.
Jean Francois asking, what if the valves are frozen and can't be shut? Well, then we're all going to have a bad time and have to do this again another night. So we're not going to think about that, and we're going to choose to believe that these vents, which I believe are the same vents, if not the same exact ones, the same model, or they look the same, at the very least, they're hedged enough, as the ones used on the SN7 test tank test. So I don't think they would be frozen, but they could be frozen. I also said if that was methane, it would be igniting in the flare stack, right? And then SN4 exploded. So I have to be careful with what I say on these streams because
Yeah.
I'm often proven wrong by stuff immediately after I say things. So I got to be careful, but we do not know is the short answer there.
Yeah. A couple different people saying, they worked at concerts. Catra over here saying they've worked at concerts before. And the CO2 cannons that shoot the big CO2 at the concert. If you reach in, you feel one of those, you can feel that it's cold on that. And somebody else saying that they had actually been exposed to a nitrogen cloud like this, and it's definitely cold. So I wondered. I bet you, especially during the day when you got that hot Texas sun beaten down. Sometimes it's 100, 105 degrees Fahrenheit out there. It would probably feel really nice as long as you could breathe in the clouds. So it looks like a nice air conditioning sort of effect to me.
Look at that tank farm.
Oh yeah,
condensation.
That's interesting. The whole place is going. Yeah, I wonder what triggered that. It's the strategic smoke screen, so we can't see it pop. That's cool. Look at the backside of the vapors over here where you can
Yep.
see the shadow of it. That is really
It looks
crazy looking.
super cool.
Yeah.
They hit the make it cinematic button.
The mystical mists of Boca. We need like a
They hit the
Loch Ness monster to stick up its head up out of that or something. Like
they hit the Blade Runner eyes button.
the Blade Runner eyes. Nice.
That really looks super cool.
That
I
whole
wonder what
thing
kind
is
of
going.
massive vent just happened from the tank farm that that is causing that.
I don't know, but it's got to be continuing as well because it's just a constant stream. It's the Bon Jovi button.
That's great.
Yeah, we need some laser light to go through the fog.
I don't know if it's exactly surging or what, but that top vent really looks like it's billowing quite a lot. I would use the word billowing. I don't know if
Yeah.
that's a function of the wind or what, but that top vent is really going crazy at this point.
Really
I'm
is.
hopeful we'll see it close off here shortly.
And the whole thing is just iced over like crazy. I mean, the whole top of the tank is just solid ice. You get the you see the ring of stainless steel at the top. That's actually an area where there's a little bit of a skirt, almost a reverse skirt. It's almost like a crown more than a skirt, I guess, there, because it sticks up. And that's just where there's not liquid nitrogen on the other side. So earlier, somebody was saying, oh, it's not getting frosty because there's liquid nitrogen on the other side. It's just the nitrogen's lower and it's getting cold. That right there proves that that's not how that works. If it was just cold because there was liquid nitrogen there somewhere, and the temperature, I guess, the cold was actually transmitting, conducting up to the other parts of the stainless steel enough to get ice on it, you would see solid white ice on the crown. There's no ice on the crown because it just doesn't work that way. If you don't have liquid nitrogen on the other side, you just don't get cold enough to freeze the atmosphere, to freeze the water in the atmosphere to the sides of the tank. So either way you slice it, I mean, every part of that tank is cold right now, but only the parts where there are ice are the parts where that liquid nitrogen is actually right there on the other side of the stainless steel.
This is so insane.
Yeah.
Did you see all that ice fall off just then?
Yep.
Wow. Now just come on, just close off those valves. Close off those valves, please. It's been 5 hours. Please close off the valves.
Have we really been on for 5 hours again tonight?
Yes, sir.
Oh my
we
gosh.
we're approaching 21 hours of streaming
To try and catch this event.
to try to catch the pop. But I think
Yeah.
what we're seeing right now is so cool. So at least we're seeing something.
This is amazing. If we saw
Oh,
this
yeah.
every night, I would not be. I mean, I'm not complaining first off, but really, this is amazing. I mean, even the lighting, the backlighting on the fog, the way that it's kind of bluish over here
Yep.
and greenish over there, and kind of purple on the right side, and then the mist coming off of the top is kind of yellowish and it's got a tinge on it. I mean, this is a beautiful, beautiful scene right now. And even the indicator bush has a amazing little side light on there. That little bit of side light on the indicator bush is just perfect. So
The
everything.
indicator bush. I
Come
think
on
y'all
now.
named that
It's
last night.
We did. We named it, and I'm making it a thing. 21 hours of doing this, we get to name bushes.
You
Okay.
get to name the bushes. Nice. God, look at that. That's cool.
Super
I mean,
cool.
literally, but also it's cool looking.
Oh, it was a reference bush, not the indicator bush. I'm a failure.
The reference bush. Nice. Team indicator bush.
What have I done?
What was it? What were you referencing last night that led to the naming of the bush?
I think just wind. because at the time there was no venting or anything from the tank, so it was just a matter of looking at the foliage or vegetation to see what the wind was doing, and it was significantly windy. So we were talking about the reference bush, but yeah,
the wind speed reference bush. Nice.
yeah, exactly. No, when I was working on that aerial photography job, that's like one of those things that the helicopter pilots like mentioned. They're like, hey, if you see any palm trees or you see any like obviously flags, I think we all kind of know that one. Keep your eye on them because it'll indicate if there's a wind change or like if the wind is really strong as we're coming in to get really low down because part of the job was we would transit from point to point at a kind of a normal flight altitude. But we would get really down low, like maybe 400, 500 feet off the ground, maybe lower sometimes, because we had to photograph the details on the power line. And it was insane. So we wanted to be aware of hey, we can't go down there right now because it's insanely windy. So sometimes they have so you got to have indicator things. Like sometimes you got to use the tools at hand, Das. Don't make fun of me.
Oh, no, I'm not. I was genuinely curious what it was designated. I'm going to call it the designator bush.
That makes it sound really official.
Indicator bush. The designator bush sounds like it's going to take somebody out. So
Tuesdays on Fox, the designator.
It's got like an IR laser mounted on it or something.
I'm getting like Terminator vibes. So yeah, holy cow, there's 13,500 people watching right now. Wow. If you're wondering why we're talking about bushes and stuff, it's because we've been streaming. This is our third attempt, this is SpaceX's third attempt at a destructive pop test of this SN7.1 test tank. And we have been, this is our third of these streams. We've got some more ice falling off the tank there. It's so cool to see. So this is our third one of these streams. We're 5 hours in tonight. We are hopefully close to seeing them shut off those top valves, which would be indicative. Yeah, indicative. That's a word.
Indicative. Emphasis.
Of them pressurizing the tank, and that like Michael was saying a few moments ago, based on what happened with SN7, the previous test tank, we think after they close off those valves, it could be as little as 3 or 4 minutes before we see a failure, and hopefully. We see a failure that's interesting. I mean, one way or another, whether it's a pop or a hiss or good or bad, hopefully we get to watch something interesting for the fruits of our labor. But also equally, hopefully, it's a good thing for SpaceX. Whatever data they get, hopefully it validates their model and they see fit to proceed at full speed with making humans a multiplanetary species. Because that would be a good thing.
I mean, if they're seriously, we're making this up. We don't know what they're targeting, but if they're seriously targeting 420, we may be coming up really close to the actual closing of some valves. We'll see. I don't know.
In the next few minutes here, especially if they're based on SN7, like Michael was saying, 3 or 4 minutes after they close the valves. Well, we're approaching 3 or 4 minutes to 420, so we could be seeing those valves close off extremely soon, and that is just purely based on speculation of Elon having tweeted things like 420 haha and stuff like that. So yeah, so that's a thing. And so that's why we're speculating on 420, but really we don't know. But we don't know. Captain Depran in chat saying, I will super chat if it closes at 420. All right, Captain, you are on notice. You said you would.
We appreciate you.
Yeah, we appreciate you. Called out right there. We really don't have to, though. I'm just joking around. But seriously, thank you, everybody, for your support. Thank you for watching and tuning in for these late night streams of these test tanks. Obviously, the hops are super exciting, and the engine firings and the static test firings and all of that stuff is super cool, and we like to live stream those. But definitely, you're dedicated when you're tuning in for the test tanks, because these things, these little oddities, these are the weird little things that are sometimes they can seem like a bump in the road, but really they're important for providing the data that's necessary to allow SpaceX to proceed full speed ahead with their Starship design and their production system of their Starship design, which, as we all know, Elon has said is equally, if not more important, and also harder than the actual design itself. You got to make the machine that makes the machines. And this is part of that whole process. Sorry, I got on a roll there. I got on the coffee roll.
That thing it just keeps going.
Yep. I mean,
it has just been venting. Yeah, I'm watching that there. It has just been venting like crazy the entire time. Just billowing out of the top of it there. God.
Yeah, the word of the day is absolutely billowing.
Yeah, billowing for sure. I think is exactly where we are right now.
Michael, can we get billowing stage on the because we've been like similarly last night we were at LN2 loading for so long, and you said your justification for frost forming being added was we were there for quote, and I quote you, way too long. So I'm gonna lobby for the new phase of the progression on the left side there that just says billowing, but that's mostly a jokey suggestion. You don't actually have to take it seriously.
Yeah, I think we're definitely past frost forming here.
We need like an intermittent
Somebody-
stage.
Somebody's
Yeah.
saying they see Zeus walk around. Does anybody see Zeus, or are they just trolling us? That would be epic if Zeus was walking around right now, but I don't see him.
Yeah, not with all that fog. I mean,
Right.
it's not fog. It's venting from the farm, and it's staying really low to the ground. But I haven't seen anything.
But rest assured, we definitely have our eyes open for Zeus. That would be a heck of a cool sight to see. Oh boy, come on, close the vents. Close the vents.
Sorry, I was checking out. We saw those video hiccups there, so I was looking at the status of the
No
modems
worries.
and stuff. We're still 3 of 4, so we just clear to proceed with that.
And we just passed 14,000. Watching.
Jeez.
Wow. Does anyone want to do a recap? I mean, I feel like we just did one, but we are exploding in view count. So
I mean, at this point, we're waiting for the destructive test of Starship SN7.1 is what we're doing. I really don't know what to say better than that.
yeah,
The
no,
tank
you're right.
clearly is iced up. It's clearly got liquid nitrogen in it. We're waiting for them to close the valves on the top. Right now, it's not pressurizing, right? Until they close those valves, they're releasing all that pressure out of the top of the tank. And when it stops doing that, when we don't see those plumes billowing out of those top valves, that's our cue that they've closed and they are starting to pressurize that tank by blocking the route that the pressure can escape out the top. It's literally boiling like a tea kettle right now. And what we expect them to do is sort of seal the little whistle spout on the tea kettle closed and see what happens. Don't try this at home. But like we said, we don't have an exact time on this. We cannot tell you, oh, exactly at this, exactly at that, et cetera, et cetera. SpaceX does not release times. They play these tests by ears, even internally, so they probably have a timeline that they're looking at, but they sort of roll with the punches during the test window, and we still have an hour and 40 minutes in the test window. So I don't know that they could even keep this thing this frosty for that much longer, but hopefully we see something. I want those top valves to close. Now's
Seriously,
Elon, if you're watching, now's the time to hit the big valve close button. It's very meme worthy. Just right there. We get it. You vape. Like,
come on, close those valves. Close them. Just close them right up. Close them right up and pop it. Let's do it. Just do it. Just pop the darn thing. Get the data you want. It's all chilled down. I don't see how that stainless steel could possibly get any colder. So that is hopefully within parameters that you would want. I'm just talking to SpaceX as if SpaceX is a person at this point. Hey, SpaceX, close those valves. Please, pretty please. But really, do whatever you need to do to get the data you want. So
that's a good point there, Jack. I was going to say that's a good point, actually. They might be waiting for it to get to a certain temperature of the exterior steel. Because it gets stronger the colder it is.
Yeah, I mean, I've expected them to sort of let it sit for a while and get fully cold, right? But
yeah,
how long would that take exactly? I didn't necessarily expect it to take quite so long, but I really don't know. All I know in terms of this sort of stuff, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a rocket scientist. All I am is somebody that's watched a lot of hours of these tests. So I can go based on extrapolation and what I've seen and also input from people like you guys who are also have watched this stuff and correct me when I'm wrong, and chat who has watched a lot of this stuff and can correct me when I'm wrong, and Barry, who is the absolute reference and legend, who is filming right now and is filming all of this stuff. So the combination of all of that is what we base all of this on. And I mean, it's just hard to say with any certainty what exactly they're looking for in terms of specific test parameters, but it certainly would make sense that they would want it to be extra cold, because like you said, this type of steel gets stronger as it gets colder at cryogenic temperature. Here, I'll run through some super chats really quick while we patiently wait for these valves to close. Thank you so much to everybody for super chatting. Your money helps support our stream. We are streaming right now at 1080p, 60 frames a second. So all 14,000 of you watching right now, if you want, go down there, check your little gear icon. Make sure you're looking at this in beautiful 1080p, 60 frames a second. Because I actually checked the other day and I was at 720, which I have no idea why my computer would suddenly decide to do that. But
Mine did that too.
yeah.
It set me to auto 720 for some reason. So you should be getting 1080 60, and we're not faking it. We're not getting 30 FPS and then sending as if it's 60 FPS. This is like actual off the camera. We're using a 9,000 kilobits per second from the field here to send you all this feed. So you use as much of it as your internet connection can handle.
Exactly. So seriously, thanks. That's why we are so thankful for everybody super chatting and all of our members there that have joined up. So Rafael Ribeiro, thank you for the 2 currency units. They say, how many cubic meters this tank have? I'm not sure how many cubic meters this tank has. Somebody certainly has did the math. Maybe Rafael or somebody can in chat that's smart and pop in and let us know at NASASpaceflight, whatever you think the volume is there. I have no idea. I wish I did. I'm sure somebody smarter than me does though. Lapsed Pacifist, interesting name there. Thank you for the $4.99, and they say 1. Well, thank you for the support, Lapsed Pacifist. Grigory Pacheco, thank you for the 49. Is that rubles? Thank you for the 49 or 149 rubles. They say we are lucky wind is not towards camera. Yeah, that would be lame, but that's nature for you. You never know what you're going to get. You just got to roll with the punches. Thank you so much for the support. The Hammer, thank you for the $7.99 Australian. They say, make me a coffee, please. Or Elijah, make me a coffee. Is that a reference? I don't get it.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually on that one.
But yeah, and then Zyzep, thank you for the 5 currency units or 50 currency units. They say, enjoy some coffee to you, Das, Jack. Also for Michael. Let's throw Michael in there. We know you didn't forget him. You love Michael too. Thank you for the support. Oh, poor guy. And then Jean Mark Legister, thank you for the £5. They say, great, no big bada boom. Not sure I'll be able to watch again tomorrow. Well, don't worry if you can't watch the live stream tomorrow. There's always the replay, and there's always the recap video that we're sure to do. So don't you fret, and thank you so much for the support. And Hidden Gem says, thanks, chaps. Thanks for the 3 Australian. And Jerwa, thank you for the $5. They say, cries in 360p. I need Starlink so badly. Oh, buddy, 360p. I mean, honestly, I wish I could, like, personally rip the whatever would it be coaxial cable or phone lines or whatever it is that's serving you, whatever cable. I wish I could personally rip it out of the ground or conduit or whatever and replace it with some super shiny fiber optic that could bring you high speeds, because high speed internet, man, it's an important thing I think for everybody to have. I know I'm a nerd and I know I'm a biased source, but high speed internet's important, and I cannot wait for Starlink for that exact reason, because there's plenty of places that are underserved or just not served at all. And to get high-speed internet in more places is only going to be a good thing. Let's see, Zachary.
You see all the super chats that came in while you were doing them?
Yeah, that's why I just took that big deep breath. Zachary,
the queue has a scroll bar again.
Thank you for the new membership, Zachary. I swear I'm trying to get through these fast, but I'm also trying to be appreciative of everybody's support. Thank you, Zachary, for the Red Team membership. Welcome to the Red Team, buddy. All of our members, I mean, it's one thing to super chat, and we super love the super chats, haha, super. But the members are key to doing what we do, because it's a recurring payment every month, and it allows us to sort of plan out and budget out a little bit. It's really awesome. So thank you so much to our members, especially. And on that note, Omri, welcome to Red Team. Awesome. Thank you so much for the membership there. Matt, thank you for the $5.99 Australian. And let's see, Night Fox is saying Locke's main tank and CH4 main tank volumes, but we're thinking, thank you for that. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate the 500 yen. Seriously, that's super cool of you, and thank you for going through the trouble to get us the volumes and for super chatting us the volumes. But specifically, I think we were curious, or that person that was asking was, what is the volume of this specific tank? Which I know it's not the question that you answered. I'm sorry, but we appreciate that. You're saying Lot's main tank for Starship is 798.4 meters cubed, and the methane tank is 614.33 meters cubed. Thank you for that. They did the math. The Musket, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the support, everybody. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart. My voice is getting a little bit raw. It's been 5 hours now. But I do really, I want to express my heartfelt thanks for everybody's support. For the daily update videos are a whole animal unto themselves, and so is the streaming, and it takes an entire team of all of us, and it also takes Mary's just relentless work. So your support is absolutely critical to that, and we thank you so much. I'm sorry, I cannot read Cyrillic. Is that how you say that?
Yeah.
I cannot read that. I wish I could pronounce your name. If you want to type at NASASpaceflight and give us a phonetic spelling of your name, I'll absolutely say your name there. But thank you for the new membership on Padrat.
Yeah, just
and
call
Cole
him
Logan.
Padrat.
Yeah, thanks Padrats. Cole Logan, thanks for the $2. Thanks for the stream. Let's go Team Pop. And Ryan Blunt, thank you for the 7 currency units there. They say when smoke slows down, whole tank will be approaching liquid nitrogen temp. Well, tank. Well, it's bellowing tank still to warm. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at there, buddy, but thank you for the support. Hell's Buildsifi, thank you for the £5. They say, thanks for entertaining me here in UK while I work from home. Well, we're quite welcome. We're actually, Constantine. There we go. Constantine Barian. Thank you so much, Constantine. I'm sorry that I had to have you spell it out for me there, but thank you, Constantine, for your support and for your membership. Super thank you so much, Constantine. Cool name too. Let's see, 6 p.m. in Korea here. I also don't know how to pronounce that. Give me your phonetic spelling and name at Jack Fire. Give me how to spell your name there. But thank you for the 2,000 currency units.
Dude,
it's 6 p.m. in Korea.
Over a box, a lazy L. Oh, it's off the screen now. I can't read it anymore. I was trying.
Oh, sorry. But thank you so much for the support. And then Agua Rink, thank you for the £5. They say thank you guys. And Vincent van der Linden, thank you for the €10. They say amazing stream, guys.
There you go.
Awesome. And Musket, last one. Musket, thanks for the Renteed membership. What's up, Musket? Okay. People saying nice. Green light's off, but again, we don't think that green light necessarily is indicative of anything one way or the other. It's just a flickering light, essentially, or a light that's going bad. So that's my guess anyways. You can feel free to feel differently. That is your prerogative, much like the 80s song. Was there an 80s song called My Prerogative? I think there was.
I think so,
anyways.
Yeah. 90s probably. I think it was more like 90s.
Okay, fair. I mixed the two up.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
My prerogative.
Yeah. The interesting thing is it doesn't matter how you feel about what's going on. It's not going to change what's actually going on here. So
yeah, precisely.
They will close the valve if they're able to close the valve when it's time to close the valve, and the tank will pressurize if they want it to pressurize, assuming they can get it to pressurize, and it'll pop if it decides to pop based on some micro flaw somewhere in a weld, a piece of oxygen that got trapped inside of some molten, etc., etc. I mean, the universe probably already knows where this thing is going to pop if it does pop, and we're just standing by for the show. It's like a butterfly effect sort of thing going on there, right? Where like one person sneezed on the other side of the assembly line, and it made a tiny like a little bit of a flaw in a weld that didn't get caught, and that's going to be the reason. I don't actually know that's why. It's just interesting to think about why what sequence of events would transpire to make the tank fail in whatever way it's going to fail. I mean, we'll see. Hopefully, we'll see. That is, I cannot believe. I mean, I wonder. Does it just look like it's so much because it's the volume of the smoke? It's not smoke. It's like the volume of the cloud. So it seems like a lot, but it's not actually that much. Like, I wonder how many, I don't know what you measure it in, gallons, liters, pounds of liquid nitrogen they've boiled off in the test this evening. Did we see anything about how big the
317 meters cubed approximately, says Shy Gamer. So the internal volume of this test tank, not tanks on Starship, but this particular test tank we're looking at right now, according to Shy Gamer anyways, I haven't done the math. We're taking Shy Gamer at their word for it here. Approximately 317 meters cubed.
Yeah,
I
is
I
that with the
like saying
domes, I
meters
wonder?
cubed.
Meters cubed. Cubic meters?
It
Yeah.
says this tank internal cap. So okay, I was thinking maybe cap referred to the bulkhead, but no, they're saying that
Yeah.
the amount of I don't know.
Capacity, maybe.
Good
I don't know.
question. But thank you, Shy Gamer, for doing that math and providing that input there. Let's see. Astro Boy SpaceX saying, what pressure are they expecting to surpass?
I don't
We
think
don't
they've
know.
announced it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry that's a really like boring answer, but with a lot of these things, I could be that guy that purports to know and makes stuff up and is like, oh yeah, they said they're gonna go for 12.2 or something like that. But if I don't know something, you should know that I'm going to tell you that I don't know something, because I will. I'll tell you I don't know something. And if I know something, I'll say so. And if I know something and I can't really say that I know something, you should probably also know that I know. But point is, I'll make it clear if I do know, and if I don't, we'll just say we don't know. Let's see, Marcus in chat asking if the drone is up. Mary, if you can hear us right now, have you seen the drone at all? I'll also ask in our Discord, just in case we don't have comms right now.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen it flashing on the screen here
I
yet.
haven't gotten a visual on it, but
Yeah, a lot of
I'm
people
just
tend to sing that out whenever we see a flashing light.
exactly,
But
yeah. And then Tom Hatter is asking, how much venting is too much venting? I mean, at this point, 6 hours in, I'm gonna say any. We want them to close those vents. We really want them to just shut those vents off and pop this darn thing, and then so we can move on with the progress. I mean, we want to see SN8 down at the pad. We want to see SN8 flying. So, I mean, that's what we're looking for at this point. And hopefully we get to see the pop tonight. I mean, I'm really, really hoping we get to see the pop tonight. That would be honestly, excellent. But
the interesting
we shall
thing,
see.
Jack, the interesting
What?
thing is if they're testing to failure, they're expecting to lose all of this liquid nitrogen anyways. Because if the
Yeah.
tank has a structural failure, it's just all going to spill out.
Yeah.
So even though it's boiling off, it's like, oh wow, they're wasting all this liquid nitrogen. Look at it all boiling off. Oh, well, I mean, they're anticipating losing all the liquid nitrogen in the tank. It's a test of failure, right? So
Sure enough.
maybe even though this looks like a lot of venting, maybe it's not actually that much, given that their budget includes losing all the liquid nitrogen they put in the thing.
I don't know if this is. I mean, very good point. And to add to your point a little bit, I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure if this is a one-to-one. If this is an appropriate example or what. But I think about when you're boiling water to, like, say, make some pasta or something.
Yep.
When that water is really boiling good, under the right conditions in your house and humidity or whatever, you can get a large column of vapor coming off of that boiling pot of water. But that doesn't mean that your pot of water goes away in 5 minutes. I mean, yeah, if you just let it there going, you do lose a significant amount of water. But point being, it takes a long time. And even though it looks like a large volume of vapor coming off of that boiling pot of water, that's just the nature of a gas. Gas occupies a large amount of space. That's what a gas is. It's molecules far apart in a cloud. So it looks like a lot, and surely they're using liquid nitrogen right now as part of this, and they're having to continually top it off to replace what is boiling off. But like you said, they're going to lose the entire tank of it anyways in the event of a failure. So honestly, not a big deal. So good thing to mention there. And we are already buried under another mountain of super chats, which is a great problem to have. And honestly, thank you so much, everybody, for your support. I cannot thank you all enough. but I will try. Jahan Katelli, thank you for the New Zealand $5. They say, love your stream. Well, I love you, Jihan. I know hopefully I'm not butchering your name there. Thank you so much for the support. Nick Blick, good name. You got a nice little rhyme going there. Ice cream paint job. Maybe you meant paint job? Ice cream paint job sounds like, oh, I ate too much. It's like what you call a brain freeze. Ice cream paint job. Thank you so much for the $5. Rob Young, thank you for the £4. They say, Godspeed, NASA spaceflight. I'm going to amend that and say Godspeed, Mary. Thank you, Mary, for being out there relentlessly. And thank you, Rob, for the £4. Jesse Geek, thank you for the 100 currency units that say SpaceX rocks. High five to Mary. And you guys, hello from India. What's up, Desi? Hello from Los Angeles and Texas and Charlotte and NorCal.
There you go.
And Carmelot in, they say first time viewer, but a follower of your awesome work. Thanks, guys and girls, or guys and gals. Well, no problem. Honestly, it's our pleasure to bring these streams to you, and it's a blast. You know, it's a poppin' good time. Oh God, I'm sickened myself. But seriously, thank you for the 5 Australian, and thanks for joining in on this stream. We're glad to have a first time viewer. That's kind of nifty. I always wonder what people think if they're scrolling through YouTube and they come across this and they're like, what the heck is this? I mean, I watch some crazy YouTube channels. There's a guy, Steve 1989 MRE. He eats old MREs, and it'll be like a 30-minute video of him eating an MRE from 1967, and it's amazing. Or there's this other guy, what is it, post 10 or post 9, something like that. He just goes around and clears storm drains, and it'll be like a 30-minute video of a guy clearing storm drains, and it's amazing. So there's all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube, and I always wonder what stuff is popping up, you know, what people think when this pops up in their feed. So cool to have a first-time viewer. Think about hitting that subscribe button if you like what's going on. We do a lot of these types of streams, and we do daily update videos from Boca Chica that will give you an idea of what's going on in Texas at SpaceX's test site there. And also, I really need to start up doing the weekly update videos again. That's on me to get going again, and I really got to get on that. And with the help of everybody and with your support, we're going to be able to get that started again, because now we have a team of editors with Theo and Nick and myself. And thanks everybody for your support, and thanks for joining us. Carmelot in. Thanks so much. Ryan Blunt, thanks for the 70 currency units. They say, I'll try again. When the tank temp gets down to liquid nitrogen temps, the billowing will slow way down. When it is still billowing, the tank is still too warm. Okay, that makes sense. Well,
I don't know if it's accurate though. I saw that comment, and
fair.
I was trying to confirm it somewhere. I mean, no matter what, the ambient air temperature out there is around 75 degrees right now, and the tank will certainly cool down, but it's not like homogenizing the temperature of the tank, because we're not getting ice on the entire tank. I think that's something people keep missing, right? It's not like the entire tank is becoming this cold, like one temperature, I guess, isothermic. I don't know about the billowing really being affected by the material. It's one of those things that it's like, man, it kind of makes sense, but at some point, I just don't think that the tank structure is going to get any colder given the ambient temperature outside and the fact that it's been filled with liquid nitrogen for, 3 hours now? I mean, the ice has been on the outside for hours and hours. So
and I'm seeing some people say like valve broken, and I think if the valve was broken, they would just detank and go to the pad and fix the valve, right? So I think they're just waiting for something.
So. Yeah, a lot of people, and this is for people that are new to the stream as well, a lot of people sometimes try to get attention by saying something like, oh, Elon said it busted or something, and they just toss inaccurate information into the stream. I mean, I'd ask that you not do that, but people are still going to do it. So we do try to verify some of the information before we actually try to repeat it out loud. And sometimes somebody will say something, and I'll go over here and try to Google something or get some sort of confirmation of it or something before we really talk about it too much, because we do want to try to give accurate information. One of my big pet peeves is people will start up a live stream or make a video or something. It just makes stuff up. Like they're just making stuff up and they're trying to pass it off as fact. And I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to try and pass off things as fact unless we have some sort of confirmation or at least a really good reason to believe it. You know what I mean? So in any event.
Yeah, totally. I completely agree. And go.
Nope. Jack, was that a battery issue? He wouldn't be able to hear me if that was a battery issue. Let me type to him real quick. That sounded like an instantaneous cutoff. Jack, battery dead? I have a feeling Jack might have just lost battery on his headset there. So let me. Yep, he completely disconnected from the communications net as well. So maybe it's an internet thing, or
Yes, he said yes.
yeah, there you go. Okay, his battery died. That sounded like a battery die. So Jack will be right back. Jack fainted. Jack popped. we pressure tested Jack. He's reporting that AirPods apparently last for about 5 to 6 hours of live streaming. But we're still here. The tank is still venting. He is going to go ahead and see if he can get reconnected there. He will be back. I guarantee you he's not going to miss this, y'all. And we will continue to stand by for what we continue to believe is a destructive test of Starship SN7.1, looking like it's the tank portion, at least, the part with the white ice on it. The tank portion looking like it's completely filled with liquid nitrogen. It's been billowing liquid nitrogen out of the top for hours at this point. We're waiting for those top valves to close. Once the valves close, it can build up pressure inside and hopefully build up pressure until it finds the weakest link in the build chain here. It pops, it hisses, something gives way. Maybe it's a little bit of a spout coming off one side. Maybe it's a catastrophic failure along an entire weld seam. We don't know. SpaceX doesn't know. They may have a good guess on what's going to happen, but they are doing this test to get that data, and that is why we are all here. I mean, what, 13, 14,000 people watching this evening to try and see this thing pop. So, Jack, do you need to charge some more? Are you plugged in physically? Like, what is your status, sir?
Oh, so the way that it works, little inside baseball that nobody cares about because it's dumb. I use one wireless, one earbud wireless for this at a time. So when one runs out, I hot swap. Normally I catch it. It's like 5%. I just do a hot swap. This time it's been 6 hours and I have just I stopped paying attention, and so it just died. So I did a swap. I'm running on the alternate earbud now, and hopefully I sound exactly the same, and hopefully the other one will charge up pretty rapidly. But this one's at 100%. We're good to go. Don't you guys fret. I'm here for the long haul.
Does it mess you up, like hours of hearing us in one ear and now where you're going to hear us in the other ear? Like, does it disorient you at all, or?
No, and honestly, it's kind of nice for ear fatigue. Like it doesn't make one ear super tired because it's been that ear the whole time, swap back and forth.
Yeah,
sometimes I'll run with both because they do charge very rapid. So I'll run with both and then take one off and charge it for a little bit and then take the other one off, and I don't know, it's stupid stuff that nobody cares about. But
Jack, I do the exact same thing. I've got a headset where I can sort of fold up one of the ear cups, and I'll have it on one ear for a while, and I'll flip it over and let that ear sort of air out and put the other ear on. And then sometimes I have them both on. It's a little more comfortable that way. But I'm constantly flipping my headset around to try and let's just say balance the load and let my ears breathe a little.
Exactly.
Ear venting, yes, exactly. Venting my ears. That's exactly what Jack and I are doing here.
You got to vent the audio ports of your brain case.
Yeah, ear fatigue is definitely real. Ear fatigue is a real thing.
No, it is. Ear fatigue and eye fatigue. I mean, I'm only 32, but I definitely, like, if I'm editing for 12, 16 hours in a day, I mean, I will feel this in my eyes tomorrow because I've been staring at screens for hours and hours and hours at this point. And it's the same way where if I'm driving for like 12 hours, 14 hours on my way to Boca Chica or something, by the end of it, especially if a lot of it is at night with the lights coming in the windshield, it will fatigue my eyes. And as I've gotten older, my left eye will do this thing where it will just like blur up whenever I experience like a significant amount of eye strain. And it's the weirdest, most disconcerting thing, especially as somebody who basically uses their eyes to make things for a living. I mean, anything going wrong with my eyes would be a showstopper. So you have to take care of your body, whether it's your ears, your eyes, your teeth, or everything. Take care of yourselves out there, people. You only get one.
Yep. And we are coming up on 1 hour left in the window. The window closes at 6 a.m. local time. It's currently 4:46, so we're looking at an hour and 14 minutes left in the test window here. I imagine that they're going to do something. If they have it in their power to do something, like the systems are working, I can't foresee, and maybe this is wishful thinking, them getting to the end of this window without trying to close that valve. I mean,
I sure hope you're right, Das.
We've
I
gotten this
really
far.
hope you're.
Just press the button to close the valve. Geez, how hard could it be? But
It's
again,
like
it's
what's the
Go ahead.
what would be the version of sunk cost fallacy for a pop? Like
oh, there you
sunk
go.
or pressed pop fallacy?
It's
I don't know. I've got
the
nothing.
sunk pop fallacy, or the
Yeah,
sunk.
there you go. There's something there. We'll workshop
There's
it.
something there. We'll work on it. We'll do some brainstorming when we're not so, I don't know, fatigued and shell shocked from being on the live stream for 6. Wait, actually,
Yeah.
let me see. Let me get onto the relay here. And 6 hours, 25 minutes, and 35 seconds. 36 seconds. 37
But-
seconds.
But who's counting?
21.5 hours, including the previous attempts.
Jeez.
Wow. Do you guys feel like the billowing from the valves has increased in volume at all, or maybe it's just the wind blowing it a little bit more strong? I'm not sure, but I sure would like to see a change in the
Yeah.
state of this.
There's
It
less.
looks.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say there's less condensation from the ground support equipment right
From the
now. on the
GSE,
ground.
yeah. I was going to say, since I started the encoders earlier, we've broadcast 2.15 million frames.
Wow.
So 60 FPS for over 6 hours. We've done 2.15 million frames. And somewhere I could look at the data upload. I don't have that interface handy right now, but oh no, it's right here. 17 gigs of data is what.
Wow.
So that's just from the server out to YouTube. That's not what we actually consume from the field. That's just the last hop out to YouTube, and that's not also counting what goes to Twitch because it gets duplicated. So we've been pushing a lot of data this evening.
This actually reminds me. I kind of wanted to ask because I think you've said this before, but I just don't remember because memory is weird. And I can remember J.G. Wentworth jingle, but not stuff like this. So the feed that you get from Mary's camera, that hits your computer or the cloud server or whatever the setup is,
The
and
cloud
then
server.
it gets compressed a little bit and then pushed to YouTube. Like basically gets YouTubeized or like made into a format that YouTube prefers, and then we give it to YouTube. Or so the raw feed from the camera is slightly different, or how does that work?
So the way it works with the bonding, it actually sends parts of the video twice on more than one connection, so that if one connection loses a little bit, it can make it up, right?
Oh wow,
So
that's legit.
the live view, it's called LRT, is their protocol that they use for this video transport, the bonding. And what it does is it can request missed packets. Like if it misses something, it's say, hey, I missed this frame, send it to me again. And it sends copies, like little bits and bobs, copied over more than one connection. So if one connection misses it, it can get picked up on the other connection. There's some buffering and stuff like that happens as well. But from the field, we're actually pushing 8 to 9 up. And then once it gets to the server, it's not really compressing it because of the duplication there. We send on about 6.5 the rest of the way. And it's not really a format that YouTube likes or anything like that. I mean, we don't really have to change it around too much. We're really compositing it because we're adding the on-screen graphics. We can change the video feed scenes. Whenever we have multiple cameras running, we could switch cameras and all that sort of stuff. But the cloud server is really compositing those multiple things together and then creating one video stream that it sends in a single stream up to YouTube. But the big thing from the field for us is the fact that that unit bonds together 3 or 4 modems at the same time, and can not only aggregate the bandwidth together, so you can get 3 off 1, 3 off 1, 3 off 1, and although none of them could do 9, they could all do 3 each, and that gets you a total of 9. That's the big thing the field unit does, but we don't get a 1-to-1 ratio of data from the field and data from the server. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for
Okay.
for running down that. Look at all the billowing coming from the top there.
Yeah, look, no, it's spilling over again.
Is
Do you
that
see that?
is that liquid coming out of there? Do you see that on
It
the
really
off the left
looks
side?
like it's spilling. Oh, it's spilling.
Whoa,
That's
it
spilling.
is.
That is definitely
Wow.
spilling
Yes.
all the way down the
Oh
side.
wow.
We're
Here we
getting
go,
close.
boys.
This is exactly what happened with SN7.
Yeah,
And it was a couple of minutes until they closed the vent after that.
look at that. It's like a waterfall of liquid nitrogen. So much nitrogen coming out of those valves. Look, no, valves
They closed
closed.
the vent. They closed the vent.
That looks like for the most part those valves are closed. Look at
Here we
this.
go.
What's the timer?
Okay, I'm updating the ticker. That's it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
Pressing
pressing
tank.
tank. It's 4:51
happening,
a.m.
folks.
Central Time. Look at that. Now is the time you want to be looking at this thing. Get your eyes on the screen. I wish we could flash it or something. I'm not going to mess with it though. Wow. That was
I almost don't believe it's actually happening after so many hours, 20 something hours, 21, whatever Michael said earlier. Like this, somebody in chat says T ready.
the T ready. They put so much liquid nitrogen into the tank that it literally started coming out the valve at the top. That's what we saw, that cascade coming off the sides. That is exactly what we have been waiting for.
This is exciting. Heck
Yeah.
yes. I'm so glad everyone's joining us for this. Thank you everyone for joining along. Good luck, SN7.1. Thank you for all the data.
And just to make sure we've got as many tank watchers on this experience as possible, Michael's got a tweet out. I'll post that link into there if you want to make sure that the people that follow you on Twitter don't miss whatever's going on. Click on that tweet and do a retweet or something like that really quickly to help get the word out. We're probably minutes away from whatever's going to happen to this tank. Minutes away. I think we said with 7, it was just a couple minutes after they closed the top
Yep.
valve, right, Michael?
Yep, that's correct.
So we saw that cascade, the waterfall of liquid nitrogen coming out of the top of the tank, and then they closed that valve, and then it was just a couple minutes before there was a catastrophic event. So this could happen at any time. We will have no warning at all.
So do we think the valves are closed, right? The condensation
Yep.
coming off of this is just because the tank is super cold.
Correct.
This is exciting.
And again, we don't know if it's going to be like a tiny leak or a much more energetic pop. It could be either option. So don't set your expectations correctly. Don't assume there's going to be stuff flying into the air. That's unlikely.
Yeah, again, what they've done here is they've closed off the top of the tea kettle. Imagine you had a kettle boiling on your stove, and you had all that steam that's normally coming out, sometimes so fast that it's whistling out of the little port at the top of the tea kettle, and they've closed all those ports. There's no way for this pressure to get out anymore, and it's just building up and building up, literally making a little bit of a bomb there. You don't want to do this with a tea kettle on your stove because you don't want to test your tea kettle to failure. You don't want it to pop on your stove. But SpaceX out here, they have this temporary test stand. There's nobody nearby. The pad is completely clear. This is a test that is designed to be safe, to see exactly what is going to happen with this tank. But it is pressurizing. Somewhere there is a dial that has a little needle on it, and that needle is going up as this tank pressure increases up to the point where it just can't tank it anymore.
Yeah, that dude,
Hey!
tank it anymore.
Hey!
I see what you did there. But yeah, that's a good visual.
Whatever.
You're right. There's somewhere in the mission control or at one of these SpaceX facilities, there is a gauge with a dial. That dial is creeping ever closer to the red, and it's going to hit the red, and we'll see how far into the red it can go. And well, we won't see it, but SpaceX will, and they'll get the data that they're looking for. I mean, this thing could pop at any moment right now, and that is exciting. Like it's basically we've cast a line into the water, and any second we can see a large fish circling around our hook, and any second it is going to bite, and
Yeah.
that is super exciting.
This is the part of the stream where we have to remind you, don't forget to blink. Like, keep lubricating the old eyeballs, because you could stare at something like this, and literally sometimes I forget to blink when I'm watching for an event like this.
That's a real problem. Whenever I used to play Rocket League, like not a lot at all, but I had friends that were really into it. So anytime we hung out, we would play Rocket. And anytime it was in between matches, it was like, all right, close your eyes, close your eyes. Somebody designated to like go through the menus and get the next thing set up. But just rest your eyes. Take the moment that you have to actually close your eyes and blink and lubricate the eyeballs. That's hilarious that you say that, because it's a real thing. I'm sitting here staring at my screens, like afraid to blink because I might miss it. It's any second now, this thing could go.
And they closed the top at 51, I think, is where we sort of said that, and it's now 55, so we're 4 minutes past 56. What we were sort of calling. It just ticked over to 56.
This is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, if it lasts for longer before bursting, I guess that would be indicative of lasting to a higher pressure, right? Does that track?
I think it tracks. Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, it comes down to the volumes of the tanks and stuff like that, so maybe it doesn't match exactly 1-to-1, but like a larger volume of liquid nitrogen may. I actually don't know if that would heat up faster, because it's got sort of more area to act on, or if it would heat up slower because it's got more thermal mass to sort of resist the change in temperature. I
Yeah.
don't know which way thermodynamically that one would go. Sounds like a car driving by. I did turn the ambient audio off. Yeah, that was a vehicle driving by.
57.
It's made it
Do
another
we think
minute.
that billowing, the sort of the back middle of the right side there, that's just still condensation from cold tank, right?
That's a lot. I mean, that's a lot of billowing.
Yeah.
I think it's condensation. I was wondering that, but having gone back, it seems to be pretty consistent.
It's been doing that the entire time.
And I think when they had a small leak with SN7, they just opened up the top vent again, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, that sounds
Oh,
right
that's
to
a good
me.
point. Yeah. If they knew that it wasn't holding pressure, you
They
would just
depress.
go ahead and depress it. Yeah.
Remember when we saw the flare stack belching liquid nitrogen? And then also, remember when we saw the flare stack belching liquid methane?
Yeah. Dripping on the ground and in flames, almost like some sort of flamethrower. Oh, there's
Whoa!
wind! Wow!
That's
Right at-
spectacular.
That was at 4:58 on the dot.
Wow! We got the pop.
Spectacular.
Did y'all
Look
hear
at
the
it all
pop?
go.
Look at that.
Wow. Was
Well,
that
at least it was worth the wait.
the
That was
top
the
bulkhead
top.
weld? Is that where
The
it went?
top
It looked like the
popped.
top blew off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Team pop.
Wow. Did the
That looks
lid
so cool.
go anywhere? Is the lid off?
Yeah, it looks like it's gone.
How many hours did we stand by waiting for that? Over 21 hours. And then, boom, the top came flying off of that thing. It's a convertible then. Yeah, they've designed a convertible Starship.
It actually popped. Thank
It
goodness.
did.
Hopefully that's the data that SpaceX is looking for, or the failure they were expecting, and they can take the data that they've gotten from this test, proceed with the Starship program at full speed. What a
Yeah.
spectacular test. That was super cool to see. This is going to surely lead to some awesome videos from Mary coming up here. Super, super cool.
Yeah. That's just, I mean, I wonder how long it's going to take. If the top just came off cleanly and the rest of the tank is still holding liquid methane, right? That could just be a massive open-topped pool of, sorry, I said methane, liquid nitrogen. That could just be a massive open-topped pool of liquid nitrogen right now. You would not want to fall into that, that's for sure.
Okay, I said the top wasn't there anymore. I'm less sure.
Is
'Cause
it?
when you go back and you look at the, well, it looks like, because you can see the top valves for quite a while. It looks like it might have slid off or it might have inverted. I'm not sure what happened, if it flew off or what. But either way, that was quite spectacular. I'm trying to go back and look at the replay now. I know we
Yeah.
don't want to cut away yet, but everybody, you can go back. I think the failure happened right at 4:58. If you look at the top, look at the clock at the top left there. And we'll do some replays probably in a little bit, but right now we want to stay with the scene at hand. I mean, look at that. What a spectacular failure. Hopefully, again, that is exactly what they're looking for. And yeah, Zach Wright, one of our members in chat, said they think it fell in. I almost feel like I can see the valve every so often peeking
Every
out
so
the
often?
top of every so often peeking out the top of that cloud there. But I'm not sure if that's what that is or if it's something else.
I
What a
don't think so. Like doing the AB on it, the top of the tank should definitely be higher than what we see right now.
Yeah, so it either fell into itself or it came off and went somewhere. Like thinking is maybe it split somewhere but didn't actually fly off. So having split, instead of being a positive bulkhead, it is now inverted, sort of like the common bulkhead would be, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. And I don't know when that top is going to stop billowing. If it was,
I mean, it's going to boil off.
It is. It's going to boil off.
Sit
It's going
there
to take some
and
time.
boil off.
Yeah.
I wonder if they would sit there and detank what's in SN7.1, if they would detank it, or if they would just let it sit there and and sort of boil off. I'm guessing the latter. All right, everybody, keep your eyes open for Zeus walking around like in the clouds. That would be epic. Yeah, a lot of people saying they don't think the dome flew off but collapsed forwards. I think it might have gone out and back in. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the replay. I'd say. Either way, what a spectacular failure. Hopefully, it reached a high bar level. Is that even what you say? But hopefully, it reached a high pressure level inside. That would be awesome.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think it did. There's the drone. Upper left-hand corner, I think, is the drone. It is actually behind our overlay. The time it's going to go out behind it, though. Watch, it's flying behind the clock right now. There it is. Right there. That looks like the drone.
Yep, sure enough.
Looking down at it. It's got those green nav lights on the drone there.
I've got my eyes peeled for Zeus walking around. I hope we see him. That would be nifty.
It does look like the drone is looking down at the top of the tank.
Oh, did we lose you for a second there?
No, that was me clipping my words there. My bad. I see it looks like there's the shadow of something up there. Some sort of is it the vent? And then that white piece that's sort of hanging off the top as well. It's wigging me out trying to figure out what it is. There, it's starting to clear up. It looks like the rest of the structure of the tank held.
Yeah.
It does not look like it missed there. And I do have a replay clip. I'm going to post this over into chat really quickly. I don't want to cut away from it yet, but this is over on Twitch if that link works for anybody. That is just a clip of the pop itself, just a couple seconds until we determine that we can actually do the replay here on the screen. We usually don't cut away from it because we don't want to miss anything. If anything else intentional happens, or if anything else big happens, we don't want to go to the replay right now. We want to keep it on the live feed. But there's the link one more time. I just put that. It's just a clip over on Twitch if you want to see the replay. And we're working on. I think we're trying to get a tweet and a download of the video and stuff like that.
Got a tweet.
Oh, there's the tweet that just came in right after I posted it. Perfect. We'll get that one posted in chat as well. I didn't see a response to that, so I posted the link in there, and then as soon as I looked back over there, the official tweet was in, so... It's also a very fitting clip URL there. What is it? Expensive, healthy reindeer nom nom? Really? That's what they came up with randomly? I like it.
So long, SN7.1.
Whoa.
What was that whoa for?
It was just the car going by. I was going to bring the audio down.
Oh. I was like,
yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to offend you, Das. Look at that drone getting close in there.
Yeah. What was that, over 21 hours?
Yep. Sure enough. Super, super cool that we got to see this thing actually pop. We didn't see it hiss.
Nope.
Hopefully that's a good thing that we didn't see it hiss. Hopefully SpaceX got the data that they're looking for, and it was a failure that they had expected or anticipated or have already adjusted for. But either way, that was a spectacular thing to watch.
Yeah, it was. That was cool.
That was super cool. I wonder what Mary heard or what that was like from her perspective.
it looks like the upper bulkhead just gave way, but then it was strapped down, so it just ended up falling back down into the tank.
Oh, that makes sense. If the straps actually kept it from going airborne.
Yeah, it looked like they did better with their straps this time around. Yeah, I think that bulkhead is now inside the tank.
Yeah, sort of collapsed down in there. It's almost sort of calming to see just the billows of smoke coming off the top of the thing. I mean, it's still liquid nitrogen boiling. Remember, that tank probably still has tons of liquid nitrogen in it, and it's just open topped to the atmosphere. That's not something you normally have, and it's just boiling out. It's no different than you having I guess a cold. Which way is that? Anyways, just like a cup of tea on your desk and the vapor is coming off the top of it. The same sort of thing's working here. I was doing in my math doing in my head the math as to whether or not the cup of tea would be boiling on your desk, but same story. It's hot. Vapors come off the top. Whatever. You'll know what I mean. And it does. It looks like every now and then you can sort of see that little top vent spigot tower, but it's not in its normal position. It does look like it's fallen down. Maybe something is casting a shadow. It looks like there's
Yeah,
a
I agree.
spotlight. You see that, Jack?
Definitely. Yeah, that's the same thing I was looking at earlier. And I think
Yeah.
Michael's exactly right. It looks like the bulkhead gave away, and because it was strapped down, it didn't go anywhere and just ended up falling back into itself. To however, it's definitely not the same shape it was.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it's definitely starting to. You can see the nitrogen has been boiling off for a while now. The billowing, the condensation coming off of there, the gaseous nitrogen that's been boiling off, is a little bit less now, or maybe the wind just changed direction. But over the course of the night, this will continue to boil off. Crews will be able to go out and clean it up, move SN7.1 away. What do you think it's going to take longer than overnight?
I don't know this. I don't know the right way to do the math on that, but it may very well still be doing this in the morning. Oh well, it is the
I mean,
morning.
it could be,
It's
but
5 a.m.
but also, if I remember correctly, with SN7, the previous test tank, they opened things up pretty quickly. I mean, there was video. Forget if it was Mary's video or what of like of around the launch area and like or maybe it was an Elon video. Maybe that's what. Okay, I'm less sure of what I'm saying, but hopefully the road opens up soon, and they can proceed with getting this now debris former test tank out of the way. Sorry, SN1. Thank you for your sacrifice, and get SN8 down there and start the testing campaign on SN8. That would be really spectacular, and hopefully we get an Elon tweet or a SpaceX tweet that indicates what bar hit. With the previous test tank, we don't know what bar they hit, what pressure they managed to reach. So it'd be interesting to know, even though we don't know what the previous data point is, what this one is. That'd be interesting. So
Yeah,
fingers crossed, we
Elon's
get a little bit of info there. You never know.
Elon's last actual tweet was from the event 9 hours ago. I'm seeing if he's done any replies or anything, but I was monitoring to see if he got any information here. Looks like he was last active about an hour ago, so I'm not seeing any response or official word from Elon yet. That's cool. Yeah, and we'll discuss. We're discussing what's going on. I honestly think that the boil may take hours to boil off. I don't know. But that's a lot. It could be a lot of liquid nitrogen in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it would have been a lot faster if they had spewed it all over the ground, but that's not what happened.
Right. Yeah, if it had more surface area, you know what I mean?
That bulkhead kind of falling back in is probably making it harder for it to escape.
Yeah. So it may be, I mean, not sealed, I guess, on the top, but it may have something sort of blocking its access to the atmosphere at the top, you know?
Yeah.
So that is what we were waiting for, though. I'm going to scroll through and see if I missed anything. Again, we do not have any official information on the pressure that it went to or anything like that. We know the time from the time that they sort of closed that top valve to the time that it popped was a couple minutes more than SN7. What was it? It was closed it at 51, and what time did it pop? 58.
Yep.
Is it?
Right
Did I get
between
those?
57 and 58 within a
57,
couple of
58.
seconds.
Yeah. So we know the amount of time between seeing the spillover and then seeing what we thought was a valve close at the top and then the actual pop. And we do not have any official word. It did, in fact, pop. We definitely saw it pop. Let me see if I can do some replays here. That's why I was getting the video downloaded and stuff. So let me make sure I can control this adequately. And we'll watch it a couple times. Oh, that was cool. And I'm going to start with this just, I don't think I'm set up for the reverse picture-in-picture here. Let me have a look. On present fold, can I do the live picture-in-picture? We'll see. Just 1 second, y'all. Yeah, so Michael, if we want to get the replay tag ready to go, I'm going to put the live feed in a little picture-in-picture underneath the clock, and we'll keep the live feed up in the smaller picture-in-picture, and the main screen will be the actual replay. Are we good to go on a tag there?
1 second, just creating it.
Yeah, just let me know when, because I want to be very clear as to which. Well, the replay is the one that has the top on it still, right?
Okay, we're good to go with the replay.
All right, but I'm going to pull a magic trick here and watch. I'm going to turn the popped SN7.1 into the unpopped 7.1. We can actually switch these two things back and forth, and you can see the
I will
tank
hide
at
the
the top.
timeline.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool,
keep going.
thanks.
Yep.
So you can see the differences there, with the valve definitely much lower. And then let's come over here and actually run through this replay. Again, the upper left-hand corner, maybe a little bit smaller like that so it matches. That is the live feed in the upper left-hand corner, and it's a replay on the big window. So this is the replay of the pop just a few minutes ago. Wow. That's cool. That's chunking out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty low FPS.
Yeah, I don't like that. That's the same problem we've had in the past. Stand by, I'll see if I can fix that. That's a little bit too chunky for my tastes. Let's go back here.
No worries.
Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna route this a different way.
Yeah, route it a different way. I imagine that you're like, again, this is always what I think of when you're dealing with studio stuff. You're like pulling a large steam pump lever, but not like just a lever. It's like one of the ones with the crimp handle. Like you have to put like a crimp a thing on the handle, and then that engages the lever, and you're able to yank it, and then like some kind of flywheel behind you like starts spinning up, like. And then you like you walk over and you hit one of those what's the big H kind of thing where it's like a big lever and it's like an H-shaped thing and you like flip
like
it and
bus
it bridges.
bar switch?
Like, yeah, exactly. Like
yeah.
you flip a big bus bar, like a giant Tesla coil like fires up and yeah, that's what I imagine. I mean, because you seriously are the wizard of these streams. Tom Hatter 95 in chat saying you're a wizard, Das. It's true though. You're the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain, of these streams. So thanks for doing what you do to make everything work.
Well, the replay video was just choppy, so don't talk it up too much. I'm working on it. I'm actually uploading that video to the server so I can play it locally on the server instead of having another hop to go through. So it'll take me just a second to get ready here.
And remember, if you want to support the stream, we do have Texas Tank Watchers merchandise. So
there you go.
If you want that T-shirt, looks pretty cool. Check out NASASpaceflight.com/shop.
Yeah, and also, even if you don't want to get any merch, hit the like button. 10,000 people watching. I don't know if I need to refresh my thing or not, but it only says 4,000 likes. So hit the like button if you enjoyed watching this thing pop. And feel free to subscribe to the channel. We do a lot of these kind of streams. You could always use some more subscribers. That helps us grow the channel, along with those likes and your subscriptions and your eyeballs. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us on these late night tests. It's super, super fun that we get to have a giant crowd of it out, nerding out super hard with us. So we're getting another replay attempt. We're gonna try to get the replay up here again. DOS is pulling a whole bunch of levers. Wrong lever, Kron. Oh man. Hey, if you guys like, The Emperor's New Groove, that is a great classic animated Disney film. If you like The Emperor's New Groove, fun fact, there is an amazing documentary on the making of that film called The Sweat Box, which is what they used to call the screening room at Disney Studios. You go in the sweat box, you screen your thing to the executives or Walt or what have you, and you sweat because there's no air conditioning, and also because you're super worried that Walt is going to dislike the thing that you're screening for him. But the sweat box was actually made by Sting, the musician, from the Police. Sting's wife is a filmmaker, and Sting did the music for The Emperor's New Groove. And it was originally supposed to be a much different film, and it went through a long, protracted development process, and Disney tried to bury Sweatbox. They tried to ban it, basically, and it's a banned film. So you can find a Sweatbox, though. I think it's on YouTube. It's a great film. It's all about the creative process and about what the movie was supposed to be at the start. It was supposed to be a movie called, like, Kingdom in the Sun. It was supposed to be like a very large, weeping sort of very, a movie with a much bigger scope. And I guess all this development, they pared it down. But anyways, people talking about Kronk in chat got me talking about Emperor's New Groove. Go check out the Sweatbox. Are we ready for a replay?
Yeah, let's see if I'm not going to have as much control over this, but let's see what we get here, shall we? Give me just
why not?
1 second. We should be good to go.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
So let's see how this works. This should work. Let's see.
Liquid methane.
Yeah, so that is the replay dripping on the ground on the side there. Flames, almost like some sort of loop. And then the live feed is
that looks good.
Wow.
That
yeah. Yeah, that's local on the server. I'm just
That
playing
was
the
at
source file right on the
4:58
server.
on the dot.
That just means I have
we
to
got the pop
up there, and then I
Did
don't
y'all
have
hear
as
the
much
pop?
control, like slow motion and stuff like that, but it's better than 3 FPS golf mode.
Look at that.
Wow. Here's that.
So here it goes again. Look at this. It sort of dripping
like
on the
it fails
ground
from
and
the upper
flames,
left-hand
almost like some sort of
corner
flamethrower.
first.
Oh,
There
whoa!
it is. Weld seed.
Wow! Does it look like
Wow,
maybe that's
spectacular.
one of the
That was
seams
at
going up to the top of the
4:58 on the
dome?
dot.
Or I wonder if
Wow!
that's just an artifact
We got
that
the pop.
comes back. Like
Did y'all
maybe
hear the
it's
pop?
all back
Yeah.
from where
Honestly,
our
that
point
was
of
my-
view is.
That was my first guess. When
Look at
there are people in chat are
that.
saying turn off the replay audio.
Nope.
Here's
Sorry
that.
about that.
Liquid
That's what we get for
methane.
not monitoring all the sources. There you go. Thank you. That's why we normally don't do it that way.
But yeah, I think that was my first instinct too. Did that go right at the weld where the bulkhead is welded to the barrel?
Yeah, maybe.
But really, it's hard. It's really hard to say. Maybe we'll get some up close photos from Mary or Nomad that let us see where the failure point was. But it's really hard to say from the replay. But what a replay! I mean, look at that. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Happy New Year!
Happy New Year. Nice. Jeez. I mean, it's just like a fountain. Look at that.
Yeah, and you can almost see those top vents kind of like shrinking back down into it almost. I don't know. Just keep your eyes on that little, the transition between the little darker vent zone and that super bright white right there. Okay, so watch it. Can't see it. You can't see it. Not there. And then is that right there? Kind of looks like it sunk
Yep,
back into the vapor cloud right
yep.
there. So that's, and then it's kind of like peeking out for a second, and
Oh,
then
it
it gets
fell
lower.
over.
It gets lower again, and then it's peeking out a little bit, and then now it's gone. So yeah, that definitely, that's kind of like a movement indicator there. If you keep your eyes on that area, and it looked quite violent. That explosion looks quite violent. It is super, super cool. Is it okay to call it an explosion? I think it is, right?
I don't know.
Whatever, the pop.
Yeah, it's a pop. I like pop for it.
Yeah, I guess you don't say it's an explosion when a balloon pops. So, Paul Pinier in chat, the front fell off.
The front fell off. Nice.
I must stress that's not normal.
You could definitely see it collapse back in. It's almost like the pressure of the boiling liquid nitrogen is holding the dome up, and then once the pressure subsides, the dome sinks down in, and then it looks like it gets bound up in there. That's exactly what that looks like.
You're right. That is what that looks like. That is crazy.
Because there's the big pop, and then you can still see the dome. You can still see the dome, and it's sort of like starting to fall over. It's still there, and then it sort of sinks down in. You see that?
Yeah.
That
is nifty.
It's
super
a
duper cool.
liquid expanding vapor explosion. What? Is that a technical term?
Yeah, it is. I've seen that on U.S. Chemical Safety Board videos. Another awesome YouTube channel with like 30-minute long super dry videos that I happen to somehow enjoy.
No kidding.
Yeah, dude. U.S. Chemical Safety Board. Check out some U.S. Chemical Safety Board videos. They are absolutely, and they're very scientific. You know, it's not like a reality TV show that's like, oh, blow up a thing. It's like, no, this is what happened. This is why it happened based on the conditions at hand. This is how you prevent it. I don't know. I'm a fan of stuff like that, and clearly we're watching stuff like this. If you watch something like this, you're gonna enjoy U.S. Chemical Safety Board. At least you have a high propensity to, I imagine. Let's go check it out when you get a chance.
Yeah. I'm gonna try this one more time. Let me go back over to refresh my presentation feed here to see if it gets me any better frame rates. Give me just 1 second to boot that back up, and I'll see if I can do it in slow motion, y'all.
See a lot of people in chat making up various numbers that of pressure that it got to. We don't know. Nobody's seen any kind of tweets. Nobody knows what pressure it reached. We'll have to wait for a tweet from SpaceX or Elon that might not even come. Last time it happened, we did not hear what SN7 test got to. So we might not even hear what this tank made it to.
Yep.
So there you go. And Jason asking, where's Zeus? We don't know where Zeus is. We've got our eyes open. We currently do not see Zeus walking. But that's why we have picture-in-picture.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I had to.
And I'm gonna try this really quickly. Let's see what this does. It's not gonna be cropped quite right. I think it's
That's
gonna be
okay.
my big problem here.
Joe Kozak saying U.S. Chemical Safety Board is going to wonder where their uptake in subscribers came from. Well, I hope so. They haven't made any videos in a little while. I would love to see them make some more videos.
And we have a winner actually on our Predicty
Oh yeah.
top time.
Can we call him Predicty from now? The Predicties?
Predictor, I think.
So if we're going, I think we're going to go with 4:57, as that's when the time ticked over to 4:58, like a half second after the pop started. But I think we'll go with 4:57 because that's what it said at the exact moment it started. So that means that we actually had two people guess it within a minute apart. But SCAG Seth was first. So congratulations. We don't have a prize, but you correctly predicted the time about an hour and a half before it happened, it looks like. So
Nice.
It wasn't like somebody last minute. That was an hour and a half before they predicted that time.
Nice.
Be sure to fashion yourself a Predicty award out of like some tinfoil or something.
and variable 556 predicted 4:57 a minute after. So they were just a little bit too slow.
There you go. Well, there you have it. Thanks for guessing, everybody. Thanks for playing Texas Tank Watcher. Horse Winnie,
Texas
whip
Tank
crack, whip crack.
Watchers. Let me see if this refresh has helped us out any. It may just be that I was too overloaded. Let's see what we get here. This is in some super slow motion now.
Okay, look at that.
And it looks, yeah, that actually looks like I probably just let the presentation sit for too long without actually doing anything. Let's see what we get here.
It looks good for me. I'd buy that for $1.
I just hit the button a lot to slow it down. I didn't actually see exactly how much I slowed it down here. Sorry. There it goes.
Oh,
ice breaking off the sides.
So cool.
That's cool. Just the ice breaking off the entire circumference of the tank. There you go. Look at that.
And then the cloud getting sucked back in. Like that is such a cool. Oh man, fluid dynamic.
Yeah, and watch the top of the billow where the top of the tank used to be. I think you'll be able to easily see the valve stem. I'm just call it the valve stem collapse in. You can still see the valve stem sticking off the top there, right?
Yep.
Right there, you got backlit by a shadow or a cloud. You can really see it right there, little nub sticking up. But look, it sort of like sank down in right there. See if it shows up anymore.
Yeah, that's something. That is an interesting failure, and I mean that bulkhead area is definitely super complex, and almost. I mean, I'm sure. I don't know. I'm not sure of anything, but it's certainly not really a surprise that it would go there. It's a complex area, so I wonder exactly what the failure was.
Yeah, that actually went back over the live feed for just a second. So let me replay this one more time. I want to pause it and highlight something in there really quickly. There we go. And there we go. All right, magic trick again. We'll put the top back on it. And I'm going to put a dot. Beep, boop. That's where the top of the little valve stem is. Now it's sort of like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Starship prototype. Let's see this in slow motion, and I'll fast forward a little bit there. Okay, go. Or, go or not go, whatever you want to do. If you'd like to play now, that'd be nice.
Oh, the camera does do like a tracking as the cloud kind of like frames down and to the right a little bit. I don't know if you want to account for that in your simulation there, but I think it's accurate enough.
Yeah, let's see. The camera stabilization is probably following the smoke, the vapor cascade or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we'll have to keep that in mind that the camera frame does move just a bit. I guess I could put more dots on the screen. Right? Like, okay, there's the extent of the tanks right there. Okay,
like
I got
a couple of dots over here and a couple of dots over there.
Maybe add a beefy arm to it,
Poppinating the tanks.
Poppinating the tank side? What?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's see how much the framing actually moves. Wow. Yeah, okay, it moves pretty significantly, so that trick's not going to work here. We'll see where it stabilizes back to.
As the editor of these videos, can we turn that stabilization off? Really, it's not a big deal, and it's helpful for keeping things in frame, but it is a factor. That's just why I knew it was going to be a thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely. I mean, the framing moved quite a bit there as it tried to stabilize and follow the smoke.
We've tried turning it off before. You just get every single minor vibration in the car or whatever.
Yeah, it looks crazy. So it doesn't look like it's going to stabilize back over to where it started. So my little Triforce idea was not going to work here, unfortunately.
It looks cool though.
Well, back on the live shot, it doesn't look like much has changed.
Yeah, I like over here. You get that blink of the light every now and then. There's the live shot right there. You get the blink of the light every now and then. It looks like a little thunderstorm happening in the foreground, right? But where are we at right now? Let me go over here and check that out. Oh, there we go. Oh, can we slow the replay down? Yeah. Oh, yeah, just like that. Cool. What is our plan here, y'all? I'm getting caught up on the stuff I was doing while I was setting up that replay. So what do we want to do here? I mean,
I don't think much is going to change with that live shot. It's probably going to go like that for hours, like you said. So, should we wrap it up? I don't know.
I think probably so.
Yep.
We've been up an awful long time, and Mary is the biggest person been out there the longest for sure. So maybe we should wrap this up, let her know she's clear, and she can go and get some rest. And hopefully today was a very eventful day, and they don't have a big eventful day tomorrow, so Mary can get a little bit of a rest, right?
Watch,
So,
he'll move SN8 to the pad tomorrow or something.
oh geez, don't even joke around. Somebody said
Sorry.
it looks like the Predator targeted it. Nice, with the 3 little dots from the Predator. Hey, Thunderguard, thanks for the 54 months there. Y'all, I know that we have an entire backlog. The scroll bar on the Super Chats is tiny. It's like one little teeny tiny thing. I'm going to scroll through. I don't want to miss anything big. Norm, thank you for the 25 from St. Louis. Daniel, 20 Australian. Hi from Daniel and Anita in Australia. More Aussies checking in. You're doing a fantastic job streaming. We appreciate the kind words there, Daniel. Just scrolling down. Jacob, thank you. We've got just scrolling, bunch of $5 in there. Everybody with the $5, thank y'all for that support. Another one from Jacob again. My daily routine is to finish work and then watch your daily update. Thanks to you guys into Boca Chica Gal. Hey, we really appreciate the kind words there. Cheering you from Germany as well. Roy R did $25 in there at one point. Let's see. I'm seeing if I missed anything. Ring Wraith Rob, welcome to the membership program. And I think that's all of the big ones. Dan in there as well. Dan Vitale, thank you. Matthew Mitchell, NZ Eagle. There's no way I'm going to get through all of them. Brian, Joshua, everybody that did super chats there. Thank y'all so much for the support. It's y'all's support that allows us to keep doing this. Paying for data. Let me see what the final data count on this is. We spent 20 gigs. So from the server, we did 20 gigs, so 20%. That means that we were somewhere 24, 25 gigs on the upload from the field today. And imagine, what's your data limit on your plan on your phone, right? Probably infinite if you're in another country. We just have to deal with this in the United States. But we're able to bring these streams to y'all because of your support. Not only the financial support, the super chats and all that sort of stuff, channel memberships over on Twitch, people that have been subbed to me, people that actually supported me while I learned to do all this stuff. Y'all are the reason we're able to make this happen. But people that show up in the stream, people that just hit the like button, people that retweet something, people that ask good questions, just all the different members of the community that come together to share these sorts of events, the likes of which we've never had before. Never before have we had this sort of insight, this sort of access to the development process of a vehicle like this. Remember the anecdote from Palmdale where they made the shuttles, the total number of photographs that came out of Palmdale was, if I'm not mistaken, less than 100. It was like in the tens of photos. And that is the documentation of the shuttle development out at Palmdale. And then here today, what was the number? Let me see here. We streamed 2.3 million frames. So 60 pictures per second and 2.3 million frames. You like that? I counted.
It's crazy. It's crazy that we did 1 million of anything. And it's also crazy whenever we wrap these streams up and then we see, 5 years of watch or something like that in the analytics. It's nuts that everyone loves what we do so much. And thanks so much, everybody, for watching. And it's insane how we can do this for 20 hours or 24 hours or so, and we look at that amount of time and rightfully so think, oh my gosh, we spent a day of our lives watching SN7.1 waiting for it to pop. But then that goes on and gets multiplied by everybody around the globe spending time watching streams, and it's years and years and years of watch time. Every time we do a cumulatively, that is years of human entertainment that all of our members and all of our supporters are helping to enable, and it's super cool. So thankful. I'm thankful for all of you for helping out and tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. As always, again, y'all, The NASA Spaceflight team here this evening comprised of Boca Chica gal Mary out there operating the cameras, not just the live stream camera, but multiple cameras, recording the historic event, also bringing the daily videos to you, all the information on what's going on down at Boca Chica here on the NASA Spaceflight channel. You want to follow her on Twitter, you can find her at Boca Chica gal right there. Also on the team, we had commentary by Jack Beyer. Jack, thank you so much for all the time this evening, holding it down for the third and final successful test of 7.1 here.
Yep, sure enough. Good to be here. Always enjoy these tests. Can't wait till the next one. But hopefully it's like a week or so away so we can all get some rest, especially Mary. Thank you again, Mary, for being out there. Oh, man. I hope you sleep for like Rip Van Winkle style. I hope you sleep for like 14 hours, but I know that's not the case because you are relentless in your coverage. But nonetheless, I hope you get a good rest tonight. You absolutely earned it. I think we all earned it, even though we're just blabbing over the stream here that Mary's bringing us. I mean, whew, it ain't nothing. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and that's me out of here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can find Jack over on Twitter at the Jack Beyer. It's in the upper right hand corner, and also the Instagram. You put a link to your Instagram in there a lot, don't you, Jack?
Yeah, here I'll throw that in.
Yeah, toss
really
that link
quickly.
into chat.
If you want to follow me on Instagram, it's all kinds of photos of jets and aircraft and rockets, what have you. And then there's also a little bit of behind the scenes on my Instagram story. Like I did a big batch of jerky the other day. So if you want a good beef jerky recipe, pop into my Instagram. Here, I'll link it in the chat. Right, Neon Heat Disease.
There you go.
Is my handle. So there you go. And have a great night, everybody. Go follow me on Instagram if you want some cool photos.
Good deal. Also on the team, doing a bunch of the back end tech with the overlays and stuff, Michael Baylor. Michael, you still with us here?
Yes, and I'm about to go to sleep, so I'm not going to waste time talking because I want to sleep.
I want to go to sleep. Michael, get you some rest. I know you've got class out there tomorrow. Thank you for everything you do to make these streams possible. And then over here, I'm John Galloway with NASA Spaceflight. If you see me over on Twitch, you may know me as DOS. Everybody watching all across the different places that you can be a part of the community here, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Thundergar over on Twitch, thank you for the long time support. Thundergar is a long time viewer who said, with fun people to listen to, it makes it much easier to watch. So Out for Space also saying, it's more people who would love to be there but can't. So many thanks for all the field trips as usual. This is sort of our virtual field trip to Boca Chica, Texas for this test of Starship SN7.1. Got a successful test to failure, intentionally popping the top off of that thing. But for now, the NASA Spaceflight team is going to go ahead and sign off. You know where to find us. Click the like button here on the channel, subscribe, turn on the notifications. You don't want to miss the live streams when we do it. We promise not to go live unless there's something potentially cool to see. Sometimes it'll take us 21 hours the cool event happens, but if it happens, we'll be there to cover it and share it with y'all all over the rest of the world. But NASA Spaceflight signing off for this evening. We will see you nerds later. Thank you all for everything, as always.
Chamber pressure looks good. Following up. Roger, roll with Planet. Body downside of speed off.
Yikes. You bet. Concur. We don't need any more of these.